Yeah. Well, it's about damn time. My bad. Excuse me. Well, it's about damn time, Curtis. Oh my gosh. We're only 5 days into the year, Curtis. Are we already into some controversy? I don't know. You're going to have to stay tuned and see. Hey. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this impromptu stream. Let me turn this music down just a little bit. I appreciate everybody here. Good to see you here. Viral beats. Hold on. I got to get these chats here. I got to get the chat. Why y'all always want to show up for the quote unquote beef? You know what I'm saying? I show up and you know what I'm saying? I show up with some inspiration. I be trying to like change y'all lives, and you be like, yeah, I'm good. But soon as you see somebody exposed them, well, it's about damn time. I've been waiting on this one. It's about damn time. You know, I always had my inhibitions about that, Curtis. I always knew it. I knew it. I freaking know it. It's all good. We're human beings. I'm not judging nobody on that, but that's funny as hell. All right, so yeah. 5 days in, we into something. What does Mamba mentality mean? It's a constant quest to be the best version of oneself. But I'm not trying to be the best version of myself today. I'm just playing. Oh my gosh. R.I.P. to Bean. You're right about that. All right, so we're gonna get into some cookings right now. We're gonna get, hold on, let me make sure. I turn my work mode on. I don't want nobody calling me right now. We don't got time for that. I gotta get something off my chest. You feel me? Let's go ahead and search in Weaver Beats. Weaver Beats, if you don't know, is an awesome YouTuber that you should definitely subscribe to. I'll start off with that. My man's just made, let me turn this music all the way off. Y'all gonna hear me today. Hold on, let me update this chat so y'all can put your chat messages and your reactions on here. Y'all gonna hear me today. You hear me? You gonna hear me today. So Weaver Beats fills a very important space, in my opinion, in the producer content game. He fills a very important space. YouTube music producers are some hoes. We be acting like bitches. And that is not a derogatory term to any woman. But we really do be acting hella hypersensitive. Like nobody can tell us we done any wrong. Nobody can do any expose pieces on us. You feel me? Like nobody can ever say anything negative about us. Everything's got to be, you know what I'm saying? Joy, the producer, said, me? No, not you. I'm going to speak for myself. Sometimes it's some real sensitive activities that go on, and I'm not above it. So when I say some hoe ass, it's just some sensitive stuff that be going on. Because we put ourselves out there into the public, and we have no control over what the public is going to say. So we do things like block people. I've blocked a lot of people. I've blocked so many people. There's somebody right now going on a tour. Every video that I go watch, because I still watch Producer Community, everywhere that I go, this person that I blocked tells their story. Well, one day I was in a live stream with Curtis King, and I told him his air conditioner was way too loud. And so he blocked me for that. Can't stand the guy. You gotta, you know what I'm saying? When you get into a space where you've met or you've got your stuff to a lot of people, like you got your content to a lot of people, that's hilarious. ACC said the meat writing is crazy. The term meat writing is wilder. So I understand it. A lot of producers really do take to heart when general comments happen. Oh, Lord, but when a producer has another producer that takes over views, okay, first of all, don't say nothing bad about me. That's like producer rule of all YouTube producers. They won't tell you. Second one is, how dare you say something bad about me and have a video that actually gets views? Usually those don't get views. Usually those are not the ones on the first page. Weaver Beats is. God did. I'm just playing. Weaver Beats did. So Weaver Beats made a reaction, not a reaction. He made a YouTube music producer tier list, as you can see here on my screen. All right. I'm about to comment a lot less now. Don't be commenting a lot less. I don't be snapping at people like I used to. Like I used to. Happy New Year, Planet Guap. They talk crap about you and then target your audience with their beat ads. Yes, they do. Or they use your testimonial and don't delete it, but tell everybody in the world how terrible of a human being you are. Does that ring any bells? Get me out of this matrix. Make it make sense. Jesus Christo. I don't want to use the Lord's name in vain. I'm sorry, God. But it's rather interesting. It's rather interesting. So I'm gonna watch the video right now, and I want to get some of your guys' reaction. You know what I'm saying? I want to get your guys' reaction. Is that Logan Paul Dixon that you got as your profile pic? I'm surprised it's not the top G. I'm surprised it's not the top G. I don't know why I keep saying that. It's addicting to say it's the top G. All right, I'm just trying to get to my screen so I can. Oh, it's locked. That's why. Duh, Curtis. All right. I want to make sure I get this, and I want to make sure we got a little alternating going on. There we go. There we go. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Up close and personal. All right, we get ready to watch this video. I didn't finish my Weaver Beats story, but Weaver Beats is somebody who gives probably a lot of opinions a lot of y'all don't say publicly, but you probably feel the same way. And because of that, we don't become better content creators. Or at least it's one reason we don't. We need criticism. Criticism helps us to get better. But so many people say they want change and they don't really want to change. So I'm glad that there's a Weaver Beats in this world. I'm glad that he does do the things that he does. And you're going to see sort of his style of stuff right now. And so he made a YouTube music producer tier list. If you don't know what a tier list is, go look it up. It is basically, you know, you can make like an Oreo tier list. A lot of YouTubers do it. This is like super YouTuber type stuff, right? And he added my name to it, which first and foremost, I'm always glad when I'm like, you know, people, you know, you're happy to be acknowledged. Your work is being acknowledged. But he didn't have all positive things to say, at least from the general public, it seems. I'm going to go ahead and play this, though. He basically made a tier list of any YouTuber that you can think of that is a music producer or does music producer content. We're going to fast forward to mine.
This is my favorite. I think I made it. Kyle Beats. What I'm liking about his content is I've done these videos so many.
Wait, first and foremost, you guys can hear it off of the mic, right? So since he mentions you, does that count as a collab video, Curtis? That's a cheap ass collab. Shouldn't you get a cut of the revenue? No, that's greedy.
Times. I think because he had
He about to get a cut of my revenue, honestly, if I keep playing this video all the way through.
Would you rather watch him or Cody? I was gonna put him. I don't know. I feel like they're really on the same.
Here's what he had to say.
$5, man. I need that.
Here's what he had to say about your. So wait a minute. Here's what he had to say about your friend Curtis King.
If I had to like choose between them, but I feel like I learned more from Cody. I feel like they're really on the same level. Maybe I'll adjust this later on. Maybe I'll put Cody slightly.
Oops. Wait a minute. The screen is not reflecting what I needed to. My bad. I'm working off of Hold on. Let me update this, because you guys gonna see this. You gonna get this work. You feel me? Like, matter of fact, we're not even gonna do the phone situation. Forget the phone. I was trying to make it look sexy. They won't take me out my element. No, take me out my element. All right, let's get it. Damn it. Come here, keyboard. Here we go. YouTube. Let's look up Weaver. Beats. Tier list. There we go. Okay, so let me make it on the screen so you guys can see it. My bad, technical difficulties. And let's delete that bad boy. Yep, let's get rid of it. All right, cool. We're going to get the screen up here. Desktop joint. Let's open up the window. We're going to open this right in here. OBS. Need you to work with me. All right, here we go. We're getting ready to get into it. Here we go. All right, so where you at? There you go. Copy it. And let's paste that bad boy. I'm talking about church on the moon. Church on the moon. Okay, my bad. Here we go. Boom. That's how we gonna rock it. All right, here we go. Tier list, Weaver Beats. Let's see what he said.
Would you rather watch him or Cody? That's the real question here. Would you rather watch him or would you rather watch Cody? You'd rather watch him than Cody? Kyle's better. Broski's milking the same video idea. Kyle's better. Kyle. I was gonna put him above this, but I feel like the plugins bring him back down a little bit. The sandbox plugin, that was I don't know. I'm kind of in the middle here. I feel like they're on the same level. I do think Cody's beats are better.
How you really
but then
feel,
Kyle,
Weaver?
I'd rather watch Kyle if I had to like choose between them. But I feel like I would learn more from Cody. Oh, Curtis King. I don't know. I feel like I gotta rate him. I gotta put him in S tier, man. He's a Patreon, man. I can't lose that $5.
No, that's for real. I am a Patreon member of his.
I can't lose that $5, man. I need that $5. All right. But Curtis King really makes really good beats. So I will say that.
Thank you, Weaver. Thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. I do.
We are gonna determine this a little bit based off their beats, but it's not the main thing. And I think he can be funny. He has made some funny shit in the past. Like, I do think...
So far, so good. You know what I'm saying? So far, so good. He can be funny. That, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? You could just end the video right there. No, don't do that. Don't do that.
I think the whole... was it Daryl? What is the name of...
Darnell. He likes Darnell.
The character on his channel. Like, I do think the whole... was it Daryl? What is the name of the character on his channel? I can't remember the name of it.
Daryl is Darnell's father, by the way. We're gonna have to make that character soon.
But that is pretty funny sometimes. And they've done some funny stuff on his channel. I'm not as...
Why you say, Weaver, why you say they did some funny stuff? It's just me. It's just me, man. It's just me. I mean, I used to have an editor, but now it's just me.
Into Curtis King's like inspirational stuff. Like, what is the name of the character on his channel? I can't remember the name of it. But that is pretty funny sometimes. And they've done some funny stuff on his channel. I'm not as into Curtis King's like inspirational stuff. Like, I'm not really into that. But I feel like that's not the focus of his YouTube channel as much as like his like.
Weaver, you don't want no perspiration? You want no perspiration from me? How many of y'all out there feel like that and ain't been saying nothing to me? Let's continue.
His other social medias. Where are you guys thinking Curtis King is? I do think Curtis King is like probably above these guys. I'd rather watch him more than these guys.
Oh,
I feel like lately his content hasn't been as good. Like I feel like he's
Whoa! One more time.
Guys, I'd rather watch him more than these guys. I feel like lately his content hasn't been as good. Like I feel like he's
Which one of y'all out there felt the same way but refused to tell me? Because we developed a YouTube friendship. Which one of y'all felt the same way but ain't tell your friend Curtis? Was it you? I'm looking right in your soul. Don't look away from the phone. I'm looking right at your soul. Was it you? Why you ain't tell me?
He's got to like kind of find himself again. I feel like lately his content hasn't been as good. Like I feel like he's got to like kind of find himself again. I feel like he has potential to be like at the top. Did you see Curtis King battle Busy Work Beats? It was so mean. I put Curtis King probably I want to produce now personally. He has the potential to be like at the top. But like lately I would say he's more around here and I feel like that balances him out to I want to produce now. He's treating
I appreciate that. You know what? First and foremost, let me see if I can grab this right here. First and foremost. Were there any lies told? Were there any lies told? Were there, I didn't even say there. Were there any lies told? Weaver Beat just told me in probably a 20-second increment more honesty than I've gotten from people who have known me for years.
I hope so.
It don't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense, but it does make sense. And you know what? I'm not going to take the usual approach that these sensitive ass YouTubers, YouTube producers, myself included, so that means my old self, I'm not going to take the same approach. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? What is your honest opinion? We need to look, if we're going to have a YouTube channel that gets out of the 230,000 subscribers, we got to have some real conversations. We have to have some real conversations. You and I have to have some real conversations. Does my content suck? Is it boring? Did I lose my way? Is it just safe enough to where you're like, I'll watch it? It's not really something that I'm gonna rush out to go see. Is it? Because if it is, in your opinion, we gotta make some change. I have to make some changes, and not just because he says it, but because I say it too. Let me get your feedback. And I'm not taking no offense to this, man. I've never met Weaver in real life, but dog, I appreciate you. I appreciate you for giving me that blunt honesty. Even if it's not something that I 1,000% agree with, doesn't matter. You gave your honesty. You gave your truth. And this is why I feel like people like Weaver Beats are so important in a producer YouTube space. We need that. We need that. We need it for the survival of our own ecosystem. Sports has it. What's up, Sarah? Sports has it. LeBron has been talked about by Skip Bayless for the last 73 years. When Skip Bayless was 73 years ago, when Skip Bayless was 84. LeBron has been taking criticism, but you need that. Muhammad Ali, I forgot who the guy was that used to be his biggest critic, but you need those critics. They make us better. They make us feel responsible for the things we put out there. I'm gonna say it because not a lot of producers in this space are gonna say it. Sometimes we drop stuff and it is strictly about the money. We need some funds. We need to make something happen. And it's a product that we don't 1,000% stand by sometimes. I'm thankful that it hasn't happened often for me. I say I got about a 98% success rate like Larry H. Parker. I care about my stuff way too much. But I've absolutely been in situations where I know I look back at my content or my product and I'm like, ugh. Or how about this? Sponsorships. That's one that I refuse to fight on. I mean, I refuse to not fight on. Like when it comes to brands like, the hell is that damn brand with the racist ass monkey, with the racist ass drum monkey? What's the name of that damn app? Who make that? The ones that you making all of them damn cord packs that you already got inside your stock plugins. Unison. Strike this video down. Damn monkey. That's why you don't. I will never do a product that I don't believe in. There's been one product where I told the company, yeah, I do a video. And I didn't do my research. It was a company that lets you basically schedule your Instagram posts. And look, I went 75% of the way through, and they started asking for a bunch of changes, and I was like, y'all can go. I don't need that. But look, I know I missed out on a lot of your comments right now. We need a conversation. If I was to be honest, you have inspired more people than you can probably even imagine. Let me see what you said. I'm sorry. J Flow. If I'm being honest about your content right now, I'd like to see the skits come back. I miss those. Outside of that, you have variety of content people can gravitate to. You want to know the reason why I stopped doing the skits? You want to know the real reason why? And I don't say this to stop myself from doing the skits. You know why I stopped doing the skits? Because I fell into a depression. The end of 2021, I was so emotionally invested into my business, and my business was falling apart. Some of you guys may remember when I was doing the vlogs, and I had that vlog where I think it was July of 2021, I had numbness on the left side of my body. I had overworked myself so much, and I had some ads and stuff that were going up that really, really like ate up a lot of my funds, and it almost ended my entire business and structure. Everything. Almost lost everything. And so I started doing the skits because I was like, that's going to be an easy way to generate views, interest. But I was doing it for the wrong reasons, not because I wanted to make you guys laugh. I think I'm a pretty fucking funny guy sometimes. But it wasn't because I wanted to make you laugh. It was because I wanted to get your viewership. It was because I was lost and I did not find my way. This video's not clickbait. Weaver Beats exposed me. And I'm glad he did. Because now I get to like take off whatever mask that I've been carrying, whatever baggage I've been carrying since my business went through that situation, that turmoil. And I get to just be me. I'm me most of the time on this space. But I get to just be me. And I'll tell you like this, I didn't know I was in a depression. I didn't know what a depression even looked like, man. Like, what the hell is like, how do you know? Like, you can't go take a test like, you know what I'm saying? You can't go take a test for it. But I fell into one because I was like, I could lose everything. What was it all for? All this hard because I work hard. You guys see the bags under my eyes. And so I tried every piece of content that I could that maybe you guys were interested in. You know what's crazy? I would poll you guys about what kind of content to do. Then I would do it and none of you would watch. I shouldn't say none of you. I got my core DIYers that would watch. But y'all wouldn't watch. Because the things that you want me to do are very with the exception of the skits. The content you guys want me to make, and this is just a YouTuber. I'm not coming down on y'all. I love y'all. But I got to have some honest conversation. The kind of content you guys say you want from me is very different from the kind of contents the analytics says that you watch from me. Chew on that one. Chew on that one. The content that y'all say y'all want, man, we want some FL Studio tutorials. All right, let's do it. Let's do it. Oh man, the FL Studio tutorial game is so oversaturated, girl. Why don't you move on? You're still doing the same content from 4 or 5 years ago. So then I'm in a space where it's like, all right, well, I'm gonna just create something that I like and that I hope that you guys like in the process. But that's what it is. Weaver Beast exposed me, and I'm glad that he did. So I can have these honest conversations. What are your guys' opinion on? Like, you guys say you want the skits, and I don't want you guys to get the idea that I'm frustrated. I'm not frustrated at all in this situation. I was frustrated I was frustrated towards November of last year. Okay, let's talk about this one. I like this right here. J-Boy, the producer, says you should collab hella this year. I'm gonna be funky honest with you. I reach out for collaborations. And I don't do it all the time, but I do it very strategically with people that I know the analytics shows we got some overlappage. Folks that you guys are like, yo, you should go reach out to this person. Yo, you should go do this with this person. I reach out to them. Silence. Some of them have left me on red in the comments. What's old boy's name who makes the amazing content? He makes supremely, and I don't want to make this, an expose on people or whatever, but Ed Salensi. He literally left a comment on one of my videos, and I said, bro, it would be amazing. He said, I've been following your YouTube since 2000 and something. I was like, man, that's crazy because I'm a fan of your YouTube. And then he said, man, keep doing your great work. And I said, bro, it would be amazing to collab with you. Silence. Even with Kyle Beats, I got love for Kyle Beats because he came in here and blessed one of my live streams, and every time you guys gave money, he gave money and matched it. We had conversations about plugins, and it was a real cool conversation. And he gave me he offered me to drive around in his Tesla if I wanted. I was like, nah, I ain't gonna drive another grown man car. But you know what I'm saying? Like it was cool. We were building. That man lives dead ass close to me. I've reached out to even do content. Silence. So this is not saying that these folks they're not bad people. They're busy people. They're folks who have lives. That's just to say Curtis is in a different tier. And they don't necessarily want to do content with me. Or they don't prioritize it. You know who does say yes, and I'm grateful for him? Simon Savita. But some of these YouTubers, and not the folks that I mentioned, have omitted me from. They've talked about products that I've done collaborations with other people, like my homie Larry O, and then leave my name out of the video. Av McCree. I would love to work with Av McCree. We've had a really rocky past. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not going to hold you. We've had a little bit of a rocky past. But I was talking to him a few days ago, just telling him how immensely proud I am of his pivot and the way he's pivoting, because I'm learning how to pivot my channel. But you know why I got love for Simon to the end? Because he didn't have to work with me. And he's in that other tier where them folks average 100,000 to 200,000 views. And there's a lot of things that we could say it is, but I don't want to sit on here and sound like a victim. I don't want to sit on here and sound like a victim. I don't want to pull no race cards. I don't want to do none of that. I'm somebody that works. I work my ass off. And I never let anything be an excuse for why results are different on my end. Pain One, we've actually collaborated. I have collaborated with Pain One. I have. I have. Channel the spirit. I think channel the spirit in the name of trying to keep my channel. I think there's certain things that need to be offline conversations. I'm gonna be honest with you. I think there's certain things that need to be offline conversations. I need to have a channel to I need to have a platform in order to make an impact. And I cannot do things that disrupt that Decap as well. Shout out to my brother Decap. Like, there's some really amazing folks that reach out, we collab, we do some things, and it works. But I'm just saying, I'm just telling you, it ain't as easy as what you think it is. They don't care about my 200,000 followers. Some are subscribers. You know what they look at me as sometimes? They look at me like an OG in this. And they look at me like I'm still making content I make content that ages. And you know what I notice? When I make content that's more so, I guess, in their style of content, then they comment. So it kind of gives me an idea that, not that, they're bad people at all, but the fact that in a lot of ways, a lot of the stuff that I've been doing has kind of been on autopilot. And I got to have those real conversations so I can get better. I want to get better. You hear me? I want to get better. I want to get better. Kaylin Ellis. Okay, let's talk about this one. Kaylin Ellis. That's my boy. We're actually friends. Like, we're actually good. He tell me about all kind of AI stuff that happens. We're actually good friends. We don't have to collab. And I'm not saying any of those folks we have to collab. It just made sense. We're in the same space. We're collaborating. You're mentioning my brand. It just seems like it makes sense. I only ask for collaborations when I think it makes sense, not when I feel like I'm out of my league. Classy Bees, I thought you didn't like me, bro. I thought you didn't like me, bro. Classy Bees, I thought you ain't like me, bro. I mean, we ain't had a conversation, but I thought you didn't rock with me, bro. I appreciate that. I know you were, I know that you came here as, initially as a supporter of that one guy. But when I saw you back off the Patreon and unfollow me on Instagram, I was like, Classy. It's always been positivity with you and I. What's going on? And sometimes, you know what? I don't even know if it's me rubbing people the wrong way or if it's people just saying, you know what? You've shown me enough and I need to back away. Whatever it is, I do a lot better with honesty. I can take it. I know sometimes I've gotten on here and it seems like I can't take criticism because sometimes I just wasn't in the mood to take criticism. I got some news in December about my mom that should have made me hypersensitive to anything. And in reality, it made me feel indestructible. It made me feel like I have to be the strongest I have ever been to be there for her. I love my mom. And getting that diagnosis was something that it rocked me. But it also reminded me, you don't have much time here. And you got to use your time valuable. And I don't want to sit here and waste nobody's time. I don't want to waste nobody's time. I don't want to waste nobody's time. I don't want to waste nobody's time. And that includes with my content as well. So we got to have some real conversations. And sometimes the only thing that makes those real conversations happen is honesty. It's all good, Classy. Hey, I appreciate you. I don't follow the other guy either. Not taking sides. Okay, Classy. Look. I would love it because we've talked about family. Like you brought us in when you had your look like Classy. I don't never want no issues with nobody. But when it's brought to my door, not saying you do that, but when it's brought to my door, I have to make a decision. But Classy, let's talk, man. You've always been a positive. And I feel like, speaking of the other guy, you want to talk about that one for a second? Let's lay it all out. Speaking of that other guy, I didn't say one thing in 2022. I didn't say one thing about the guy. I got some beat tags from his ex-girlfriend. I was petty. But I didn't say one thing about the guy. And like a stalker, He created 5 or 6 videos in a row trying to down my business. While my business was going through a down spiral of its own. I didn't say anything. God told me, be quiet. God's telling me to talk today. God told me be quiet. And I was quiet. I let him say, I let videos go viral. I let folks say all kind of crazy things. I saw the internet finally disclose the things that they didn't like about Curtis. I'm like, damn, I know everybody supposed to like you, but damn. I appreciate that, fam. I appreciate that. Try to get better in my craft. Try to get better in my craft from Bronx. Hey, shout out to the Bronx. But while my business was taking hits after hit, this is why I feel so indestructible. Because while my business were taking, I'm humbled. I'm absolutely humbled. I've been humbled. But while my business was taking hits, all you see is somebody with a larger audience taking shots at me. So I played defense, and now it's been somehow convinced that I'm the bully. Let's go back to that video real quick. Since we're on the topic, let's go back to that video real quick. And I'm gonna jump off of that. I just feel like I have to say something about that. As a man, I want to say something. I've been leaving it alone, but as a man, I have to say something. Here's the narrative now.
Busywork Beats like an actual adversary. He went in there to fucking Bruce now. He's treating Busywork Beats like an actual adversary.
For context, he's talking about that infamous battle that lives on my channel.
I feel like that balances him out to I want to produce now. He's treating Busywork Beats like an actual adversary. He went in there to fucking murder him, dude. And then like the craziest part about that, like when he uploaded it to his own channel, he replaced the audio. Busywork Beats is recorded off.
Yes, I did. Yes, I did. We're going to expose it all today. Yes, I did. I absolutely did. And I don't want to talk about something that happened it was damn near a pandemic ago. I don't want to talk about that. I didn't get on YouTube to talk about other grown men. That's why it's so hard for me to make content like about celebrities and about producers with big names. I hate talking about other people like that. Like if you look at my channel, there's only like 5 videos where I'm talking about somebody with a name and I'm using it as a clickbait. It just feels nasty. It feels like men should not gossip. That's been my stance on it. But I haven't even had an opportunity I haven't taken an opportunity because I've been obedient to even defend myself. And I don't feel the need to defend myself. That's the stupid thing about it. But what he's saying here, hear out the rest of this.
Off a speaker, and then Curtis King's is recorded directly off his computer, so it just sounds way better. It was nasty, man. He'd murdered him. Curtis King does have the skills. Like he is one of the top tier producers, I think, in terms of like heavy like swung beats.
I appreciate it.
Okay.
So, some people asked about that question about the beat battle and how that went. I'm tired of talking about the beat battle, dog. We got to move on. I want to make content, not talk about other people. I hate talking about other people. Nobody is that special. I'm not that special. I am nobody. I hate talking about other people, man. But let's go ahead and end it out today. That battle, you have to understand, regardless of what the results were of that battle, of how much I destroyed him sonically, I walked away from there angry that my time was wasted. Angry that it felt like I got pulled into a click funnel. Because all that other guy kept talking about was join this email list, join this website, join this landing page that he told me nothing about, so that he can monetize off my audience. You know the reason why that guy keeps talking about me on his channel? You want to know why? Because he needs to make money off of my audience. He's been making money off of my audience ever since he invited me to his channel to do the music producer conversations, because I don't sell to my audience. But he will. That's why he keeps running ads on my YouTube videos. This is why he created a diss song. You want to know why he created a diss song? Listen to the actual lyrics. That's not a reason to make a diss song. Didn't nobody take your girl. Didn't nobody like disrespect you. Didn't nobody take your mom. You sat up here and talked about cymatics and how I switch sides on you. Switch sides on me. I listened to that in Denver. I listened to that in Colorado after I had a weekend of helping out independent artists in person in the studio. I was helping the independent artists hands-on. And the first thing I saw before we got on the airplane was that song. And when I heard that song, I was like, are you effing kidding me? The guy that wears suits and ties and that holds himself up as a leader of this community is rapping over drill beats and dissing another black male on YouTube? What are we doing? For clicks? You know why he did that? I'll tell you exactly why he did that. He'll never admit it. I don't play checkers. I don't look to play checkers with nobody. That's petty. That's only about you guys in the audience and the reaction and the oohs and the ahs. I'm not here to play that. Matter of fact, my big bro Merz told me don't react. And so I didn't. You know what he told me? He said when Jay-Z and Cameron were going back at it, have you ever heard anything back from Jay-Z? I said no. He said, focus on you. Focus on you. And the truth will reveal itself. I said, okay. As much as my pride and my ego didn't want to let me do that, I did it. I shut up. Then video after video and video kept dropping. People kept sharing stuff with me, and I still didn't say nothing. Okay. He did that after I blocked his ability to run ads on my channel via Google AdWords. That's how fucking nerdy that situation is. I blocked his ability to monetize off my audience. The next thing I know, a diss song comes out. That's the nerdiest shit that I've ever heard in the world. Now, let's go ahead and zoom out of this. Weaver Beats, I don't know if you are available or if you're even down or what you got going on. I would love to jump in a live with you or a Zoom call. That would be so dope. Because we need, Weaver, we need you. Producers don't have a media takeout. We don't have like, and I'm not saying you're a gossip site on my way home. Not yet. Okay. Shoot me a text when you do, bro. We need Weaver Beats in this place. I know sometimes you're not going to like the things he say, but you're supposed to be in a space where you don't hear everything that you like. If you're only in a bubble of things that you like, you'll never grow. If you're only in a bubble of opinions where people are always saying beautiful and nice things about you, you'll never grow. How do I know? Because that was me. I didn't want no negativity around me. But it's not negativity if it's helping you grow. So Weaver Beats, I appreciate you, bro. We need you, bro. We need you because if we don't have balance in this space, it's going to be erased. We need balance in this space. We need to not be above criticism. Because your little funky ass producer feelings got hurt. Dog. Your little producer feelings got hurt. And I'm talking to myself as well, because I can't sit up here and criticize nobody else without myself saying that. But that kind of stuff goes in, and it shouldn't be like that. Let's zoom out. How nerdy would it be if I go to the grocery store? I'm checking out groceries. Bloop, 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 bloop. And I tell the cashier, "Hi, how you doing today?" She says, "Oh, I'm good. Thank you for asking." Bloop, bloop, bloop. How are you? Oh, where do I start? Right now, I'm beefing with this other YouTube producer. You know, he used to actually be somebody that I really went to when it came to FL Studio advice, but now, you know, I guess he hates me and he's just making a bunch of outlandish things that are deterring my name, and I don't know, it's a lot of slanderous behavior going on because I blocked him from my Google ads, and I don't know, people are really talking about I need to go ahead and make a response, and I don't know, It's a lot going on. When if you get on the phone and you call a random phone number that pops up in your Yelp, if you get a random number and ask them, yo, who is that guy? And you say, who is Curtis King? And they probably won't even know who the hell that is. How much does it really matter? I don't hate that guy. I would love to run that fade though, but I don't hate that guy. In fact, there was a point in time where I admired his business model. There was a point in time where I saw him as somebody that could lead the way as independent music producers. I looked at him and said, you know what, man, like that he represents the professionalism. Then you start to meet the people and start to recognize that just like every human being, we are all flawed. And, oh yeah, we could still, I'm for sure we can run that fade. For sure, because you didn't put out information out there that had no business. Running your mouth off like woo! I for sure run that real quick. And then after that, it could be over with. Like, we could do that at NAMM, like, whatever. I'm not even saying I'm to be a tough guy. I'm just saying I know you're going to do all your internet stuff because you monetize every time I mention your name. You try to figure out a way to pivot it and make money because all you care about is money. When I told him how much of an issue I had with the way the beat battle went down, and I was on the phone with him, he was like, oh, this reminds me of something my ex-girlfriend would say. Huh? Huh? You tell that to another grown man? And he said, how much money do you, do you want a percentage of what I made off of the battle? Do you want a percentage? I said, I don't want your money, bro. Matter of fact, I want you to take all of my courses off of your website. Please. I don't want to do business with you. Then fast forward to when we finally started getting back into some kind of good graces. I got on his live stream and we started talking about our issues publicly because we're in a public space. So we want to be examples, good examples, great example of black men coming together and being able to hash it out. And before I knew it, you look at the end of that stream, I don't know if it's still up there, but you look at the end of that stream, he started talking about beefing with Superstar O and all these. I'm like, wait, I'm not beefing with nobody. I'm just barely making peace with you. But look at me looking like a dumbass sitting there on the other screen as he sits there and talks about people who are toxic to the producer community. It looks like I'm co-signing that, dog. It looks like I'm co-signing that, dog. Like, I told him on there, I said, yeah, he wanted our audiences to battle one another. I'm not, no. You argue with fools from a distance, nobody can tell who is who. I can't, no disrespect. He saw that as disrespect. He asked me to do business with me. He wanted to get me into some I want to say some NFT stuff or some Web 3.0 stuff. And I told him, bro, no disrespect, but I just don't trust you. I don't trust you. I said, but what we can do is start. I see the super chat. Thank you so much, bro. I appreciate that. Appreciate that. And this is not me trying to slander the name. This is me just giving peace to it so we can move on. I feel like a lot of y'all will not let the channel move on until we address it. And I'm not afraid to address anything. I just rather spend my time being of value and service to you. And I don't know if this is being of service to you, but I'm going to be transparent and honest about it. Thank you for that super chat, fam. I really do appreciate that. But he tried to get me in some Web 3.0. I was like, bro, I don't want to do that. I know that you'll make me a lot of money. But I feel like when you say yes to people, no matter how much money you make, this is what I've learned. You say yes to people, it comes with responsibility. And it also comes with leverage because then people can say, I made that guy money. How dare him not tell me yes? So I said no, respectfully. He didn't like that. He tried to encourage me to get into some other business where he was going to run emails for me and send them off to different brands. And I said, nah, that's not even my brand approach. You're not talking to me. You're talking through me, bro. That's not even my focus right now. My focus right now is to help my YouTube audience. But he's trying to figure out a way. And I just said, you know what? No, I don't want to do any business. I think peace is enough to start. And we even made commitments. Like, he was like, yo, I said, one thing I want to ask of you, because you've asked a lot about me. I said, take down that expose video. It's inaccurate and it's not good. This is a video that I don't think it's up anymore. It's been gone for a while. And I said, in return, I will take down the beat battle. And he said, absolutely. And we did that. But something told me don't delete the video because I didn't trust him. And then what happened months later? When I was live streaming a beat battle, and he does beat battles. We know he beats, of course he does beat battles. We know that. The guy's you're a fucking OG in the YouTube game, bro. You're an OG. Why does it mean so much for you to get your dick sucked in public? Like, that's, you want everybody to see you just doing, you want everybody to just give you praise and say you're the greatest YouTuber, FL Studio producer in the world. Why do you need that? Why do you need that? I can go to any Guitar Center and they know who you are, bro. They know who you are. Your work has done, you have been so prolific in your work. Salute. Hats off to you. You've established a monopoly over FL Studio tutorials. Why do you act like this? I remember Dame Dash said something. He said, when people look like they're winning but feel like they're losing on the inside, they do dumb shit. I'm not saying that's you, but I'm saying that's what it looks like. When people look like they're winning but feel like they're losing, they do dumb shit. Like diss songs? A diss song? I really do judge the impact of my work by the level of people who are opposed to what I do. If somebody were to diss me, I would want it to be a lyricist. That would make me feel good about getting dissed. This right here is just like, attention cannot be that important, dog. Attention cannot be that important. And I don't want anybody who's in the middle who feels like, oh, you're slandering, or won't you guys just come along? I don't trust the guy. I don't trust him, and I don't feel like we have to exist in the same space. This is the first time I've said anything. I said nothing for a whole year. And I'm still not being disrespectful, as I could be. I'm not doing tit for tat. I'm not going back and forth. All I did was ask him to move on. And like a rat, or since you want to compare folks, like a wretched, angry ex-girlfriend. This is the energy I'm getting. You know how you can tell who broke up with who in a relationship? Look at the person that's saying the most. You know how you could tell who was in the wrong? Look who said the most. I didn't say nothing because I was happy to be away from that situation. But the next thing I know, I look up and see somebody DMs me that I got a diss song about me. And I'm like, ooh, from who? From who? And it went from who to you? Nigga, you? Ugh. But we got to end this on this because I want to talk to Weaver Beats. I want to talk to him live. My producer feelings are a little bit hurt. Look, it's so weird. It's so nerdy for producers to have any kind of conflict. I stand on that. I'm sorry for contributing to that. That is my most nerdiest moment on YouTube and in life. Is to sit in here and have a back and forth with the guy who uploads videos on a third-party website like me. That's not my proudest moment. That's not something that you put on your resume. That's goofy on both of our parts. But I'm tired. I'm tired of the back and forth. I'm tired, fam. I'm ready to move on. I'm ready to be great. I'm ready to be the best YouTuber I can. But I cannot do that with 1 foot backwards and 1 foot forward. So that's where we at today. And however the chips fall, they fall. But what I will say is this. And you, for those of you that want to run this and make it like you get your popcorn ready and all of that stuff, and you like, oh man, ain't nothing finna happen. I'm finna go back to silence. I'm finna go back to silence. And focus. I tried to make peace and move on and coexist as things did before I met the guy. That wasn't good enough. I've been called out my name, and I said nothing. I've been disrespected over and over and over again, and I've said nothing. And I'll still say to this day, this is someone who is probably one of the most influential YouTube educators of all time. You're a power user. Fucking act like it, bro. For those who are like, I know a lot of people say like their biggest gripe with him is that he only makes producer content for beginners. I watched the first video I ever saw from him was a 30-minute tutorial on how to make build-ups for EDM beats because I was in the EDM trap. It was dope. It got the information I needed. There's a lot of stuff in there that I didn't need, but there's a lot of stuff in there that I did need. I appreciated it. I reached out to him. Like Day said, it was the worst fucking day of my life. I'm playing. I'm being petty. I watched it and it was helpful. Then I saw he had courses. I bought Music Theory in a Day. I bought it. I bought a lot of his courses. He showed me the form of what a course could look like because before then I never really took online courses. But it was something that interested me and he was the only one providing it. Was a void in the market. And because of that, it inspired me to want to make courses. If you didn't know that, that's what it was. Now, I wanted to make them different from what I saw with him because there was things that I liked and things that I didn't like. And I tried to create the courses and fill the voids. He reaches out to me because he likes the EDM trap beats that I make and yada, 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 and we start to build on some level. Then eventually he invites me over to his channel to create content. And a story he loves to tell, is I gave him an opportunity to make some money. That man paid me $500 to make 50 videos for his channel. And at the time, I needed it because my beat selling business was starting to see its end. 50 videos for $500, and I did it. That's what gave you Coffee with Curtis. Then I did another 50. That was like VST love connection or something. Like I just took a bunch of nasty, ugly VSTs and seen if it was a love connection or not. It was a terrible series. But he paid me another $500. But dog, I needed it. I'm not proud of it, but dog, I needed that money. Because that will give me an opportunity to run ads and hopefully at that point in time sell some more beats. That's what I did. If you think I'm lying, go ask Mr. Different. He did the same thing. I don't know if I should shut up. I'm not going to check another man's pockets. But when I understand, that's what it was. I did it. I needed the money. My business was struggling. But I saw it not as 50 videos. I saw it as, here I can learn from somebody who's obviously finding a lot of success in business. Here I can leverage this as an opportunity, not just to make some money, but also to learn the business from somebody who seems to be doing well. And you know what I did? I made 50 videos in 3.5 hours. I had a stack of t-shirts. I will never forget it. I was living in Rialto, California. I had a stack of t-shirts. I kept the camera right here in front of me. It was my iPhone 6. A stack of t-shirts. Every video, I read a tweet, gave a reaction, did an ending, took the shirt off, threw it away, put the other one, put it on, did it. And I did it. I knocked it out in 3.5 hours. Now think about, instead of 50 videos, $3.5 worth of work. 3.5 hours worth of work for $500. That's how I looked at it, because I knew how fast I could knock out videos. Done. Move to the next thing. Right? We leveraged even because I did that gave me an opportunity to make more money with him through courses. Because he paid me a bonus before making a course. It was significantly more money after that because of the investment that I did there. And I wasn't the only one. There's a lot of people doing collaboration stuff on this channel. That's in my spirit. That's just who I am. I'm not proud of it. I don't talk money a lot on my channel. I don't talk money on my channel because it's like, I feel like that's not a public topic unless you're like an economics or money channel. I just don't talk it. I just do what's necessary for me to support my family, my craft, and myself. But that's what I did. And I made some good money on a monthly basis through my drum magic course with him. And I greatly, greatly appreciate it. And you know what? To double down on that, because I was in hustle mode. To double down on that, you know what I also did for the guy? I came on his channel and we did a podcast. And if you go back to those podcasts, they're still up there. Okay? And if you look at the podcast, I spoke for 90% of the time. And what does he get to do? I didn't peep game because I wasn't business savvy enough. I wasn't business. My business IQ was low. I didn't understand what was going on. He brought me onto the podcast. We talked about things. I got angry. I would be on there for 5 or 6 hours. 5 or 6 hours of me, another YouTuber, who I thought at the time like I wasn't that big of a deal. I only had like probably 50,000 subscribers, whatever, 30,000, whatever. This guy had hundreds and hundreds of thousands. But not once did I go in there and say, bro, I need to be able to promote my stuff. I didn't even plug stuff. We talked about producer stuff the whole time. I thought I was doing him a favor. He thought he was doing me a favor. What he doesn't know is that during that, thank you, savvy is the word. What he didn't know is that during that time when my wife was pregnant, I shouldn't have been on no podcast for 4 hours with the guy. But I thought I was doing a favor because my wife was right there in our apartment and everything was good. And sometimes the conversations were really enjoyable. What I didn't understand is that this gives him an opportunity to cross-pollinate with someone else's business, someone else's brand. And I share this with you so that you can know if you are being ran game on. The man's name is Game. This is business. No emotions involved. I get it now. I get it. I'm not angry. I get it. Every time I came on there, that's like running a 4-hour episode on my channel because my audience wants to come see my input. And I'm spending more time on his live stream than my own live streams at that time. So I learned my lesson. And at some point I told him, dog, I can't do this no more. It's becoming more of a hassle to do this on Mondays and I'm not focusing on my business. He said, okay, cool. Then fast forward to last year or the year before, he's like, I gave this guy a chance. I gave him an opportunity to come and share with my audience. News bulletin, your audience doesn't like me. Your audience doesn't like me. They didn't like me when I was on there. There'd be some people who would like what I was saying, but they mostly did not want me on that channel. And I peeped game, but I was there because I thought I was doing a favor because you didn't see many collaboration streams at that time from producers like that. And I was like, Doug, I don't think, you just said it right there, HCC. Doug, I don't think that your audience is such a prized possession because it's your audience. It's your audience. They don't want me. That's why I'd never really understood the idea of collaborate to build your fan base. Yes, it can build your fan base, but I feel like it builds fair-weathered people with low attention spans, people who say, oh, damn, you work with this person? Okay, I'll go follow you. And then all of a sudden they're watching. I don't want those folks. I want folks who genuinely came to my channel. And I know it may sound very purist and altruist, but I want people who come to my channel and maybe even ego-driven, for being honest. I want people who come to my channel and say, I rock with you, Curtis. I don't care what kind of content you making, I'm rocking with you. I don't want your people. I don't want your head ass. I don't want your audience. And that's no disrespect to his audience. I don't want your audience. Nobody ever wanted your audience. But this space will convince anybody that they're larger than life than what they are. I've learned it. I've learned it. I've learned it. I've learned it. I've lived it. I've been in places where I felt like I was somebody. Because I got 200,000 something subscribers. You ain't nobody, bro. I had to say that to myself in the mirror. And it only got me to a place now where I can finally say, okay, now I can do the real work. Now I can do the real work. And that's what we're doing right now. Ain't about exposing. I salute. My hat's off. I will finally say it. The guy gave me an opportunity to generate income. I'm so grateful for it. But we have outgrown, or maybe I have outgrown, that business relationship. And I did not trust this person. And this is where I feel like, I'm going to say the last thing about it and we're going to move on. You know how people say it's business and not emotions? False. False. I understand why people say that. I'm not here to fight that old adage because a lot of genius people have said it. But it is emotions. Because businessmen and women make emotional decisions. Classy Beats, I appreciate you. We got to shop it up, bro. Because never mind. We'll talk about that later. Business folks have emotions. And they do emotional things, but they do it in a business way. I don't know what part of somebody's business model. A suit and tie business model. Somebody who's clean cut, somebody who's like, I'm going to teach you about everything about life, about crypto, about everything that has to do with you becoming an example of an outstanding man like myself. I don't understand how all of that branding, professionalism, the same guy who says we don't need those other powers that be. We don't need those other entities. We don't need the system. I don't understand how that same guy finds the time to make a diss song about a D-level YouTuber in comparison to his subscriber numbers. I don't know why that's a good business decision and how that aligns with the branding we've seen. That's not the person I've seen. And I'm more disappointed than anything else. So I had to learn a valuable lesson in that situation. And I'm learning a lesson now because I'm sure there's going to be a whole bunch of fight back and all of that. But I always stand by this. Nigga, if you got a problem, call my phone. You got my number. Stop the internet shit. I don't believe nothing you talking about, bro. I don't believe nothing you talking about, bro. Until you call me, I don't believe nothing you're talking about. I'm forced to believe if you're continuously talking about me and you're only talking about me to other people and not directly to me, you need that attention. And if attention is a new currency, it sounds like you're broke. If attention is a new economy, it sounds like you're broke. Weaver, I ain't talking about you. I want to talk to you, bro. There's nobody on this internet that is so important to dedicate entire pieces of your content campaign to. I have invested almost 10 years now. Oh, you're good, Weaver. I've invested almost 10 years into this YouTube space. And my record, even before then, was very solid. 13 years of solid action, actually. I say 10 years before that. You ask anybody, from the Absols to the Kendrick Lamars, to the Glasses Malones, to anybody in this industry that has worked with me. They may not like the way I express things. They may have some things that they don't like about me. But one thing they will never say is that my character is not upstanding. Have I made mistakes? Yes. But have I not tried to correct every one of my mistakes? At least with people that I felt like I did wrong. And they will tell you that I have. So to see somebody constantly going on a campaign to try to make it like I'm a nigga, you think I waited till 2023? You think I waited 10 years into my YouTube game to become a scammer now? Huh? Huh? The person that doesn't know how to hard sell his audience? I did one funnel campaign where I did a bunch of emails and I went through the whole business marketing plan of how folks are like able to squeeze so much money out of a situation when I did the music producer power bundle. And although I stand 1,000% behind that course, there's so many things about the rollout that just made me very uncomfortable. I don't like selling to people like that. But you know what? When you don't hard sell, you attract people who do. I appreciate you. Hey, young villain, I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Mind dog, you know I appreciate you for that, bro. You said, hey, I'll be having to tell this ninja Curtis, plug your stuff. Plug your stuff. I'm trying to get better about that. But if I don't get better about that, somebody is going to come through my audience, and I shouldn't do that because that's from a mindset of scarcity. But if you don't plug your stuff, somebody's going to come through and figure out how to sell to your audience. So if somebody, think about this for a second. For anybody who wants to dispute anything that I say, when you can't get a response from somebody, when you can't run ads on their YouTube channel, when you can't get them to make content about you, how do you attract attention from their name? Make a diss song. When I released DIY 2, we were still on talking terms. At least you could reach out to me. You still could reach out to me. We were on talking terms. When I released DIY 2, we were on talking terms. Even as I rolled it out. When the project finally dropped. Okay, Weaver, I'm waiting on you, bro. When the project finally dropped, bro, we invested so much time. I documented every single song on the project and put it on my YouTube channel for a playlist you should definitely go check out. It's one of my best, I feel like it's my best video work that I've done. I documented the whole project. I walked you through the whole process. Classy Beats, you have a good one. Peace to you and your family. I documented the whole process and I put it out there. I was so proud of it. Did the music on every live stream. I was so proud of it. We put it out there. And then we campaigned that mug. I got an email full of people who are reaching out to me that said, hey, in exchange for your pre-order, I will buy, I will take your course I will pay the $5.99 for your pre-order. I will, in exchange, get your course. I'll get your beat, whatever I can get from you, but I want to support. I had somebody give me free tickets to a Charger game because they wanted to support what I have going on. You know why? Because I'm genuinely a good person, and people can feel that through the screen. I don't have to fake it. So then to see out of nowhere when this person could have called me, hey, did you fake those numbers when you went number 1 on iTunes? No. You could have called me. But no. On some hoe ass shit, you went to the Twitter. You went to Twitter after you were already blocked, because I told you when that beat battle situation happened, and maybe I could have reacted a better way. Let's double back to that. I'm sorry, we're talking about a whole bunch of stuff. I'll debate whether or not to put this live up, but I want to have this conversation with you while we're here. Oh Gosh and I and the Hobie Nobby and did a beat battle. We have been planning it for weeks. And we put up a certain title for this beat battle. And he matched the title exactly and the time that we were going live. And we shifted the time. And he went the exact same time. I don't think that would have bothered me as much if I didn't know the levels of petty he is, especially when it comes to business. And I know that he's been wanting to get his get back since that beat battle situation, because I don't care how much good business you did behind closed doors. I know that your ego is hurt to see people talking about you and dragging your business like they did after that battle, which, by the way, I didn't ask to happen. The battle happened. So while we were not seeing eye to eye with each other, and folks in here, I need y'all more than ever before. You guys, please make it be known. Did he or did he not start naming live streams while I was streaming the same exact thing? I have a stream called Flocation where I make beats. I got over 105 episodes. Out of nowhere, just to be a troll, he started naming the stream's Flocation. Once again, to try to get into my customer base so he can hard sell to them. You see the people saying it. Look, I don't have to make none of this up. He had the visuals and her energy that we all saw it. So when I know you're that petty, I know to look a little bit deeper into things. When other people will be like, it's not that big of a deal. Like I seen even Weaver Beats was like, he was like, I think Curtis might have overreacted. And I understand the perspective that he has with that. But I did overreact because I felt like I had to play offense in that situation. Because I felt like it was so petty. He was so petty that he would do that. But dog, you're one of the goats. You'll hear me say it. You're one of the goats of YouTube producer FL content. You are prolific in what you do. You have helped me in so many ways. And I'm grateful. But I'm not going to kiss your ass. And I'm not going to sit up here and pat your back and reinforce your greatness to you. When you're wrong, you're wrong. And you're dead ass wrong. Trying to make a diss. Dog, diss songs to me feel like writing poetry to another man. And you did it because you didn't get in contact with him. You did it because I stopped responding to you. That means to me on some level, you want some kind of like, you want somebody to, you want to feel the warmth of somebody else. To me, that says, ooh, I just want a little bit of affection. It's weird, bro. I'm married, bro. Got a kid, bro. What you on? And then when you see his response, because I read some of the stuff, to why he did all the stuff that he did and why he's exposing me, he says he wants to make sure that he cleans the producer community. He want to make sure that he is a saint of the producer, the president of the producer community. No, bro, you got a God complex. You think that you're the God of this space. And I think that's unfortunate. I think that it looks idiotic, especially when you talk about, we're on YouTube, billions and billions and billions of views that go around. You have somehow convinced yourself that you need to save everybody by downplaying other people. Dog, there's not a lot of black YouTube producers who are making the kind of content at the tier that we're making it at. When we argue like this, stereotypes to these other folks. We like niggas to these other folks. When you don't call somebody's phone and you have their number, but you go to the public because you want them to join in on the conversation, I don't look at that as strength. I don't see strength in that. I don't see the person I thought you were and who you showed yourself to be. I'm disappointed. Even as I talk about this, I get less angry. I get more disappointed. Because I kept, even my wife, she's like, what's wrong with him? He talks more about you on the internet than I do. I don't know. I don't know why he's doing that. I don't know. But he had my number the whole time. But I'm not going to call somebody who's doing all of this because they want some attention and some weird ass affection. I think some folks are dealing with some emotions that they don't know how to process. That's my honest opinion. That's not me being disrespectful. That's not me being judgmental. I think that there are people like him who are dealing with emotions and they don't know how to process them. and they have lived their life out on the internet, and the only value they feel like they have is what these people think of them. HCC, let's not be petty. Let's not be petty. Let's not. I don't want to be petty, bro. I don't want to be petty, bro. That's not what this is about. This is about creating balance. He added me in the community feed. Call me, bitch ass. Call me. Stop acting like a bitch. Call. You know what?
The wireless customer you are calling is not available. Please try again later. El cliente de servicio móvil al que llama no se encuentra disponible. It's not available. Please try again later.
Don't add me. Call me, bitch ass. You ain't about nothing. You internet. Call me. Call me. Call me. At me. What are we doing? Call me. What are we doing? This is what I'm talking about. You can big up the guy. You can give him all the props in the world. He wants to go to the internet. You're acting like a coward, bro. Anyways, let me get my calm down music. Got me acting out of pocket. Anyways, we off of that. I just had to make sure that I said my piece on that. We're gonna wait for Weaver Beats because I want to talk about that. This all started because of folks like Weaver Beats. I love it. I love it. Please create that balance. Please create that balance. We need that balance. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Hold on. Hello?
Yes, my bad. My phone was on D&D.
You sounding really, really gentle here on the phone. But there's a lot of energy that you're operating with that doesn't make any sense and you're out of alignment. What is the issue, Carlin?
I'm here to clear up any misunderstandings or the history or whatever needs to be talked about.
Look how gentleman you sound. I'm trying to figure out, how does somebody as prolific as yourself, somebody who creates as much content as professional as you make your branding, how does somebody like yourself, I'm going to turn this phone up, how does somebody like yourself end up making drill diss songs? The suit and tie Carlin, the one that I out height by 6 or 7 inches. What are we doing? What is this about? What is this really about? Don't give me the political answer. I hear you. Don't give me no political answer. Tell me what this is about.
Yeah, the real answer was, at that point, I was triggered. I was emotional. That was the only energy I had to get out because I felt like the way I was communicating behind the scenes was in efforts to help. And then when I got shut down, it was like, well, if my helpingness isn't accepted to this degree and it's so shut down so there's no other avenue, then I'm just going to express this energy. It was just an extreme amount of energy. I remember literally jumping around my basement while recording. I was just so turned up. And the things I said were how I felt. I did feel betrayed.
But why operate it in that way? I don't mean to cut you off because I want you to have an opportunity to speak exactly what it is. And I need to grab my charger. But why do that instead of calling me like a man?
Well, I guess the short-sighted answer is I felt like I couldn't. I felt like I was like, all right, if this is the final communication, then all bets are off. The way I looked at it, and I'm not saying I'm justified, is that I said, since the friendship barrier was pulled down, I have no need to defend the things that I thought I was defending somebody from. So I stopped defending and I just let those things go, if that makes sense.
So at what point does it stop being one reaction and it becomes 6 or 7? You got videos. You got tweets that are downplaying the hard work of another independent. You have positioned yourself, Carlin, as somebody who is a leader in this space, somebody who represents the other industry that we're away from. You always say, hey, I'm the person that the people that those rappers work for, I'm the person that they talk to. You position yourself as a leader in the independent space. Why are you downplaying another leader in this space? What part of the business model is that? And then, wait a minute, you downplayed you downplayed what should have been one of the proudest moments of my life. Why, bro? Because your feelings were hurt?
I'll give you the full honesty. Since you were being so honest during the live, I was watching the whole thing. I respect you, just your entertaining factor and just you're speaking your truth. I will say, I want to remove you from my stance, because when I saw you and Dorian going live, to me, this is just my perspective. I'm not judging you. I felt like it was a reach for the end of the year, because we all know Black Friday is like the one time of year where we have to nail it. To me, it felt like this is the final Hail Mary to get as much as we can. And it felt like a finesse from my point of view, because I just felt like I love you as a human. I didn't like the lie. It seemed like a lie to me. That's why I went so hard about it. It's not remove the you-ness and meanness from it. I've always stood up for the producer community, from Timbaland to whomever is kind of like out of line, in my opinion. To me, I felt like what happens, and I want to remove you and I from this. I had a family friend get kind of suckered into those business passive income types of things. They went into debt $15,000, and now they're living in misery. Because they believed one of those people.
So we can't mix stories together for an emotional reaction. We cannot remove the you and me from this situation, because I didn't say anything about you for almost a year, but you kept making it about me and how toxic I am to the producer community. Then you come here and you say, I love you, bro. I was just emotional. But you downplay everything that I do, and you're supposed to be somebody that's in a space that doesn't have to do that. I understand the empathy for a friend, but you're coming at the wrong people, and you did it twice, bro. I've defended you, bro. It's funny how you keep mentioning the Cymatic situation, and I didn't talk to them out of my allegiance to you. You remember that?
Right. May I say something to your audience?
Sure, say it.
I want them to understand. For the record, y'all can quote this. The reason I have so much energy towards cymatics.
No. Busy. No. We're not doing that. We're not doing that. It's not about them. No, because you're doing it again. What you did was an issue the last time, and I didn't stop you because it was your platform. We're not talking about cymatics. This is the issue, bro. This is the issue. You keep making about other people, and you are taking the attention off of you. And this is where we're having a disconnect, bro. They don't care about cymatics right now. They're in here right now to hear me and you have a conversation about why is there so much conflict from two people they respect. They don't care about cymatics. They don't. And I'm saying that not to be disrespectful, but I'm saying that like you're playing a game again, bro. Like,
no, you know what it is? I'll be fair with you.
Talk to me.
I don't want you to look any type of way. I'm not trying to come on here to bash. I think what the core of it is that maybe you feel like you're defending, but from my perspective, I feel like I'm defending, and that justifies my warlike tactic.
Bro, you made a diss song. What do you need to defend? You made a diss song. And then you use your dog, you have an audience that's almost at 900,000 subscribers. I don't mean to keep jumping in here in front of you, but you're not going to, you branded me Curtis Cap. You sat up here and you downplayed all of you downplayed one of the proudest moments, and I couldn't even fully enjoy it because you got me sitting here looking crazy. Like I have 2 albums that have gone number 4 in the iTunes charts. And then you take information from a live stream that didn't even disclose the amount of albums that I actually sold for this. And then you take that and manipulate that into making your audience believe that I have to lie for relevance. And you're sitting here and trying to make it seem like, oh, it's just a lot of things going on. No, bro, you are not taking accountability. And this is the issue we had the last time. Is there anything that I'm
I have a
saying that's
question.
being disrespectful, by the way?
To me, oh no, I have a real question. I think the audience may be thinking this too. What was your intent on displaying that you went number one? What was your intent to go number one? What was the intent to display to market it that way?
Because you went on a slanderous campaign after. You said, why did I want to? Wait. Ask the question one more time. You're asking why did I make the live stream with Dorian that you brought up? What are you asking?
No, in your marketing efforts, when you were saying that you went number one in different things, I'm asking as just a consumer, what was your intent behind promoting that storyline of going number one? What was your
storyline? Don't nag me. Don't nag me, bro. Don't storyline. Don't do that. Don't do that. Here's what I want to ask before I'll answer that question for you. That's a very easy answer. Let me ask you this question first, though. Why does it matter so much to you?
That's what, forgive me. This is what I was trying to get to earlier, was trying to explain why I defended that so heavily.
No. But why? No. But I want to make sure you answer the right question, bro. I just want to make sure you stay on topic. Why do you want? And I apologize for cutting you off, but I feel like you're jumping around the story. Why are you, like, of all the things that I've done, I've accomplished a lot in the time that you've known me. Why was that the thing that irked you so much that you needed to have multiple threads and responses and videos to downplay it? Why did it matter to you?
At that time, I felt, and I know you're a stand-up person, and I know you're a respectable person who would never break integrity. To me, at that point, I felt like that was breaking integrity. I felt like it was misleading people into outcomes that they really can't get the traditional way. I just felt like it wasn't, and I guess it's based on ethics. But the way it was done, I feel like, was leading back to that story of that one person at a business seminar that I took to who got, $15,000 in debt. And then they were stuck in the debt for years and miserable and depressed. And I saw the outcome of people like Tony Robbins seminars. I'm just saying Tony Robbins to be an example. And, they get into these passive income type things in a certain language, and they think they're quitting their job to live this dream. They chase the dream. They go into debt. They do all this stuff. And it actually hurts them deeper down the line.
You think somebody would go into debt following my model of how I went number one on iTunes when I've released a course in the past for free to show them how to go number 4 on iTunes? I broke down every piece of it. Matter of fact, thank you for reminding me. I'm going to go ahead and make it public again. You really want me to believe that that was you putting on a Superman cape for the producer community of grown men and grown women who can't think for themselves? Like, why do you feel the need to save them? And why do you feel like they have to be saved from me? You know me. We've done business. You've trusted me with information about your personal life, about your business, and throughout this whole thing, I have not disclosed not one thing about you. But you've told the internet that I'm broke. You've told the internet that you saved my career, and that in that 4-hour live stream where you had the 4 letters that you wrote out about all the things that you wanted to whatever respond back to. You said everything about me, and I haven't revealed one thing about anything that you have. You think that person is the one that has to be blocked away from the producer community, Carlin? Really? And why do you feel like it was you that had to save it? Why did you feel so confident that it was a scam or that it was a lie, that you had to be the one to speak on it? Did you not think that I was capable of going number 1?
No, I want to clear to your audience as well. I watch your YouTube stuff. I think it's entertaining. I think you're the same good person as you've been. I think maybe I put my focus on that because there's not that much news going on. But I just want to say,
so I'm content. So I'm content is what you're basically saying.
Content to, no. I was going to say my history is even defending CLA Wu. Nobody stood up for CLA Wu. If you look back in the history, when Timbaland destroyed his YouTube channel, I was like the only one to talk about it. It's just in my nature to, I'll say, expose the different things going on with the producer community. I guess I had so much focus on the messaging that was a little confusing.
See, this is, but Carlin, I'm sorry. And the reason I keep cutting you off is because I know on a high level when NLP neurolinguistic programming is being offered to an audience that is listening. By you talking about stories like CLA Wu, it creates an empathy where I don't know it needs to exist for the actions that you have done that are not stand-up, they're not commendable. And CLA Wu, as bad of a situation as that is, and I 1,000% agree, has nothing to do with you and I. The person that got scammed at that situation has nothing to do with you and I. But I feel like I'm listening to someone write copy to sway an audience. And I have to call you on that because we've never had one of these conversations. And I feel like you're doing that again. I get that could be a justifiable reason, but I also get when somebody is manipulating language to make it seem like everything is all true and meant with pure intent. I've never heard you take accountability and say, bro, I was angry. Or even, how about this? I was jealous because I looked at you as a smaller channel. I looked at you as somebody that needed me. But in all actuality, that wasn't necessarily the case. You have a smaller channel, but you know what? I felt a certain type of way. I've never heard you say that. Never heard you say that. And I feel like if you stand on that, you'll get more respect than trying to do this neurolinguistic bullshit you're doing, bro. Respectfully.
No, I'll give you the full truth. I just didn't want to come on here and make you sound any type of way.
You can't because I have been transparent. Like I think you have more power than what you do. And all I'm saying is you have an opportunity now to at least stand on the shit that you're atting me. You're talking about like you're being this persona that you're not on the phone right now. You're very respectable. You're very upstanding. You're very understanding and so altruist. That's not what your actions are aligned with. So I have to hold you to the fire so we can get straight to the point. Because if not, there's no reason for us to continue talking on that.
No, continue. There's more. That's why I wanted to remove how I feel for you as a human from your business. But to further, what I was trying to get at earlier is just saying that now that line of communication was completely cut, I said, why am I defending this person? This person is technically on paper my competitor. I do anything and all things to remove competitors. Like you said, to control the monopoly. If I want to be number one, if I want to control the market, the number one rule is not have competition. And you get rid of competition at all costs, ethical costs. I don't do anything unethical. So I copied your products, copied your courses. The main reason is because I had all this stuff first. So I felt like I was giving you mercy when we worked together to allow you to.
Nigga, mercy? Who the fuck do you think you are, Carlin? Mercy? You're talking to me like a warlord. You're talking to me like a peasant. Mercy.
Let me ask you one question. Do you think I introduced you to the producer community, or do you think you did that on your own?
What do you think my channel was before I met you? In your brain, and this to me sounds very narcissistic. I can look at the audience right now, and they don't account for being viewers of you or say that they met me through your channel. It's very rarely that I ever hear that. Did you bring new people and new eyes to my channel? Absolutely. I've said that many a times. But to say that you introduced me to the producer community when I made over 300 to 400 videos of music producer motivation and content that was specifically geared towards producers. Matter of fact, one of the videos that you first commented on was an EDM trap beat that other producers were commenting on. What do you mean you introduced me to the producer community and you gave me mercy? You're talking in a way, you're using language in a way that makes you look like you have a God complex. Do you understand how that looks from somebody else's perspective?
You know, that's a subjective point of view. It's a perspective. I can't debate it. I will say that is how I look at markets. You know, I look to consolidate markets in a business term. If we're using business term, consolidate a market. And the number one thing is control the assets and attention. And so what I used to do back in the day, that's why I had such a large team. This is why Mr. Different is a little bitter, I guess, or I don't know his history. But I would bring on people to get rid of competition. And the reason I have such strong, I guess emotions toward this is because I brought you on to actually save you from competition, not to destroy you. Whereas these other people, they got out the way.
Save me from competition. Carlin, how many times have I asked you to save me?
Never did you ask. I won't say that.
So how can you run the assumption that you saved me? Do you understand when you tell another grown man that you saved them? You understand what that sounds like? I don't know if you understand. That doesn't make you sound powerful. It doesn't make you sound like you're in a position of any kind of. It makes you sound like you think that you're above people. Not once have I heard you say, "I lended a helping hand." No, you said I saved you from competition. Why? Because you wouldn't know any better, Curtis. I'm the guy. Like, this is what it comes off as. Now, if that is interpretation, that is interpretation. I do believe a lot of people are feeling the same exact way hearing you say this. It just doesn't make any, it's not adding up. So if you want to destroy competition, at what point in time are you able to justify emotions getting involved? Because you just said it earlier. You said my emotions got the best of me. I was literally jumping around in my basement. How can you say it's all business and then make it not business by going personal? You don't think a diss song that you sit down, you had to produce a beat, you had to write lyrics, and then you had to create artwork or have your team do it when they could have been doing something to grow your business. You did all that to take down me. For what?
Yeah.
Wait. Please. And we're being transparent. We're going to be transparent. Did you or did you not create a Slap Experts page out of pettiness?
After the beat battle?
Yes.
Yeah, I cloned all the product. Like I said, at that time, yes. I'll just say yes to answer you. Yes.
So there's a pattern here, and I don't know how anybody can walk away from this and think that they could trust the way somebody operates. I know that business is not built on human morals and about trust and all those things, but I'm trying to really figure out, how could you be angry about me not wanting to do business with you and then immediately position me as a competitor when, Carlin, I don't even hard sell. I don't even sell products in your niche. I don't even run ads on your channel. I don't have any of that. I didn't even have nowhere near the marketing budget. I've seen your marketing budgets on Facebook. I've never run that. I've seen it. You've showed me your numbers, Carlin. How could I ever be somebody that needs to be taken down and needs to be humbled or whatever you want to justify it as? It's just, the math ain't mathing, Carlin.
I think this is just my observation, this could be subjective. I think the tricky part is because we had such a friendship, a cordial understanding before, that when I turned on that complete business mode after that text where we kind of just both agreed, I guess, to not communicate, once you saw that side of like, this is what it's not like to be friends with BusyWorks Beats, you saw the other side, and I don't want to have to do things.
You don't have to. Just then don't. How about this? After everything was over with, I went back to content creation. The only reason that you got, even after that battle, the only reason that you got any kind of response was because I felt like I was going tit for tat. Was I wrong? Yes, I was wrong, because I should have been a bigger man and walked away from that situation. But apparently, according to you, walking away is not good enough. I didn't say anything to you the entire year. The only thing I did was buy tags from your ex-girlfriend, because I was like, you know what? You need a jab. You're doing too much talking. Leave me the fuck alone, is what I kept saying. But you kept going. And the fact that you have gone from this godlike figure that you pose yourself as to now a professional internet troll to Curtis King, how do you justify that? Like, who's your mentor, Kern? Like, how do you justify that to him as a businessman? How do you justify that? How do you act like, you can't act like a nigga and a businessman at the same time? Like, it's all entertainment. It's all for the face value. I have not heard any of the energy that you have exerted on the internet, and that is an issue, Carlin. I just want it to stop, because I want this to get to a resolve. You look at me as competition. I'd never looked at you as competition. I feel like we're in two completely different lanes. I feel like if I go into Guitar Center right now, based upon the work ethic that you've put out, there's a better chance of somebody knowing your name than my name, because you're more prolific. You have more work out there. I salute you. I respect you. Hats off. That's just what it is. But for you to position yourself like this is not good, bro. Why? Why are you doing that? Like, I would much rather you just Act like I don't even exist, like how it was before you even met me. That would make me actually, I would be in so much peace if you focused on being a greater content creator, and then I could focus on being a greater content creator. And I wouldn't want no smoke in the situation. I would much rather be talking about something that can help these people's lives rather than talking about why me and you are not seeing eye to eye.
Can I share it? You just reminded me.
Absolutely. Go ahead.
Another perspective. I think, and this is all my perspective, I think during the year when right after the beat battle, I spoke my words with Av, I spoke my words with CMP, MG, and then I did a live, and what I did immediately was take down the lie. I felt like I spoke all my piece. From that point, I felt like there was content up about me that was bringing my brand down or bringing my perception down, which is your right to do as a human in America. And I felt like for however long that was, I didn't make content about anything. And this is why I said I felt like I was on defense as opposed to offense. Because after a certain, I forget what triggered a point, I don't recall, but that's when I started making content again. And there was something else in there. I just forgot what I was going to say.
Yeah, I'll tell you this, as head scratching as a lot of this conversation is, as head scratching as your logic is, it's not for me to understand, because I feel like no matter whatever that is that you're processing, you got to process. I remember something very specifically from the beat battle, which you talked about. You had a come into Jesus moment. I could look at you now in retrospect and understand there was something going on below the surface. There was something deeper that was a lot more distracting to your life than that actual battle. That battle was just a place to take that energy out on. I even heard some of the stuff about how I crossed paths on. You even use a lyric from one of my songs and all of this stuff. There's a lot of deep-seated stuff. And it seems like it's not my issue. It's your issue that you got to figure out how to move past. Because when all is said and done, right? I was like 5 seconds away from completely moving out of this space and getting into a whole nother content space. Because I was above all the petty shit. And I learned my lessons from it. But now here we are. And what would you do then? Am I still competition because I'm on YouTube and I used to be a producer? Is this for life? How do you justify such behavior, bro? I have more questions than I have answers, but I think I have all the answers that I need.
I'll just say my final words. I think the main point is that because you're the target, it's hard to see the picture from a non-target perspective. And what I'm saying is, on paper, when I look at your website and you have very similar courses to me that look almost like clones, to me I go, this person's copying me. And so I get not offended, but I go, why are they even blocking people who want the real information?
That's a scarcity mindset. Carlin, that's a scarcity mindset. Bro, you know better than that. Hold on. Let me ask you this. Carlin, how much of the market do you need to be happy?
100%.
100% for you to be happy? Then you're unhappy. You'll never have it. So why are you... I literally said to you, and I've told you this many of times, if you see any of yourself in my courses and the designs, it's because I did not have a model of how it looked like for a producer. I took your courses, I bought your courses, I promoted your courses, got affiliate for your courses, even promoted before I was an affiliate. I bigged up your courses. I learned from your courses. I've never done a course before, so when I want to share my information, why do you think that you are the only one that's allowed to share? Why do you think the world is so small? 8 billion people and you're the only one that can do FL Studio tutorials, or you got to make it war? Why is your own business not enough motivation to not have to go attack somebody else, especially somebody that has helped you? It's crazy how many times I've said, anybody who thinks I'm being petty, it's crazy how many times I've said through this conversation, how many times I have helped you. You have helped me. Not once have you mentioned how I've helped you.
No, you have. I think you're a stand-up person. I think you're super entertaining. You've led a lot of folks, changed a lot of people's lives. When we went in person, you could really see that in person. I don't ever want to take that credit. I don't, that's not what I'm here to do.
But you're not. That's not what I've done for you. That's what I've done for the producer community. If you get my drift, you won't say what I've done for you, because saying what I've done for you is too much of of a positioning technique. So to you, that means that if you're able to big up me, you're big up your competitor in your eyes. I get that, but this is what I'm getting at. The fact that you're not able to do that creates a bigger issue. You're a 48 laws guy, and when you build forts, you build fortresses, you build blockages around you. That's the most dangerous that you're going to be. You doing this right now, you're doing it to the wrong people. And I don't say that as some kind of street dude or I'm saying that as the karma currency cannot be good, because you know where the fuck my heart is at. And you know how solid and stand up I've been. You know how many times I sat there on that funk ass music producing podcast. And I'm not saying it because it's your platform. I'm saying it because there was a bunch of kids in there that was annoying the shit out of me because they didn't want to have high level conversations. And I told you that. How many hours of my life did I give in that situation? How much cross-pollination, how much cross-promotion I've done to help your business. And the moment that I say, you know what? I don't like the way you're doing things. You don't take it and say, how can I do it better? You say, fuck it, you're an enemy, you're an op. So how can I go to war with you? That will be your downfall. And it doesn't have to be me, because I'm done with that situation. I just hope that you can shut the fuck up about me, my business, that the same business that feeds my family. I wish you could just leave it the fuck alone. That's the one thing that I ask of you. You ain't gotta say nothing positive about me. You ain't gotta do nothing. Leave me the fuck alone. I have not done anything to try to hinder your business. You came to me with a business proposal that I didn't know was a business proposal with that beat battle, and it did something that was very bad for the reputation of you as a producer for a time. I don't know what the kickback from that is. But I've never sat here and made it a complete neg and session. I've actually had to tell people to stop talking about you in the live streams. That's the one thing that I ask of you. You don't gotta like me. You can run your little ads. I don't care what you do from there on out. I just want you to stop making me a topic of conversation. If you are some kind of stand-up guy at all, just mind your business and focus on you, and I'll do the same exact thing. Because you've taught me a valuable lesson. The next time somebody pops up and does this, I'm not saying a thing. I'm not saying anything. I'm not saying anything. Because that is not to my benefit. Me responding back to you gave you way too much energy. It gave you way too much conversation amongst the producer community. Conversation that's not the same for tutorials, in my opinion.
You're right, it generated 100,000 in sales. Thank you.
Okay, that's congratulations, but how much did it create currency for your character?
My business is still growing because I serve the people. I think what's mixing up is our personal.
No. What's mixing up is that I'm understanding the human being that you are. And I don't have to respect it. I don't have to like it. I just want you to continue to make your money. If you made $100,000 based upon our interaction, that's beautiful. Congratulations. If you've made $100,000 trying to discredit my business, which in turn affects my ability to feed my family, good for you. That's not something I would ever do. And if that means that I will never become a multimillionaire because of that character, I would much rather stay where I'm at. And I'm okay with that. The greed, the hunger is not enough for me. That's not enough for me to get out of character. I've always been this way. And I'm not saying that's a pass. I don't even want to pass judgment on you. You do you, because you did you before I met you. I just don't know what my involvement has to do with what you have going on. I'm glad you made $100,000 off of my audience. That's amazing, bro. That's amazing. And I'm glad that they trust you.
Why do you say that I spent $2,000 in ads and I brought in the majority of the audience? I'm curious why you think.
Maybe that was something that I didn't see. Maybe that was something I didn't hear. It sounded like to me that you were saying that because of you making content based upon this situation, you were able to generate $100,000 in revenue. Is that not what you said?
Yes, I'm saying you asked me what came out.
So I'm saying my involvement in it has value. And that's something that you refuse to say out loud, but you will say in a roundabout way that, yes, me responding to this made me $100,000. That only empowers me to believe I know how much more money I could be generating. And I thank you for that, because all it does is make me understand exactly what my value has always been. I know it is what it is. You're saying it as a flex, and we're not here for flexing. I've already seen the man that you are. You're soft-spoken. You're not the guy that you trying to be on the internet. Stop trying to do the flex shit, bro. That's not you. That's not you. That's not you. Because when I see you, it's not going to be that. It's not going to be that. I don't even want to make it. I don't even want to make a confrontational thing, because I want to get to a place where we can get some resolve. But stop that bullshit with me, because I don't care about none of that. And I know with folks like you, and I say this because I know, and I feel like I know your character well, you can't lay hands on somebody like you, because all you got to do is tighten up your tie and your suit and call the police, and they taking a nigga out of there with the tattoos, looking crazy. They're taking me out, and you're going to be unscathed. You can call the police, and nobody will call you on being a snitch or anything like that. You get to do that. You get to toy around with the street politics and then turn back around and be corporate Carlin. So I understand what that is. I'm just saying, move on. Move on, bro.
I just have a question. Why do you think I'm attacking your family? This is business. Why do you say it like I'm attacking your family?
When you try to discredit the things that are making it a possibility for me to generate income for my family, to support my business, when you are attacking me specifically, I have not seen you go this hard at one individual person since, internet money guy? Taz Taylor.
Oh, by the way, Epic tried to get me on the phone with Taz Taylor and Instinct.
Okay, but that has nothing to do with our conversation. Stop being a goddamn chatty patty, bro.
That's your mentor.
Stop being a chatty patty.
That's your mentor.
You acting like a fucking hoe. Stop being a chatty patty.
I'm telling you the truth, bro.
I don't care what the truth is. Carlin, we're not talking about neither of them. I'm saying that you and every time we start talking about you start making it about somebody else. Why is that, Carlin?
You brought up Taz Taylor, and I brought up why.
But why did I bring him up? I brought it up because of you, and you decided to bring up Epic. Why are you like that?
Because I'm getting to a point of, you're saying I'm attacking your family, but it's a decision.
You are attacking the very business that supports my family. Now what?
But do you think you made the decision to leave my umbrella? Do you think you made that decision?
I absolutely made it. What do you mean to leave your umbrella? I made the decision, Carlin, to stop doing business with you. Fuck your umbrella. Fuck the rain. Fuck everything that you think that you were bringing to my life. You were not bringing as much value, nearly as much as you think that you were. There was a time period where, yes, funds were hurting, and you absolutely helped. But to think that you somehow now run the success, you think that my success is attributed to you and not the 4,000 plus videos all over these platforms that I've created, you think that's yours? That sounds narcissistic.
Because I feel like I entrusted you with a piece of my audience. You monetized them, and then you acted like.
How did I monetize your audience? How did I monetize your audience?
Where does the money come from? Courses, sounds, you name it.
How do you think that's only your audience? You think every person that came to buy was somebody who was wait a minute. You think everybody that came to buy was somebody in your audience? They entrusted. So you know what that tells me, Carlin? That tells me that they saw some value in coming to a course after they took yours, which is the freedom that everybody has, as you said, in this great America. So then why do you have an issue with human beings making choices outside of yours? You get paid, I get paid. Who cares? You want to hold a monopoly, and dog, that's not how life works. And you're doing it with the producer community. Like, it's so goofy because there's a ceiling on the money that's here. You're acting like a tyrant, bro. Like, that's weak. That's not strong.
You cloned my products, man.
How did I clone your products?
You sat there and copied product for product what you could.
What did I do? What products did I copy? What did I copy? Tell the people what I copied.
I have a free sample series. You copied it, called it Chop Chef. I have a free beat battles course. You copied it and called it How to Make Beat Battle.
I've never seen your. Wait. Let's dice it. No. Let's go one by one. First of all, the chopping series. You're not a sample-based producer. First of all. Second of all, I never even heard of your chopping series because, or your sampling series because I had to be on your email list. I unsubscribed from your email list years ago. I don't get your updates. I don't see your shit. And guess what? You're not that fucking good for me to study you. I'm a better producer all the way around, sample based. The battle showed that. So why would I need to copy you? What does that even make any sense?
I didn't say copy the material. I said you copied the business concept.
And they're there for the material. And if business is business, why does it fucking matter? Because you said that. You said it doesn't matter. You said business, not emotions, right? You said business, not emotions. So then why does it matter if I would have copied every single blueprint of your design, if I called it something like fleeky, if I called it all that stuff, why is it of your concern if it's just business?
Because the number one rule, as said by Elon Musk and the people at PayPal Mafia, you get rid of competition, you create a monopoly. I don't want people taking up my keyword space. If you're going to copy my keywords and my products, I'm going to go in and claim my audience right back.
Wow.
It's business.
Wow. That's interesting. Interesting. So what was the second thing that I stole from you again? So I stole a sampling series from you.
I'm just naming the products.
I want you to name some more products. I want you to name some more. What else? What else?
Studio course. I have a new free FL Studio 21 course for free on my site. Premium.
Okay, I don't have an FL Studio 21 course. I have an advanced FL Studio course with Larry O. And then I have a beginner's FL Studio course. Guess what? If you Google FL Studio beginner's course, you're not the only fucking guy. You know that, right?
Right, but the other people are under my umbrella. Do you understand?
Jesus Christ, your umbrella. Yeah, I see it. I see it. I get it. I get it. I genuinely pray that you understand what that looks like to other human beings. I hope you understand it because I feel like nobody operates like this when they're happy. Nobody operates like this when they're happy. When they're happy and they understand that they have value and they understand that they have a fraction of the market because of the work that they've put in, and they know that their business stands on 10 toes because of the quality of the product and people believe in it, you don't have to worry about no fucking competition. Do you go to war with them at times? Absolutely. I understand that. They do it every time during Christmas season. But if you believe in what you got going on, the fuck are you worried about a 200,000 subscriber YouTuber who copies your products? So apparently this person's not creative at all in your eyes. This person was underneath your umbrella. Then I am a peon. So then why are you going so hard for a peon? And then you say, I want to destroy my competition. Well, guess what? Destroying your competition, if I'm a competitor, means taking food off of the family that I support. And you said, how do I affect your family? Bitch, I just told you.
But it's business, and they have nothing to do with the business. That's you.
They have everything to do with the business because it's a family-owned business. Now what?
It's business. I don't owe you anything.
I didn't say you owe me. I said it's a family-owned business. You need to go and set up shop at your brick and mortar and leave me the fuck alone. I don't want your keywords. I have not promoted the courses in years. I have been trying to get out of the course space because I recognize, you know what? I tried to go the course BusyWorks route. I didn't actually like putting the courses together because they're fucking boring. And so are a lot of your courses. They're fucking boring. Be transparent, they're fucking boring. Your videos are completely too long, and I don't want to go that route. I don't want to be you. And I think that you have this ego that is larger than life. I don't want to be you. I don't want to be underneath your umbrella. I don't want to make another dollar with you. But I do, and I will stand on my shit to plug my shit, to do my business and move forward. I have not. Look at the last product. You have not in your life put out any kind of content like the content that I've been putting out. You have not pivoted to the place that I pivoted to in producer motivation. No. You attempted when you made videos like how to get a girlfriend, real man advice. That's not, I don't do that kind of stuff. That's what you do, bro. And I let you exist. I let you do your thing. I don't come looking for you. Whether you're in my competitor market or not, I'm not the only competitor that you have. So why are you so hyper focused on me? Am I that big of a threat?
I think it feels that way because you're you. That's what I'm trying to say. This is
what does that mean?
Any and all people. I've been doing the giving games 8 years ago. Actually, the first video I have is about the law of attraction. I've been doing this.
Okay, so then, what makes you believe the same way that people do reaction? See, and you know what's crazy? This to me screams ego, because you did the same thing with Sharp. You did the same thing with, I don't know who the other kid's name was who was doing reaction videos. And you said they got the idea of how to make a Travis Scott beat in 5 minutes from me. Okay, that's what leaders do. They have people that follow what they do. You look at that and get offended and feel the need to go on a warpath. I remember specifically when you told Taz Taylor, and we're talking about you. We're not talking about Taz. We're talking about you. When you had issues with Taz Taylor, you said, I feel the necessity to go to war, and when it's time to go to war, I have to make sure that I stand up as a general. You use these terminology that said I have to destroy at all costs.
I believe this is even in the Bible.
No. We make kicks and snares. Dog, what are you talking about right now?
As said in the Bible, there's a time for love and peace. There's a time for war. If you read the Bible, the God is a God of wrath and war, just as much as he is a God of love.
Yes, God is. You're not God.
I didn't say I was God. I'm letting you know that.
But you're showing me how you're aligned with you're showing me how you're aligned with the methodology that you're not God. So you're justifying your actions by bringing up God. You say if God does it, I can do it. Is what I'm getting from that first initial. But go ahead. You know what? I'll let you continue. Let me shut up. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I remember. Again, anybody who's not under the umbrella who speaks against.
No. I want you to go back to your God analogy. Go back to your God analogy, please, because I want you to finish that quote. I want to make sure I got this the right way.
I forget who said it. I want to say John. Says God is a God of peace and love and a God of war. There's a time for this, meaning there's a law of polarity. There's an up, there's a down, there's a left, there's a right. Without good, there can't be evil. Without evil, there can't be good. Sometimes we have to go to war to protect what we love. And that's what I feel like I'm doing.
What are you protecting from? And what am I, in regards to me, we're only going to keep it about me. What are you protecting from, and what do you feel like I am attacking? Don't go back to the courses that were made in 2015 and 2019. What am I attacking that has you so aggressive as you've been on the internet only? Explain that to me, that you now have to be the God of wrath because of what I've done. What did I do to you?
To me, what rubbed me wrong at that time, even including Dorian, until I watched a lot of his stuff and just let it go. But what it was I didn't feel it was ethical. The number one messaging that was going on. I felt like it was a little misleading.
Carlin, I'm going to ask this question, and I say this respectfully as a father of someone who is going through it. Are you autistic?
Not that I know of. No.
I'm a father, and I've read so much about the way that the wiring happens. My son is autistic. And I don't say this as a disrespect. I say this so that I can get some context and be less frustrated by what I'm hearing. Because it sounds like to me somebody who is playing a game with something that is real life and doesn't understand the stakes that come along with it. And it's not because I don't want to save you. That I don't have a God complex. I need to take care of my family, and that's it. And my beautiful autistic son, I will take care of him for the rest of my life by any means necessary. And I have not had to do it on the shoulders and stepping on anybody else to do it, and I'm proud of that. And if that means that I make less money than you in the long term, that's fine. I get to live with myself and look in the mirror, and I can be happy and proud. Not saying you can't, because it seems like you have no problems with that. That's fine. But that's what I stand on. That's what I've always standed on. So you attack that person instead of the people who operate like you. Why are you not that aggressive with the other entities that act? Why are you coming at the person that doesn't even play the game that you play?
I think I'll just say it this way, is that if you want to judge me for doing business moves that tend to affect your family because of a decision you made, then can't we also say that why do we go to the gym and waste electricity that can be used in India when we're actually hurting someone across the globe?
This nigga talking about India.
If you want to go biblical, it's don't judge someone with a log in your eye. And right now, the way you're coming across is that you have a huge log in your eye, and you're making me out to be this.
You got to log up your ass because you got to log up your ass because you believe everything that you're saying, and I'm just looking at this like.
Can I ask you a serious question?
Why
should I have pity on what does your family have to do with my business decisions?
I don't need your fucking pity. I don't need your umbrella. I'm saying, as somebody who is not operating in that way, as somebody who should not even be a threat to you, I'm not a threat to you. I shouldn't be a threat to you. I have not even jumped in any, I don't know what the fuck you're doing because I don't watch your content anymore. I've outgrown your content. I did when we were doing business. I didn't outgrow your business practices. I wanted to learn more about them. But then as I did them and I started to see what it feels like to be on that side, I didn't like who I was, so I stopped. Thank you for teaching me things, Carlin. But you do not have jurisdiction over the rest of my life and every product that I create afterwards. How does that, like that sounds like a obsessive ex-girlfriend. Like, what do you, if I am such low tier and you made $100,000 based upon the conversations that I had dealing with you, Curtis King, because I'm such a better businessman, then why are you over here operating with me when there's somebody that you can make $500,000 off of? Because that's all they do is sell, just like you. Why not do that to the Gabes of the world? Why not do that to the other guys, the ones that are actually operating in your space? Why are you doing that to me? I'm not asking you to be sympathetic for my business. I'm a man. I don't need your sympathy. I don't need your helping hand. I don't need any of this stuff that you are holding up in such high light. I just need to stand up every single day and make sure I do my work. And that's what I've been doing. Irregardless of whatever childish trolling shit you put out there, I stand on all 10 and I do that every time. And I keep other people's names out my mouth. But you have made a decision that has very little to do with business and has so much more to do with ego and has so much more to do with, I believe that you owe me more than you've given me. That's what I'm getting from this.
Can I be just, have a minute to explain? I think my energy initially came from the fact that I did feel betrayed. If we want to help the audience understand the story of Jesus and Judas, I did feel like that was a Jesus-Judas moment where I got betrayed, and that energy carried on, unfortunately.
And what did I do that betrayed you? Just for clarity, what did I do that betrayed you?
I felt like we were both sharing memes back and forth, and then after the battle, because your audience didn't like the way the battle went, you just bashed me.
I didn't say my audience. I said I didn't like the way the battle worked, and I talked to you on the phone. What did I do before I talked to my audience? Did I not call you? Yes.
Fair, I can't recall everything.
Yes, I will give you the clarity. I called you. I called you before I went to the public. You know why? Because as a businessman, because we're not gonna do the friend thing. Don't tell me ever again, oh yeah, bro, I love you, bro. Don't tell me that bullshit. As a businessman, I thought that it would be wise to have a discussion offline before we get to doing anything online. And you know what? Have that conversation going more positively and you try not to buy me out because you offered to give me money out of the situation that you made money on. I told you I didn't like the way that it became a funnel. It felt like the beat battle was a funnel and I told you I didn't like that. And you went to saying very petty things like, oh man, you're not understanding what I'm saying. You remind me of my ex-girlfriend and all. You said a lot of things that I'm like, I don't think you understand. You're talking to that one. You're talking to a real man. And I came to you, stood on all 10, and I said, look, I didn't like that shit. And because of that, I think we should discontinue doing business. And if you would have said, you know what, I see where you're coming from. This is all business. And you feel like that I sided you. I apologize for that. And you know what? Shit could have went a different way. We should have had better communication because you and I have did too many business. To me, that's just, and I'm not even wanting you to be me. I just want you to be stand up. If you'd have did that, there'd have been no responses and no need for the videos because then I look like a bitch ass nigga. But no, I have an opportunity to say why I'm not running around here and acting like, oh my God, like it was such a championship win because it didn't feel like a win with the way that it was operated. I felt like my audience could have done so much better with their time. That wasn't worth the time. There's music producer conversations we've had that were worth more time than that. That was a circus. And we both look like clowns. I don't care how much I was in there killing the beast. We both look like clowns in that situation. I don't like that. I don't do the clown shit. I don't come to the circus. I don't do the controversy. I don't even put other people's names in my posts like that. That's not what I'm here for. I'm here to give the value to my audience. And if there's overlappage, which the analytics shows is overlappage, that's fine. Do the same thing. Show up and do the work. Stop the petty shit. If you are so concerned about trying to destroy and use your God of wrath tactics, make better content. And make content that doesn't need to have my name. I'm just asking you not to be slanderous. I'm just asking you to mind your content and do your work. I'm asking you to make one exception because I'm not doing that with you. I'm not asking you to change your business model. If you want to continue to run ads and all that shit to my channel, be it as it, do what you do. And position yourself as this god and this leader of the producer community. Do that as you do. Leave me out of it. I'm not copying a damn thing that you do. To this day, I am not. I have found better mentors. I have found skill shares. I found other people to learn from. You're not the bearer of all information. My father is a professor, like dog. Humble yourself. You have not taught everybody everything. You've taught a lot, but you've not taught everybody everything. So please, I am asking you to make one exception. And this is me speaking very respectfully. Keep my name out of your content and let's move on. If you want to do war, if you want to do all of that, keep it G. Keep it business. Mind your own. Mind your business. Stop attacking me. I'm not attacking. There's nothing I have to hide. I disclose everything. Just mind your business. That's all I'm asking. I'm not asking you to change anything. That's it. Can you do that?
I mean, I didn't want to say this on live, but I just don't feel, what do I owe you that for?
Because I asked you.
Why do I owe that?
I asked you. Now, the first time I'm asking. Because it's a vulnerable place to be in. We had a conversation that we weren't supposed to have today. It wasn't about you today. This was supposed to be about Weaver Beats and the reaction that he had of an amazing video. It's not about that. This now has become this. So I am asking you to keep me out of your content. Because I have done that already and I've shown that I do that. Because after that, we got to go somewhere different. And that's not even a threat of physical harm. I'm going to play the game that you play. And I would absolutely sue your ass for slander. I will become the biggest Karen that I could ever become. I will lawyer up and I will figure out all of this. I will do everything needed to ensure that I am heard in the language that you respect. I don't care about these folks on the internet. I don't care about none of that. I'm talking about elevating it to a level that you understand. I don't want to do that. I would much rather focus on my content, but if every time I get on here, somebody wants to hear what's my response to what the guy with 800,000 subscribers has to say about me, it's a distraction. And it doesn't need to happen when you have my number. And you have no justifiable reason to fucking continue it. But you're still doing it. Don't do that. I'm asking you, Carlin, stop.
Well, can I say to your audience, the last time we talked...
No. I want you to talk to me. Can you talk to me for a second? I asked you a question. I asked you a question. And you know what? We can get back to that. That's fine. Because that battle ain't shit. I'm asking you, man to man, forget the audience. I could turn this shit off right now. I'm asking you, can you do that?
I mean, do you know what slander and libel is?
I don't care. Look. Stop it. Stop. You're justifying. I asked you a very simple question. Could you not?
You threaten me with legal action.
I will. I have every right to do it. You have done everything you can to try to destroy what I have been building, and I haven't said shit about you.
And what damages Curtis King?
Get the fuck out of here. Carlin, I asked you one simple question. You're not answering it. Now I'm starting to get angry. Answer my question. I have not said anything about you. Can you keep my name out of... I'm asking you.
I'm answering you.
Keep my name... You're answering me with the question. You're not answering the question. Can you...
No, I'm answering you.
Answer.
It's because you put up the content that you said you'd remove in our private conversation, and you put it back up. I deleted mine off of YouTube.
Yes, you did. And you know why? You know why I did that? I'm not saying I'm right, but you know why I did that? Because you released a fucking diss song.
Do you understand why?
No, and I don't care why. I don't care why. You released a diss song.
Are musicians allowed to express their creativity through music without inhibition?
Do it in your lonely. Do it in your private moment. What does it have to do with anybody else? If you had an issue with me, you had smoke that you need to get off, why didn't you call me?
But isn't that trying to gatekeep my creative works?
No, we're not playing the NLP game. Why can't you call me as... No. Fuck your creative works. Why don't you call as a upstanding business, right? Because there's a Better Business Bureau as well. As an upstanding business, why can't you call the person you have issues with and get that shit off? Better yet, when we were on Talking Terms and I asked you these very things, you said nothing about any of the things that you said in the song.
That's fine. I feel like the number one pushed me over the brink to actually release how I felt.
The number
So
one
that
that has
I'm out of
nothing to do
peace.
with you. The number one that has nothing to do with you?
But you understand, you stopped the communication between you and me. You stopped that. I did not stop that.
Because we don't have, look at how frustrating, and it's funny because I'm so glad that people have this conversation public. It's so frustrating having a conversation with you because you talk like you're writing copy for a software product. Yeah, for example, it's like the God of War. Like, this is a Bible story. You sound like you're writing the first paragraph of copy. You're not having a conversation, which is why I've asked you earlier about whether you suffer from autism. Because that disconnect from what I'm asking you, those nerves are not connecting, my guy. They're not
I'll explain
connecting.
it. What happens is I give context first and then the answer. Most people want the answer first and then context. I've made that mistake before. I think my final words is that
No. I need an answer on that other thing because what you're getting into is not what I asked you. I asked you, can you, and I'm asking the last time I'm asking, can you make the promise to keep my name out of your content, whether it's positive or negative? Could you please? Your umbrella that you hold so high, could you please remove my name from that content? That's the only thing I'm asking.
It's conditional.
Okay, what is the condition?
If I feel like my audience is being misled, I speak on things. I spoke against him. I spoke against you.
Okay.
I have a history of doing this.
Okay, you feel like your audience is misled. That's the first condition. So you're policing. You're gonna police. You're not God, bro. Like, what do you?
I'm
What are
trying
you?
to defend my people. That's why I said I didn't come to attack. I came to defend. And it comes off like an attack to the person that's being.
I don't. No. It's. I just. You have a literal.com for Curtis King Cap that leads to your song. You have made phony pages to copy the products of my sound packs, which I didn't copy from you. So that creativity had to come from somewhere. Oh, are you angry that it came from the people that you have this inner rivalry with cymatics? All of that shit is so goofy in the zoomed out world and point of view. The producers that you want to defend are grown men and grown women. They don't need you, dog. They don't need you. Why do you think that what do you think these people are going to do if they never had internet connection to you? You think they would just be a lost cause? Everybody would just be lost without you?
I think the biblical phrase is, I'm separating the wheat from the chaff. Right now,
Lord
I saw you
Jesus.
as a weed. I removed the weeds from the farm.
Okay, that's
And you
fine.
have to be a part of it.
That's fine, and you're entitled to whatever opinion that you have about the things that I do. But I am asking you one time and one time only.
I can't say yes, and it's conditional because
No, Carlin. No, I don't think you hear me. And if I need to get off of here for you to have that, there's only one answer for this one. There's only one answer for this one. Because I have already gave you all of the transparency. I've gave you your due respect. At this point, it gets into some other shit. And I don't have the time. I don't want to put my focus there. I'm asking you, stop mentioning my name on your channel. How about this? I'll create a clause for you. I will remove any content that mentions your name on my YouTube channel.
that's a good start. And then I'll turn off the Curtis King Lies Exposed. I think that's the only video. I might have to search. I'm not sure what else I have.
I need better than a start. I need an actual end to this. Because this cannot carry on. This is old. This is now 3 years in the making. How do we dead this? Remove the videos. I want to make sure this is done publicly. Remove the videos. What else?
Are you gonna delete it this time or hide it and then re-upload it like you did last time?
I'll delete it.
Because we
I am saying this in front of the audience right now. So I'm glad it's public. I will delete it. But I am asking, but I will only delete it under one condition. I have not made any conditions. One condition. You stop mentioning my name on your channel.
That's a strong deal. I will say I will remove the Curtis King Lies video. I'll remove the tweet. Because I'll give you this. You removed the number one marketing off your website, so I'm not.
I'm not removing that because of.
No, I said you did. It's gone. It's not there.
So what does it have to do with anything when it's the actual fucking truth?
It was, to me at that time, I saw it as something else. It's up to you how you want to market. I just felt like
it's not about marketing. You think that I'm you and I'm not you. I don't operate like you. Why do I need to lie? I've been in this business for 20 years. Why lie now?
I never said you lied. I'm saying that.
So wait, Carly. No. You said I removed you said the justification for you deleting the tweet was that I deleted me being number one. The fact that it was visual was a problem to you because you felt a need to justify to the audience why it's not possible and why it's all cap, which leads to the diss song. Okay, right. I get that. Okay. But facts are facts. You cannot take away the number one if the number one happened. If the number one happened because I released on a soft release day, which I said in my free course, which I'll make available. Thank you for reminding me. I released on a soft day. I released and I did pre-orders in exchange for products that were far more expensive than that $5.99 pre-order. Why do I need to cheat? Carlin, do you know that you can't create multiple Apple accounts in one sitting and continue to download? Do you know how much money that would be and how stupid that would be if I didn't know if it could even work? I have a family to feed. That's stupid. That's completely stupid. And I'm looking at it and I'm like, and then you made the narrative. Here's the problem I have with this, Carlin. You made the narrative, he's trying to show you guys that it's all possible. Never did I say that it was all possible. I had to do a lot of fucking work, a lot of 20-hour editing sessions to document the process of the album. And you know what's crazy? You just sat off in the wings like a hater and didn't say nothing. You waited till it actually happened and then wanted to denounce it. You didn't say anything to me to my face. You didn't say anything to me on the phone. You used that as an opportunity to generate some content that would generate some leads that would hopefully lead to sales and take back the supposed fans that you blessed me with underneath your umbrella. It is so petty. And I see it all for what it is. And I have no value mentioning your name from here on out. I really don't. I just want the shit to be over with. So the conditions, as we've said them publicly, and this will show, if you go back on them, how much of a bitch-ass nigga you are. And I'm not saying that you are right now, but I'm saying that if you go back on those, we know where your character stands. I am asking you, this is clear as day, Carlin. Remove the content. I'll remove the content. All content, I will delete it. Never to be heard from again. But I must, as a condition of that, have you never, ever, ever, ever mention my name on your platforms ever again. Unless we get to a place where we can actually build on something, which seems very far-fetched at the moment. I'm glad that we're having communication. It shows something. Unless we can switch that, there is no way that I need you to go back on that term. I need you to agree with that.
As Dorian would say, that's the gag order that was put from Howard Stern over to Opie and Anthony. That restricts my freedom of speech. I didn't
ask you to not say any words you want. I said stop making content about me.
That's why I want to remove you and make it about my freedom of speech. I want to protect that. I'll send people your way.
I don't want people. I don't fucking want nobody from you. I don't want no new customers, you bitch ass nigga. I don't want none of that shit. I want you to move on with your life. You're not that important. You're not that important. And neither am I. Focus on you. Stop making content about me. I'll delete the content. That's the deal. Stop making content about me. If I see it, we'll have an issue. We'll have a major issue.
You can go ahead, but you can't say
we'll have a major issue. We'll have a major issue. That's not a threat. That is a promise. We'll have a major issue. And I don't want it to be like that. I want this to be able to end on a very solid term. I didn't talk to you this long to get back where we started from.
But you're talking tough.
I'm not talking tough. I'm telling you This is the means of actions that happen when you don't understand the circumstances. You have no reason, whether it's your freedom of speech or not, you have no reason to mention this channel. You have no reason to mention another grown man on this platform. And as a man, there's no reason for another man's name to be coming out of your mouth in front of a bunch of folks that probably don't even know who I am. So at that point, it's personal. Because it does not benefit you. It's not business. It doesn't benefit you.
Why do you praise Weaver Beats if you have that same logic?
Because he's unbiased. We've never done business. He's unbiased. He has no. We've never disclosed things like like that fiance of yours that said no to you on the yacht. We never disclosed things like that until now. I know that shit about you.
Curtis King, listen, I never exposed your video on YouTube about you proposing to your girl at the festival. I never wanted to hurt you.
You don't have to expose it because it's still public. It's still public. There's nothing to hide. Unlike you, I don't have skeletons in my closet because I am very, very transparent with my audience, and it's always been like that. But you know the issue that I have right now is that you have hula hooped around it, and I have seen where you stand with things. We'll have an opportunity to have this conversation offline because I see you don't want to look like you're weak in front of these people. I get it. I get it. But I'm sorry, sir. You look weak. You look very weak. Because for you to not be able to say, you know what? You have not said one time, dog, you know what? I was going through some bullshit and I was in the wrong.
I mean, I don't know why you're not acknowledging the phone call we had like almost probably 6 months ago.
I didn't ask about that. A lot has transpired since then. I asked now. All you had to say, I was in the wrong. I shouldn't have did that shit. My bad.
As a human, I don't feel like I have to hold back my words towards something I felt was wrong to the community. I didn't feel it was right. Okay. And that's unfortunate, bro. That's unfortunate. I really, at one point in time, I really did look up to the content. I really looked up to the person that you proposed yourself to be. I really felt like there was a lot of things that you did that could have moved this whole thing. You have done a lot of things that have moved the whole needle forward. But this is not the brightest moment. And I appreciate you for exposing to me that it doesn't matter what levels, there's always new devils that come along with that. Not calling you a devil, but I'm saying that there are always things that we all have to deal with. I had it in my mind that when folks are at a certain level of success, there's certain things that are below them. There's certain things that they don't pay attention to because they have too much business at hand. They're too, pun intended, busy for that. But what I'm seeing is a level of pettiness that doesn't align with the person that I thought that you were. I'm not trying to guilt trip. I don't need none of that. You've already made it very clear that you want to continue this godlike warpath on somebody that literally doesn't care about the competitors, competition. All I want to do is provide value to my audience in the best way I know how, feed my family, and continue on from there. Anything else is just extra. You have a different philosophy, and you're more than entitled to have that. You're more than entitled to be whoever you want to be. But I've shown you my colors many of times, and I have not gone back on that. Anything that you saw that was petty the last few months was in reaction. But you don't have to worry about me and I said it all today. And I feel like I'm so grateful it happened at the beginning of the year, because now when I see it, I cannot see you for the same man that you were. I can't see that. And you know what? I need to say this too. I apologize for cutting you off so much today. I do. Because I feel like there's an opportunity for closure, and that agitates the situation. That being said, I have respect for what you do, salute to what you do. And if you do something that I don't agree with, I do the same thing that I do when I see these NFT posts. I keep scrolling. I go to something else. I don't feel the need from my end to protect my audience. These are grown men and grown women. And I think that experience is more valuable than you saving them from those experiences. So if there's something that you see and you're like, I don't know how that aligns, you need to expose that, you know what? It actually doesn't even matter anymore.
It really doesn't matter anymore. I said everything. You said everything. It was done publicly. I gave you an opportunity to show me a different you, and you did the same thing. You danced around it. You played around with it. Now I know, like, to not even give it any kind of energy. I'm disappointed, bro.
Sorry to hear that. I mean, to your audience, I still watch your stuff. It's entertaining. Keep going. Of course, I'm going to put pressure under you to keep progressing. The last message is I'm not trying to make this personal. But
you've already, but you cannot say it's not personal when you say that it rubbed you the wrong way, and you said that many of times in conversation. It can't be both, bro. Like, I know you're trying to save face in front of this audience. I know you want to come out looking like I said. I get it. I've met many of yous. In this space, and the higher up I get, the more I see how tricky shit can get. But I've always had respect for what you do, and I'm just like, it's beyond me.
Thank you. I appreciate the conversation. I appreciate you letting me come on live, because you could have just not looked at. You could have avoided the text, but he's real. He read the text. Let me call. So
they don't need you to. They don't need you to tell that I'm real. I think the fact that I called you. You didn't. Don't frame narratives. I called you, and you called me back. Called you twice.
But I text you first, bro. Come on, stop.
No, look. You texted me. Okay, let. Hold on. Hold on. Oh, now you want to bring Jesus into it. Hey, wait. What would Jesus say about how you're acting? Businessman?
Jesus would say this: love your business like you love the church with all your heart. Protect it. Defend it. Don't let it slip away.
And what does he say about your neighbor?
He says, love your neighbor. That's why I'm confused as to why you're doing things against loving your neighbor, which to me at the time was misleading the audience.
What have I done? What have I done that does not display love for thy neighbor? Currently,
everything's cool. Like I said, I went on the website. I don't have a problem now.
Why are you going on my website? You crazy ex-girlfriend sounding ass nigga. Why are you on my website?
Analysis for one, and for two, you promoted it. What do you
why
mean?
are you on? But why are you on my website? You have a business, a very thriving business, as I recall. Why do you have time to go to my website? Little old me. What are you doing? You got an umbrella, Mary Poppins. What are you doing? Mary Poppins, you have an entire umbrella to take care of. You have so many people that you have so many people that you have been the father of. Fucking Maury Povich, you're the father of so many folks out here. Why do you have time for little old Curtis? What are you doing? I haven't been to your website. Because there's nothing that you're doing that I look at as in alignment with what I'm doing. Why are you on my website? Like that, look, you don't get how that sounds like. I broke up with her, but I'm still checking to see if she talking to any other nigga, see what she on. That sounds like the same thing. I'm trying to see if your business is upstanding, and if it's not, I'm going to make sure the audience knows. Huh?
It's called reconnaissance. You always study your opponent's business. You study the market.
Jesus Christ.
This is why people would sit outside of a Goodwill, for example.
Okay, no. We had enough of your stories. It's crazy how much you call me a boomer, and you tell stories like a goddamn boomer all the time. That's amazing to me. It's called reconnaissance. You're treating the conversation like fine wine, and it's so weird. It's so odd.
But understand how you block the value that people try to add to your audience.
But it's not about blocking the value to them, because they have the same access to you that they had before you and I stopped talking. I'm not blocking the value. They can still get to you. Huh?
That's the problem. Not everybody receives messages through me. I had something to give to your audience. You blocked it on the back end. Now what did you give to my what are you talking about? What did you have to give to my audience, Carlin? I mean, I'm not going to screenshot anything. Do you recall the text I sent about the brands and different things for your audience?
Yes, and did I ask for that?
No, I was doing that out of a favor.
Okay, Carlin, yes, you did do that. Yes, you don't have to screenshot it. You did do that. But Carlin, let me ask you this. Did you ever ask, do you need that, Curtis? Or did you make the assumption that it was needed? Or did you even care to ask?
To me, it's like, why use my words?
No. I'm asking you, Carlin. I'm asking you one specific question. Did I do that? Yes or no, bro? That's it. Yes or no?
You didn't. I did it out of act. I'm trying to prove.
So what I'm saying is, as a businessman, I understand now as I'm getting better at business, a lot better than when you met me. That's called a leverage play. You attempted to gain leverage by doing something that you can now throw in my face later on, like you did in that 4-hour stream or that 4-page stream. You sat there and proceeded to say all the things that you did for me to help me out. And then now if I take that favor that you give me, it gives you an opportunity to now throw that into a diss song. Does it or does it not? Free speech?
That's one way to look at it, but it's more so, I remember you asked me on our call that we had in private.
You see this?
You said prove it, and I said, okay, I'll prove it by giving you value because I hurt you. And I tried to prove it by giving you value back, and you didn't receive it.
You did not hurt me. You disappointed me.
But I'm just trying to illustrate that I was doing that out of proving instead of talking. I mean, it's
you can't sit here and talk about. You can't win points for offering something to someone if you haven't even acknowledged whether or not they even needed it. You can't get points for that. What if I said to you, hey, Carlin, I want to give your audience 4 free plungers, in case they got some dirty ass tubs and they need, some dirty ass toilets. And you said, no, thank you. I don't even know if they even need plungers. Can I? No. Can I now turn around? You're being manipulative. Can I now turn around and say, I offered the guy 4 plungers? And he said no. How ungrateful. He blocked me from the blessings that I could give.
It's not a plunger. I was going to offer people to work with the world's greatest music production team on the planet.
Lord Jesus.
And give them real opportunities. And you blocked that from your audience.
I blocked it. No, I didn't block it. I blocked myself from you. You have the same freedom. And this is what I'm telling you. You have the same freedom now. When you show up and do... Here's you like stories, right? You like stories. I know you like stories. It's like we set up on the same street. Right? Actually, you're in a high-rise building. You like that? Like a high-rise building? Does that sound more like your brand? You're in a high-rise building. You have pictures on the wall that say the wrath of God. Right? You have the wrath of God on the wall because that's your philosophy, right? Destroy every competition, even when they're not really a competitor. Destroy them. Here I am, small business, setting up shop on the corner of the street. You're looking outside of your window at all the businesses that you don't feel like are aligned with integrity or your integrity, your definition. And you're going down and you're starting protests in the middle of the street about this business ain't right. This business ain't right. Well, why do you say that? Because they blocked the blessings that I could have gave that small business. Instead of looking at it as, how about you just mind your own? I mind my business. And you know what? If there was an opportunity for somebody to get value of it and I said no because of my personal feelings, that's also my choice. That's what it looks like. You got 800, 900,000 something subscribers. My God, I'm just a coffee shop on the corner, bro. I'm just minding my business. But something about that coffee shop seems to irritate you so much that you can't even make a promise to not say my name. You have become a professional troll in the name of content and the God of wrath. And I just don't understand it. It's like I'm running. You like stories? It's like I'm running with headphones on and I'm just jogging. And then I look to the side of me and you're running full speed next to me. And you think we're racing. No, I'm out for a jog, bro. You're delusional, bro. You're delusional. You said you told me, no, I'll let you talk right now and I won't interrupt you. You said that it is not enough until you have 100% of the market. Delusional.
Wouldn't Grant Cardone say the same?
You're not Grant fucking Cardone. And Cardone got delusional times as well. And he, guess what? At the end of the day, guess what? He's a human being just like you. But you know what's also not happening? Grant Cardone is not going down and trying to he's not going down and trying to demolish Dorian's business. No, he goes and does interviews on his platform. And then he goes about his life because he has way too much business to tend to.
Right, I see myself as Amazon. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
You're Amazon now. So you have the umbrella, you got the God of Wrath, and now you're Amazon. Okay, continue.
Yeah, I mean, if you
Hey,
support
Weaver
Amazon,
Beast, you still here? I don't want to hold you. Weaver Beast, are you gonna be ready to jump on in a second? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, you support Amazon, you understand this. I'm looking at it like Amazon. My business grows, and by proxy, it takes out whoever's around me, and I monopolize and consolidate markets. So what I said in the beginning, I don't see myself as being outside of or with a picket, but I can see it seen that way. But I look at myself like an Amazon or Walmart, the mom and pop shops. If they don't upgrade and improve, then the person who can do what they do times 100 is going to come in and take the audience. That's
Okay.
business.
Okay, bro. Well, I hope you don't develop a lazy eye like Jeff Bezos, and I hope that, I hope that you can find peace with everything you're doing. It seems like you're finding that. I hope you and your the love of your life, your lady friend, I hope that things are okay there. I can't imagine that she could be too happy with all the time that you're spending focused on another man. It's weird, but it's a choice, and I'm sure that y'all got an understanding.
You're on live with me, like you're doing the same.
No. I'm on live doing my job because this is my channel. I chose to call you because you're trying to interrupt what's going on with the live. I have the no wait. Before you get to there, before you get to there, let me finish. Before you get to, let me finish. But I still understand that that's ego involved, and I'm able to say it. You dance around it.
Personal life, because you did it twice. You talked about my ex. You talked about my current girl. I don't talk about your wife, your kid, your family stuff. So how about you keep my family out?
No, fuck that. How about I keep continuing until you continue to leave my name out of your mouth?
Okay, we're gonna have a seminar in San Diego, LA.
Oh, so then what that mean? Carlin, don't turn up. Carlin, you're not built like that. Don't turn up.
To my event.
Hold on. I'm gonna mute. Hold on. I'm gonna mute this mic. I'm gonna mute this mic because you're not about that. Hey, do the Lakers play tonight? Turn my microphone down. Hope I'm not missing the Laker game. Hey, Weaver Beach, you still there, bro? What a day, what a day. Weaver Beach, you still there? Yes, sir. All right, I'm going to send you this link. I'm going to send you this link right now. No, not, well, I guess you could, huh? Yeah, call me on Discord. Call me on Discord. I don't know if it's all set up. Let me see. Make sure let me make sure it's set up the right way before I do all that. Let me see. Hello? Yeah. Yo, Weaver Beats. Weaver freaking Beats. What's up, bro?
Nothing much, man. That was something else. It's funny. I was on my way home. I was like, yeah, 10 to 15 minutes. And then right when I was almost home, you called busy. And all that shit unfolded for like an hour. That was crazy.
I want to get your perspective on it because I've done enough talking. But first and foremost, I just want to say thank you because you could be with your family and you're here. You're here with us. Thank you for the work that you do in this space. It's crazy, bro. I was looking through your channel and I was looking and seeing like how many years back I've seen you doing content and like the times that I've come up and sometimes it was positive, sometimes it wasn't. Oh, you can't hear him. Okay, hold on.
Is it better now?
Let me make sure that's not a okay. They can't hear. Okay, let me make sure. I think that's on my end, bro. That's my end. That's why I wanted to do Zoom. Let me get this right. I gotta get the audio device. No, you're good. I gotta get this audio first. Okay, so that's there. So it's input device. Okay, so it's probably this one. Hopefully it doesn't come through like that. All right, cool. Ladies and gentlemen, okay, can we get a mic check now? Let me see if you're coming through.
Testing.
Ladies and gentlemen, can you hear Weaver Beats right now? Let me know in the chat.
Is that good?
Just waiting for a little response.
Okay.
He too
Seems
quiet.
good.
Turn that boy up. Too low. Nah, he can't be that low. Hold on, there we go. Okay, they can hear you. Cool. Yo, first and foremost, I just got to give you a round of applause for all the work that you've been doing. You have been trending in such a great direction, doing content that I always feel like is a brick in the matrix is what I keep calling it. Everything from the plug-in police to even your experience with the whole image line situation and having stuff go down. Like you just made such great content, but as of late, the pivot that you've gone has created a space where other people I'm starting to see are kind of like following your way. So first and foremost, welcome, man, and salute to what you do.
Thank you, man. I appreciate that for real. Yeah, I've been making videos for like at least maybe it's been like 5 years.
Okay. Word, man. Word. What I know it kind of turned into an interview real quick, but just for the folks who don't know, what is it that you do on your YouTube channel, and what is it kind of like you most pride yourself on when it comes to creating content?
I guess it's kind of like music production commentary, like, but also like reviews and news and stuff like that. Kind of just talking about what's going on in the music production space, I guess, you know?
Right. Hey, man, you do an outstanding job of it, bro. And it's something where I'm like, there's not. Well, let me ask you this: why do you think that voices like yours have not been able to find the leverage that not leverage, but the viewership that you've been finding on a consistent basis? Because of course there've been other people who've obviously like criticized plugins, criticized other notable YouTube producers. Why do you think that you've been able to kind of like find the formula?
I don't know if I found the formula, but like I think like if you just do something consistently, and if like you like what you do, and then like if other people like what you do, then it's gonna, it'll catch on eventually. And I think like honestly, like I just had like a few videos that kind of like got outside the normal, the normal like my normal like subscriber base. Once that happens, it kind of starts to snowball a little bit more.
Yeah. Man, why do you think that? Well, let me give you some perspective, because I've had producers that you've talked about on the platform. Hey, I appreciate the Destructo. I appreciate that super chat. Thank you, fam. And everybody in here, the old Curtis would be very apologetic about what you saw, but what you saw was real. And what you heard, although it's not for kids, although it's probably information that probably shouldn't be out there in the general public, what was said was authentic. What was said needed to be said, and I'm glad it's gotten out the way in the beginning of the year. Okay? That's all I'll say for that.
I mean, I think like positivity is good and shit like that, but sometimes you just gotta like, I mean, getting that honesty out there. Like, I think what you and Busy Work Beats were doing, I mean, what you guys were doing there, like, I think that was kind of important because it's like, I mean, you're being like honest. Both of you guys are being honest. Well, I mean, I guess more so you than him, because I kind of feel like he was just like talking about business shit the whole time, and I don't know, that was kind of revealing in a way, like I don't know, the way he kind of views it as like a monopoly, almost like he wants to have like a monopoly.
Yeah,
on the music production space.
I'll be honest too, Weaver. I've kind of avoided that, bro. I've avoided that kind of content because I felt like it takes away from, at least why I started doing YouTube stuff. Like, I really try not to make content about other people. And then also, too, I always had that thought in my head, especially when it came to, like, celebrities. Would I ever cross paths with them? And if I did, like, like you said about Nam. You said you getting ready to go to Nam. You feel me? Like, you said you was getting ready to go to Nam, and you're like, oh, buddy, something getting ready to pop off when I get there. Because it's going to be people who are, like, I've had folks, I'm not going to reveal names, but I've had conversations, I'll tell you offline, where they were like, I just can't fucking stand that guy. And I'm like, really? I was like, Weaver? Like, you're talking about the guy who not only does that critiquing, but he does self-deprecating humor and makes, I think, the most genius pieces of content that I've seen in a long time in the producer community. You released a song and you let people say whatever they wanted, whether it was respectful or whether it was disrespectful. And then you turned around and did a response video to the song and allowed them to get highlights. And then you gave an unbiased point of view about something that was directly related to you. That is Edison level genius, bro.
Yeah, I don't know. I felt like that was just the only way to handle that. I mean, I actually thought like that song was gonna go over better than it did. And like when it didn't, I was just like, well, shit. I guess the only thing I could really do is just like roast myself and like, you know, you gotta laugh at yourself, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think before I go to NAM, I should probably start working out a little more. Maybe install some eyes on the back of my head or something.
Or just get some security. Just get some security. Some security. You know what I'm saying? You know, I don't think you'll need it, bro. But you know, I don't think you'll need it, bro. And just for curiosity, I don't want to put out obviously no information to get somebody looking for you. But where are you located? Like, where are you based at?
I live in Hawaii.
Okay. I haven't talked to you about it, but at some point this year, and I've been having this on my mind, this might sound a little bit weird, but at the risk of that, I want to say it anyways. I want to come out there and I want to interview you.
That'd be crazy. Yeah, I'm down for that, obviously.
Right? Like, I appreciate that. Like, I want to come out there and interview you. I want to make sure I bring all the equipment, but I want to be able to get out there. But you know who needs to interview you? Darnell.
Yeah. It's funny because like when I did the tier list, I forgot Darnell's name. I said Daryl, I think. I was just thinking about that the other day. I was like, fuck, it wasn't the right name. So
if you don't mind, right, I don't want to make it I'm sure you about to have a field day with the news. News. I feel like you about to have a field day and have at it. I'm not gonna leave this stream up on YouTube because I think that based upon a conversation we just had offline, I think that for me to stand on the things that I stand on, it would not be honorable for me to continue to put that up there. It's just good that folks were here. What was said, and we can now move on from that. But that being said, bro, as you're putting together this tier list, I'm watching, and it's crazy because I'm learning so much about your point of view because you say shit that sometimes your homies won't even tell you. Right? They either they don't understand, they never done YouTube, or maybe they just genuinely don't care. But yeah. maybe that's not a homie, but but when you do this, I'm listening to you talk about these other folks, and it's like I don't get excited about, you know, somebody getting disrespected. I just like to get an unbiased point of view that a lot of people are either too shy or too respectable to say, and you say it. So when you said the piece about me in a tier list and about how you saw the potential for me to do great things on this channel, but I was kind of in a lost place. What has kind of been your POV about this channel and what you've been seeing?
Okay, so I think the way I found your channel originally was the FL Studio pirating video originally, right?
Yeah.
And I'm trying to think what else I've seen from you that I was like really into, or what you've gotten a lot of viewership doing. But I just think as of lately, I think you're just like on a different path than you were originally. And I think like, you know, maybe it's like some people are just haven't been as interested in it as like they once were, you know?
They haven't. My viewership dropped off. My viewership dropped off
I think like
dramatically.
you're kind of, oh, sorry. I think some of the stuff you've been doing lately though, like seems pretty good. Like the 47-year-old female rapper. What was the other one? Fuck, I don't see it.
You know what's funny about that one? It's funny because you I was watching your critiques of, like, in particular, Simon Servita's videos and Kyle Beats, and how like they're doing like these storytelling videos, and that literally was like, that was the model for me.
That is similar, yeah. But
Right.
I mean, it is a little bit different, I guess, in a way. I mean, if anything, I don't know. I think that's better than doing like the inspirational stuff. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Like, I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of people in your audience that like inspirational stuff.
Yeah.
But for me, like, I don't know. I guess that's just not really for me.
So
personally,
what type of things do you resonate with? What type of things do you resonate with? Let's talk about just you in particular, and I want to get more into your story, obviously.
Okay. Like in general, for me personally, I guess I kind of like what I've been doing on my channel. Not that I watch my own videos or anything, because you obviously watch it enough when you're editing it. It's like I don't ever want to watch that again. But I don't really watch like tutorials or anything, or like maybe I watch reviews like if I have to for a specific reason. But I think commentary like interests me the most. Like okay, here's a good one I think that you did that was really interesting. Why I stopped uploading my music to SoundCloud. Like it's like something that's like kind of like almost like a hot take or something. It's like something that no one's like really saying, but it like, you know, maybe people kind of been thinking about it a little bit, but then like you're kind of bringing that conversation to the forefront by doing it. So, you know?
Okay. So I saw you were a content therapist. What's my guy's name? I saw that video. And
Something
hit the, yeah, that's a dope name. Like, shout out to him, because I feel like he, once again, I haven't seen many of his videos, but I've seen a few of them because of your collaboration and just stuff that popped up on the I'm about to say explore page, but on the news feed. And I feel like the more that happens, the more that other folks have like opportunities to really have success on YouTube. And obviously we know this thing happens in cycles and whatnot, but for what you're doing, bro, like you being the therapist, if you were going to be the YouTube therapist for Curtis King at this point, I don't know if you got your glasses on, if you're saying,
I could put them on. I mean, it doesn't really matter. I guess I'm not on video.
That's why I wish we had you on the Zone, but we'll save that for another time, because I'm dead ass serious about coming out there, and it's crazy because I get to bring my family out there, and make a whole event out of it. And
it's like a vacation as well too.
You know what I'm saying?
Hawaii's a pretty great place, especially if you've been there.
Yeah, I've never been there, but as soon as I started seeing like. Because I'm with you. Like, sometimes the storytelling for the producers can get it can just get really formulaic. And if you're not a certain age group, which I don't think it's really for I'm 37. I'm getting ready to be 38 this month. If you're not part of a certain demographic, sometimes those videos are hit or miss. And I get that. Even when it comes to there's cultural boundaries too. But I saw in that there's an opportunity for me to use my platform to highlight more than just myself. And I feel like my channel's been a lot about myself. As a lot of folks are, especially as content creators, but I want to kind of shift that, and I want to highlight stories that I find, it's like a journalist, man, like that I find really interesting, that I find really unique. So it's dope to hear you say you're down for that.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. So did you put your therapist glasses on yet?
No, let me see if I can find them.
Chat, y'all good?
Yeah, I'm gonna reveal a little secret here. For like one of my next videos, I was gonna cosplay in my next review. Actually, I was gonna cosplay as Anthony Fantano, kind of like do like his like whole, and then like kind of like just copy his whole script as far as like me reviewing the plugin instead.
It's the internet's
biggest
nerd.
That's the whole reason I have the internet's busiest music plugin reviewer or whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's the whole reason I had these glasses. And then like when me and something were on like the live, or not the live stream, the Discord call, we were kind of just like, we're talking about ways to make it more interesting, and I was just like I could put on these glasses. I feel like these are kind of like therapist glasses.
I love it. I love it. So, man, for somebody who, and this is why I appreciate talking to you, because you're giving me a point of view that a lot of folks just, maybe they're hesitant. There's only so many folks that are like you. I've met folks who are like you throughout my past, folks that I've worked with, and I'm like, thank you. Finally, somebody who's not afraid to just tell their truth in the name of respectability and all of these things, thinking that people are hypersensitive. What do you say?
I don't know. I guess one reason I do feel like it's a little bit easier because it's like on the internet. You know what I mean? Especially if you don't know people, it's a little bit easier to, give them that hard truth. Because like if you tell that to your friend, you're kind of worried about losing a friend.
True.
Like whereas like if it's someone you don't really know on the internet, it's just like, well, what's the worst that could happen? They could use that advice and like grow from it, or they can get mad. And it's like, well, I mean, they already don't know me to begin with, so it doesn't really matter.
Okay.
I guess, yeah, I'm probably more so like that on the internet than in real life. But I will say some stuff to like my friends. But like sometimes I'll kind of like have like a little inner debate about it. I'm like, is this worth saying?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I think that's the appeal of your videos, bro. Is that it sounds like you're having a conversation in a room full of your homies. Like it doesn't sound like you're putting an internet voice on. It sounds like you're just that guy in your friend group that just says funny shit and doesn't try to be funny. It's just funny as hell because it's like, it's your sense of humor. And I resonate with it, even though it may not seem like, with my bright and bubbly content and how I do things that are just a certain type of way, I actually gravitate towards that content more so than a lot of content that I see because I know too much about it. This one is it's unique. It's something that I haven't really seen before in our space. And so it's interesting. It's something that, it's just something that I look at and I'm like, I don't know where he's going next. I can't predict your videos.
And
I love
Thanks,
that.
Man. I appreciate that. Yeah, I don't really have anything to say to that. I guess, I don't know. Maybe it's just because I've been doing it a while. Like at a certain point, you kind of just, at first it would feel really forced being in front of a camera. You know what I mean? Like, because like I used to be super awkward at first. Like I would do these like skate vlogs. I had like, I think I started off doing like some skateboarding content on my channel. And I would just like do whatever. Like I did like a bunch of shit on it. And I realized like, oh, you should probably stick to like one niche, But like I would like talk to like my like GoPro or whatever, and I'd be so goddamn awkward. Like it would be crazy. Like it was like unbelievable how awkward I'd be. Like I haven't really looked at one of those in a long time, but I think at a certain point you kind of just like, I don't know, you kind of like think about like your YouTube channel and less about the camera, and how weird that is.
Mm-hmm. Where do you think you made a pivot as a recent? Because I feel like it's funny because I was, during December, I was really studying YouTubers that, are just the biggest ones in the space, Mr. Beast being one of them. And his videos, like, it doesn't matter what it's about. I'm not like a big old Mr. Beast fan, but I am just entranced by the preparation, the money, the ideas, and just his way of storytelling is just amazing. And so I try to take what's necessary, even though I know his demographic is probably like a whole lot younger, right? But there's things that I take from that, and I feel like I can learn to improve on my channel. You hit a pivot though, and I don't know if it was when the news series started, but you hit a pivot where it seemed like you stopped doing YouTube and you started just like really doing YouTube. Like,
I think
respectfully, you know what I'm saying? What I'm gonna go ahead.
Yeah, I kind of get what you're talking about. I don't know. I kind of feel like I switched it up a little bit in 2022 because like I was like kind of like a chronic weed smoker. Like I would smoke like every day, like a ridiculous amount. And then at a certain point, like I think it was like, oh, it was right after 420. It was 421. I had like a strep throat. Like I kept getting strep throat for some reason. And then for some reason, it gave me the motivation to just quit smoking weed like forever. So I haven't smoked in almost like 9 months now. And ever since then, I feel like I've been kind of saying the things that was kind of like maybe too afraid to say and stuff like that on YouTube. Like I think I was like playing a lot more safe, and I realized like, if I want to keep doing this, I think I need to not be so safe because that's, people want to see something interesting and safe is not interesting.
I'm learning firsthand.
Yeah. It's funny they say that about Mr. Beast because like I do think there's a lot of interesting things with Mr. Beast. He like has the ability to know how to make a viral video. Like he will plan out like basically what will be a viral video before he even makes it. Like he'll like come up with the title. I'm pretty sure he thinks of the title and the thumbnail before he even does anything, you know? Like he has the whole thing mapped out in his head. It's actually pretty insane. It's like Mozart with like making, you know, I was gonna say making a beat, making a song, you know?
Well, you know, he's an analytics obsessed buff. Like he's
Yeah.
deep in that. I think that was the thing that was intriguing to me, because when you look from the outside, you don't look at a YouTuber like Mr. Beast and think this is a guy who spends like an endless amount of time looking at analytics and click-through rates and things like that. But when I zoom back out and I recognize how calculated everything is, even from I saw one of his recent videos. I think he was like inside of an ice box or ice room for 24 hours or whatever the case may be, and somebody showed their phone, and their phone said October 9th on the last scene of the video, and the video came out on October 27th. And I started thinking like, shit, how much editing could you do? And would you have to do, especially with all the cameras he has, if you have that much time that passes by? And so I got to thinking to myself, I was like, the hell am I doing? Right? Not saying I got to do that, but I'm like, damn. But what is your take on that? Because I look at your videos, and even though you have like really sleek edits, it seems like you still edge more on the side of kind of a minimalist approach.
So like I feel like there's definitely like multiple ways to approach it. Like some people do like this like thing where they don't upload as often. They upload like things that like kind of like what Mr. Beast does, where it's like it's almost definitely gonna go viral, or it's gonna go big somehow,
Right.
you know. I don't know. I don't know if I'm like at that point to be able to do that. I think you need a large audience to begin with to be able to do that, or you have to have the ability to promote it somehow. Because like if you just were to do videos like him and then just posted it with 0 subscribers, it would be pretty hard to get off the ground, I think, without like some support from like Reddit or something. Because I don't know if the algorithm will be able to like get it out there without like some like starting support, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know if I answered your
No. You had it. You had it. What? Let me ask you this: what are you most passionate about when it comes to this whole layout? I mean, it was crazy because I'm not even gonna hold you. When I saw the videos, one of the first thoughts that I had was, I hope his music is good. Right? Because I'm like, he's saying a whole lot of shit and it's making sense, but there's a lot of people on here who can make a lot of sense, but when you listen to the music, it just doesn't add up. And I listened to beats of yours, and I remember even like when I started following you on Instagram and I saw skate videos that you were making, and I heard music in the background, and I was like, it had your name on it, and I was like, oh no, like Weaver is one of them. Like he's really a producer who just happens to have a unique perspective that he's not afraid to share. So what would you say that you're most passionate about in that mix of things?
Oh, you know, it's funny because the more I edit videos, the more I'm just like, damn, I wish I was making music right now. But like, you know, I'll find time to do both, you know, because like I like doing videos, but like, you know, it can get, in my opinion, more tedious than doing music. It's funny because like, in a way, I feel like you could do what I do without making good music, because like it's more so about like the commentary than it is about the music, you know. Like if my content was more centered around the music, or my music, I guess, then it would, you know, then that would probably matter more. Like for instance, like if you're making tutorials and like the beat you're trying to make doesn't sound anything like what you're presenting it as, like I feel like that matters a lot more than like, for instance, like if you're talking about like, because all that matters, I guess, in like a lot of the content that I do is like your experience with like either the community or the experience, like because you can review a plugin without being good with like making beats. Like as long as you like know how to like figure out how to use a plugin and whether or not you like have a good perspective on it, you know.
Well, let's talk about that too, specifically with plugins and plugin ethics and producers. I know you've been really critical about producers who go over the top in promoting a plugin that, when we as the consumer get it, does not add up with the excitement, the fast cut edits, the boner face, as you called it in one of your videos. Like it doesn't add up.
The soy face.
He said the nut. He said I'm not doing the nut. What you call the nut face?
I don't remember what I call it, but I call it the soy face. Like the soy jack face, like where you're just like shocked and you're like pointing at something, like it's like the YouTuber like meta.
I'm guilty. As a matter of fact, this
I've
very
done it in the
thumbnail.
past, but every time I make a thumbnail like that, I'm just like, God, I'm so not proud of this right now. And that's one thing I hate. Like, I'm not saying I'm like proud of everything I do, but like,
Sure.
there's certain things that when you make it, like you're just like,
Shit.
like if you have at least some level of self-awareness and you like look at it, and you're just like, I don't want to show this to anyone. You know what I mean? Like
Right.
anytime I feel like that, I'm just like, let's throw that away. Like, let's get rid of that. I wish I could forget I made it even.
Yeah, there's a few of them that I look and I'm like, why did nobody tell me to comb my hair? Like somebody let me go on. Like, first of all, I let me go on camera like this. Then I seen 4 or 5 people before I went inside that studio and decided to make a video. And I look at that shit, Weaver, and I'm like, the fuck? Like, who approved this? You look a mess. Like I look like Don King and what was the dude that Mr. Glass in that one movie with Samuel Jackson. I'm like, yo, that's wild. And then I had the nerve to have a whole lot of hair and a receding hairline. It just didn't make any sense. But in the name of plug-in ethics, what is your major issue? Well, let me give you perspective first before I ask you this question, because I know you hate when producers are big up in plugins that they don't believe in. Plugins, yeah. Okay, plugins approach us on YouTube with obviously money first because they want to get on here. What I've experienced, and I don't know how transparent they've been, but when you do say something, I mean in the slightest bit that is not positive about their product, like I've only had, of all the sponsors, I've probably had hundreds of sponsors, only one sponsor allowed me to say the cons of the product, because I told them that makes it feel more authentic to the audience so that they're like, okay, it's not all positive. Only one company allowed that because they understood human behavior and human psychology.
Yeah.
But it's a weird predicament to be in when this is one of the ways that producers generate income, and not all products are out here trying to, pay money for that viewership. So it kind of puts the producers in a place where it's like, damn, either I can do it and get this money or not. And it really kind of puts everybody's ethics at the door. Some people don't give a shit. I unfortunately do.
Yeah, I definitely I care too. Like, it's probably like I pretty much hardly ever get sponsorships because of that. And I 100% will never ever take a sponsorship for a review. I feel like reviewers absolutely cannot accept money, because then how can we trust your review if you're accepting money to do the review in the first place? I actually go as far as to believe they shouldn't have affiliate links for the product, because then they're still profiting off of like them possibly having a good opinion on it,
Can I play devil's advocate on that one?
Yeah, sure.
So if you don't believe that that someone, because I'm guilty of that, and I definitely hear where you're coming from. I for sure hear where you're coming from, because I never even thought about it until I heard one of your videos. I was like, damn, that's actually, you said it out loud. Like you're not supposed to say the inside thoughts out loud, Weaver. That's why I call you the glitch in the matrix. But I got to a place where I was like, okay, but what if it's a product that I actually do feel that highly about? Like it's glowing all the way around, and I'm so blinded. I know this sounds corny as shit, but I'm so blinded by the glow of how great this product is that that's all I have is glowing reviews. And in turn, for them using my space, my platform that I generate income on, that I spend my time, that I do all my hard work on, in turn for them having the product placement, why is it such a bad thing or why is it unethical to accept money when they're getting free advertisement?
Well, I think it's more of like a question of whether or not the audience can trust you. Like I don't even know if like unethical is the right word, because it's like whether or not the audience can trust you after that. And I feel like once you do that, like it leaves more interpretation to like whether or not, you have more to gain out of like giving a positive review at that point.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Like, I guess like the way I go about it, that sort of thing, because I still have affiliate links, but I don't do them in reviews. Like I won't even mention it in a review, and I won't put it in the video, like in the description for the review or anything. But maybe like later down the road, like for instance, like I did it recently, like my favorite plugins of the year, and then I put a bunch of affiliate links in the description. I guess in a way, like that could still be viewed in a similar way, but like I did give those plugins like a positive review before that, so it's like I wasn't. Like if I was setting myself up to like gain off it was like a long time in the works.
Okay.
In which case, which is like, well, you're playing like a really long game to do that. But like, I don't know. I'm not doing that. Obviously, it's just like someone, I guess, like Plugin Boutique approached me and they were like, "Oh, you should like do some affiliate links." And I was like, yeah, I guess I could do it with like my favorite plugins of the year or something, because I feel like that's not as bad, but I feel like it still is a little bit of a gray area.
I felt the same way, and I definitely understand the icky factor in feeling like, should I be accepting money for it? I guess I didn't say it in the commentary because I feel like certain things are better said when you're talking to the other person and kind of getting their point of view on it. But for me, like, affiliate links have been an opportunity to monetize opportunities that these companies have been taking advantage of for free.
Yeah.
And if I don't monetize it, they're going to monetize it for me. And I look at it and I'm like, no, like, I've had companies like, after I did the whole FL Studio thing, bro, and I got, that went viral. I'm so mad that that's the #1 video on my channel, by the way. Like, I'm so mad. I'm like, it too viral. It went so viral that I think at some point, like, ImageLine even started pushing it towards their platforms. I was like, please don't let that be the thing that you see.
They're like,
first
yo, check this out. Check out what happens when you pirate our plugins.
Bro, like,
bro,
I was looking inside the community boards and it was like, his kind are always thieves. I knew it. I was like, yo, but it's like, bro, you a snitch. I like on myself.
What do you mean by his kind?
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, right? So I saw every kind of thing that that was my first time experiencing what they talk about getting crucified. That's dramatic, but getting having a lot of bad things said about you, right? So I wasn't used to that, and I tried to react to everybody and anything that I saw, or just live in a bubble when I could. But after I went away from that situation, Weaver, I was like, dog, none of these companies are ever going to reach out to me ever again.
You think from that?
Yeah, I was like, why would you trust this guy with your product?
I don't know. I mean, I guess I feel like a lot of marketing companies don't. I'm not saying they are unethical, but I think they care more about views than they do about ethics.
I agree.
If you're getting a lot of views, they'll reach out to you regardless.
Yeah,
that's like, because I feel like like if you were getting like 100, like not you, just like a theoretical person, if someone was getting like 100,000 views every video or something like that, they're just gonna send them regardless. They're gonna send people regardless, even if they're just gonna take a huge shit on the plugin or the hardware or whatever.
Right. Yeah. Well, okay. So all right. Okay. Let me continue that then. I got to a place, bro, where I was looking at, okay, they're not going to do business with me. And then they started reaching out because of the video. I was like, what in the Wally world is going on? Like, what kind of Groundhog Day shit is this? They're reaching out to me like, hey, we want to give you free plugins. You want to give the guy that admitted pirating plugins free plugins? I was like, no, this is, where's Ashton Kutcher? I'm getting punked because it was that time or whatever. And, and they actually did that. And I looked at it like, oh my gosh, how did I deserve this? And little did I know the leverage play that existed with these companies, where here I am, I got a free product, and they pose it as, hey, we're giving you this $300 plugin absolutely free. For free? Yes, absolutely free, Curtis. It's yours. We'll give you a license name and number. And I looked at that like, oh my gosh, that's more than I deserve. And then I did a video. What I didn't understand is that I do this video that lives evergreen, has evergreen value when people search, how do I use this particular plugin? And you show up. And they've always said, if you wanted to figure out how to generate income on YouTube, you got to figure out how to sit in front of people who are ready to use their money, right? So they're going to go to Amazon anyways, but they're going to come to Amazon. They're going to come to YouTube first to see, has anybody ever had an experience with this? It's your job, if you want to generate income in this space, to find out how to be in between that conversation and give a little clarity to what they're getting. And so that's how I kind of viewed it. And so I was like, okay, well, I'm not even looking for income. Bro, I did all of these videos for free and realized there's no cap on how much money they can make.
Yeah.
So that plugin that was $300 that I got for, quote unquote, for free, even though it doesn't cost them anything to give it to me, they get to make money endlessly as long as the video is live.
Yeah. Like, I think it definitely benefits them more than it does us. But that's one reason like when I get sent free plugins, I do the review and I just be honest, because it's like I don't owe them anything. So if I have a harsh opinion about it, I'm gonna present it,
Mm-hmm.
And because of that, like, it can be good or bad press for them. And it's like I don't know. Like, yeah, I guess that's all I gotta say about that.
Yeah. Well, I say all of that. I'm sorry, I'm talking your ears off, but I want to
No, it's
lead.
good.
I want to lead this to a question to you because ultimately, this is kind of how I had to justify it in my head. You know, I would never take on a product that was like. That's why I can't rock with any of the units and stuff. I have seen folks who have bought it and they've used it, and I'm like, I can look at the landing page. I remember, I remember you did a review of the landing page.
Yeah,
And the copy in the landing page
it's crazy.
had dramatically shift your life. Have your friends asking, where did you find that sound from? Nobody ever asks that.
Dude, some of the stuff they say on there is insane. Like, it's like instead of your friends and family skipping over your music when they hear it or talking over it, they'll ask you for more music. That actually says that on their website at the bottom. And most people don't see it because their website's like 150 pages long. Like you scroll, it keeps going, dude. And they just copy and paste it for every single product of theirs, and it says like works great 93% of the time. They say that for every single product. It's like you're being sold to on like an infomercial or something.
I'm with you on it's the worst. I'm with you on that. That'll turn me into a so you might be the reason, ladies and gentlemen, Weaver Beat's gonna be the reason that Darnell comes back. Because you make it make so much sense. And I'm like, we understand that. Anybody who's ever studied a funnel, gone through a funnel program, you understand how it all works. And it's almost like money, in my opinion, and I want to get your perspective. It's almost like the evil is not within the funnel itself. It's within the funnel creator and how they use things to manipulate people, the words they use, the emotional nagging that they use to do all of these things. Yeah. We understand that that's just a part of business. No matter what we do, no matter how we feel about it, that's just going to be a part of it. I get that. But my thing ultimately, I had to turn this mic down. My thing ultimately is when we see it for what it is and they don't make the change, what does that say about how they view us?
Yeah. Just, I was going to say leeches, but I don't think leeches is the right word. They view us as like insects, I guess, just that are just, I don't know. We're nothing to them.
Bro, like that's what I'm getting at. Like, you think I'm an idiot. Like sometimes I read the copy and I'm like, not even just theirs in particular. There's a lot of folks who do that. And it's kind of the reason why, and this is no disrespect to Gabe and the Midi Money fam. And I backed away from any kind of promotion of the funnels because I started seeing too much of the systematic side of it and seeing how, manipulation is for most people a really bad word. Right? But we all exercise some level of manipulation in what we're doing, whether it's the kid who is sick that doesn't want to take medicine. So you give them, a cookie along with the medicine and, that it makes it a little easier for him to digest and take it down. Not saying whatever. It's just that's another form of it. But they stretch that word so damn much, Weaver, that it's like, all right, but how deep can we take this? And then it gets to the point where I've said it before, and I'll keep saying it. I think that monkey plugin,
Drum Monkey,
I think that's the most racist plugin I ever saw.
Oh my God.
I think that's the most racist plugin I've ever seen. And when I say it, unless someone has like, and I'm sorry, I'm over talking you, but unless somebody has context on imagery and how brands like H&M have used like coolest monkey in the jungle and then used a black model to kind of showcase that, I look at an ad that popped up and it was a monkey playing the drums and the genre said hip hop. And I'm sorry, when I look at the folks that own it, I don't know them. I don't want to accuse anybody of anything. That's not good. It's slander. Allegedly, whatever I need to throw on that. But when I see those two paired together, yes, a monkey plays the drums, but imagery matters. Imagery matters in every culture. Imagery matters. I have to ask the question, and I'm asking the question because I'm black. You know what I'm saying? Like, I look at these things from a different perspective that most of you probably don't share. I ask the question: do you think I'm just some monkey that's just gonna buy your $200 plug-in? That's the perspective, and the fact that nobody in the room says anything about that, and it gets out to the public, is beyond me.
Like, I don't know. Maybe it's not my place to speak on it because I'm white, but I don't know. I don't know if I see it as a like as much as I hate Unison. I don't believe that's a racist thing. Like maybe I think it would have to be taken a step further for it to be racist, but like it's not because it's not purely like a hip hop plugin or whatever, right? It does like every genre, but it is weird that they did choose a monkey. But a monkey, like there was a drum monkey thing before that. Hold on, let me look it up. Like like that little monkey that does it's like a little doll. You know what I mean? It's like a little doll that does like it clashes together symbols.
The symbol,
you know what I'm talking about?
the one you wind up.
Yeah. I think it's referencing that. I'm not 100% certain though.
And you know what? I would be absolutely all right with that if I didn't know who it's being marketed to and through what genre it's predominantly being pushed to. And every ad that I saw was hip hop genre.
Hmm.
And the fact that I'm not trying to get you. I'm sorry. I know that you do your own thing on your platform. I don't want to bring you into any conversations that are like, you know what I'm saying, where you feel like, yeah, that's kind of like, let's get into some grounds where I'm not comfortable getting into. But I just say that to say that it makes me wonder how many of those things are like inside jokes that are like, not only are we going to get this monkey, not only are we going to sell this for $200, but they're going to buy this racist ass monkey for $200 and ain't nobody going to say a damn thing about it. People are going to make hateful videos about it, and guess what? We still going to walk out the bank talking to these folks and nagging them through the language of the copy and making them feel like they won't be a decent human being until they buy what we have. I just wonder, because I just know folks, got sense of humors like that.
Yeah.
What's your perspective?
Know,
I mean, I don't know. I just, I put that out there, and that was just to prove a bigger point. I don't want to make this about a race thing. It's just a bigger point. In that I don't think that they're so out of the loop as they try to appear. No, it's come on, man. It's a wind up monkey, bro.
Yeah. I don't know what to make of it because you just don't know their intentions. But yeah. I don't know. I guess I try to like I don't know. For me, like I couldn't see it as like a race thing unless there was like an extra step. Like if they like put like a gun in its hand or something, or like he's coming out like the hood or something, you know what I mean? Or it's like, you know what I mean? If they took it like to the next level, and I'd be like, okay, this is, or if he's like, he's like talking like a black dude or something, you know what I mean? If they took it to that level, I'd be like, okay, this is fucked up. This is some shit here. Like, how did they even send this out here?
No, you're right. And it's the last thing I'm gonna say about it because it's not about that. It's about talking to you. You inspired this video. And I hope you understand, videos like this are very challenging for me to make. I'm crazy. I'm looking in here. I've seen like over 200 something people in here, and I'm understanding, this is the energy that folks, they want to know the real. They want the authenticity. And I'm glad that y'all are here. Thank you for showing up here. No matter for what reason it was, I'm glad that you're here. But it's hard for me to make content like this because it's like I want to make sure that it's all in alignment with some kind of like something productive, something of value. But this is a value to somebody because you got to see how folks operate on all ends, or you end up trusting them and thinking that they're one person and they're not that person. So I feel like it's just an obligation. It's my duty to show all sides in this space, especially if I'm asking for people to trust in my business with their money. So,
yeah. I mean, I feel like there's always something to learn with authenticity and just, being honest in any way.
Yeah. Well, Ben Weaver, you absolutely inspired today's video because I'm looking at what you do, and I'm so glad that you're staying consistent on it. I told you some months ago when you showed up in one of the live streams, I was like, you're getting ready to blow up. Like, I've seen it happen way too many times, and I'm seeing videos that are just going off, and I think the most fire thing is that you're staying you through all of it.
Thanks, man. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I guess we'll see in a few years. Maybe I'll like be driving a Bugatti, selling people like some bullshit plug-in. I'm just joking. That's obviously not gonna happen.
You had to make sure you let that be known. But I look, even if that was, I'm not here to judge. I'm not here to judge. I look at it and I say, to me, this sounds like somebody who is at a very unique comfortability with themselves. Right? To have the ability to like point the finger and then point it right back at yourself and being like, all right, this is some shit that deserves a video. I think that's a very unique trait, man. And I, regardless of what I ever hear from my peers, I always, in private, I say, you know what? even if you don't agree with the things that were said, if you think he's the, what do you say, the biggest hater, no matter what it is,
the
master hater.
It's funny. It's funny how that started because I know you don't want to talk about him, but Busy Work Beats did this so I did that tier, it wasn't a tier list. I was talking, it was quote unquote music production YouTubers are frauds, and it was in quotes on purpose because I'm just addressing the argument that people have that music production YouTubers are frauds, and kind of dismantling that argument or trying to. Anyways, he did a reaction to that video. It was kind of short-sighted. It seemed like he didn't really watch it or whatever. But anyways, I just made a joke in a video about it, about the way he framed the video. He made me look like a massive hater. And that's kind of where that whole little inside joke started. Because he just played just a section where I was talking about him. I kind of and not the parts where I was kind of speaking positively of him. So
yeah. How are you able to embrace that, bro? How, most folks in this space, when their name is kind of being dragged around, I'm one of them. It's not easy. It's not easy seeing your name dragged through the mud through different people who don't know who you are, and I guess at the same time that could be a reason not to care. But how do you process that when you see it? You're seeing even Cal Beats did a reaction video to your reaction video.
I don't know. It just doesn't bother me. I don't know. If anything, it kind of excites me because I'm just I don't know. Maybe it's because I've been doing YouTube for so long that to get any sort of attention is good in my opinion, because it's you go so long without getting any attention, and then even if someone's hating or whatever, which is it's rarely ever the case, but even if they are, I would still like to see that. I'm curious what their perspective is. I may even agree with it. I guess it's just good to not really care too much what other people think, because there's gonna be people that hate you regardless. So there's always, for whatever reason, whether it's a objective reason or subjective reason, something that's all in their head or whatever. But if you let go of caring about that, then you're just gonna be way happier. I don't know. That's kind of changed my life for the better.
How were you able to? Hold on. Let me be respectful of your time. Are you still got time, or you got things that you're doing?
I'm chilling.
Okay. How are you able to make the separation? And I think this is a question for folks who work from home, because I work from home. A few rooms over is my bedroom, and I go to sleep and I literally wake up in my work environment, and it's hard to sometimes detach from the work environment and even from the internet itself, because we got devices that are strong as computers that are literally following us around in our pocket. How are you able to create that separation between the two, especially, as you said, with something like YouTube that you've cared so much about and you've put so much work into?
Okay, how do I create the separation? I don't really know. I feel like it just kind of happened naturally. But there's definitely some things I specifically do. If I'm not really in the mood to let's say I post a video that I'm oh, this is gonna be some shit happening here, sometimes if I guess I put what I'll do is I'll post a video. The best time for me to post a video is 4 in the morning my time. So sometimes what I'll do is I'll just finish my video at night, then schedule it to go up in a few hours, and then I'll go to sleep or whatever.
Right.
So one, it's I kind of have to let it go in order to go to sleep like that. But then two, if I know it's gonna be some a spicy video or whatever, I'll kind of maybe I won't read the comments right away.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But usually I do at some point, obviously, because I'm curious what people are saying.
And how are you processing it when you, because when I look, I'm gonna be really, 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 I've been very transparent on this whole stream, and I feel like in a lot of ways you lit that fire, bro. Genuinely,
glad to help, man. It's funny because I feel like you I've been inspired by a lot of creators, but you definitely were someone I looked up to, especially in the beginning. I still do, but so it's crazy to hear you say that,
bro. I watch your content. I tell you, sometimes the hardest content for me to watch and sit through is obviously the ones dealing with busy works, because I'm living it, and I almost don't even want to digest it anywhere else, especially if I'm looking for producer content about other things. But the more that I watch your content, the more that I recognize a trailblazer when it's happening, and you're truly trailblazing a lane that is going to create. It sounds really crazy. You're going to create new jobs for producers. No, dead ass. I'm not even trying to put extras on it.
Probably commentators. I have seen a few people do similar stuff.
Yeah, well, I think that's going to happen. I think that happens in any space where you do something that takes off. people start seeing, oh, people want to hear about that. Well, I got something I want to say about that. And I think that if we are without any criticism as YouTube content creators, if we maneuver in this bubble and we're never able to have that that criticism from complete strangers, and how do we grow? Right? How do we grow?
Yeah, that's the important thing about criticism is like someone's got to tell you the things that you're afraid to hear, you know, and some people can't handle that obviously, but like if no one, like a lot of people have yes men, especially that are like famous, you know, that have a lot of money and stuff like that, and like YouTube can obviously get you both of those. So there's a lot of people that just they don't have people telling them no ever.
Yeah, and ugh, that inability to have people that tell you no puts you in a shell that it ultimately is gonna hurt your ability to grow. And I feel like you don't have that kind of a circle. I feel like you got a circle of folks that you could say what it is and it's accepted as that is. I think that whenever I do a whole year of doing the kind of motivational, and this is why also I'm second guessing pivoting or pulling back and getting right back into producer content when I watch your video, because it's the truth, bro. And that the motivational and inspirational content was never supposed to be the lead of the content. It was supposed to be an added bonus.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you, bro, I was in a space where I was like, man, F this producer content. I'm getting ready to get into like motivational speaking and, you know, learn about TED Talks and all of these different things. And I was like, I don't know if that pivot is for the right reason right now. I think it's because I'm seeing viewership drop off. I'm seeing the content not being resonating like it used to. And I'm noticing that a lot of my peers, I try not to pay attention to what they're doing, but I'm noticing that they're YouTubing in a much different way that I feel like lost in. So when you said, sounds like, it looks like he's lost. I need you not to talk to my soul like that. I need you not to talk to my soul like that, because dead ass, I have been lost, and I'm encouraged when I see earlier videos from like Mr. Beast. And bro, I don't know if anybody's ever gone down that rabbit hole. He got videos of where he's playing Call of Duty and talking about how he suffers from Crohn's disease. What is Crohn's disease is a title. He has videos where he's roasting thumbnails. He has videos where he's playing Call of Duty and talking about a meme that he saw of a Spider-Man dressed guy jumping on Walmart. And I'm like, this can't be the same guy, but that's the life. You know what I'm saying? That's the life that YouTube channels go through, content creators go through. And it's almost like the ultimate reward happens for the people who have the audacity to stick it out. And I feel like you're setting a pace that you can continuously deliver great content on. So like, what drives you, bro?
Let's see. I think, I don't know, I kind of just enjoy doing the content I do. Like I actually, like one thing I noticed pretty like maybe like a few years ago is I kind of don't like doing tutorials. Like there's not a lot of humor in it. It's just not really entertaining to film. It's not entertaining to edit. Like all around it's just dry, and I don't really have fun doing it in any way. So like, you know, I kind of just do things I think are going to be somehow, I'm going to enjoy doing somehow, whether it's like funny or whatever, you know?
Yeah. I have a few questions from the audience, and I think it'd be a good place to start wrapping up the stream. I appreciate everybody that is in here. You guys saw a whole lot of stuff today that is wild, but needed to happen. It needed to happen. We got a question here. You down to take some questions, bro?
Yeah, I'm down, man.
Black Beethoven says, question for Weaver. How often do you create and select content for your platform?
Well, I mean, if we're talking about YouTube specifically, I kind of focus more on YouTube than everything else. And lately I've been trying to do like almost every day if I can, like just because that's the thing I have that's working the best at the moment. And I kind of just don't want to let this opportunity slip out of my hands. So, you know, I guess that's the way I kind of look at it. Sometimes I have stuff that's like kind of slow churning, like that complete review I was working on for like a month or two at least. But then like a lot of other stuff, you know, I'm making like a day or whatever. But if I don't have a video idea, that's the main reason why I don't upload.
So every day. So what is that?
Almost, yeah.
Bro, what is that? Help me out. I got a problem of overproducing shit. Like I sit there with edits and I spend 15 to 20 hours at times, and I can't do that for a year anymore because I used to have a video editor. I used to have a really great video editor, and unfortunately, we went our separate ways. And at some point, I'm going to be looking for another video editor. But in the process, because you edit your own videos, right?
Yeah, for the most part. Like, so I do have like a couple people I'll hit up sometimes, but like I feel like I don't really make enough money to do it. Like it's gonna cost too much for me to do that. So a lot of times I'll just like edit my own videos.
Yeah. So what does the regimen look like for you, bro? Like if it's an everyday thing, you got a life outside of this. And I'm looking at the Instagram, bro. I'm like, you have a little one. You out here skateboarding, and that's just the stuff that you show. You got a whole ass life out here. How are you, like, what does that regimen look like? And, like, how long does it take?
So I have a cloning machine. There's two of me. That's what's happening here.
I knew it.
No, so what I do is, I mean, some videos obviously are going to take more time. Like, I feel like the reviews I can't do in a single day. There's no way to do an accurate review in a single day unless it's like a very simple plugin,
Right.
So like a lot of times the reviews I'll kind of like start on, and then like maybe it'll take at least like a few days, maybe a little more than that. So like I'll start writing it out in like a Google document or something, kind of prepare for something within a few days. And then sometimes there's just something that happens like the day of or something. I'm like, oh, okay, I got to work on this like right now. Like I'll just drop everything and do that. And obviously I watch my daughter like 3 days a week or whatever. So, like obviously I don't do that while I'm around her, but I'll like, the second I take her home, I go straight home and work on that. Like I pretty much hardly ever get a chance to play video games or something.
Bro.
Like, even though I like playing video games, I'm just like, well, shit, this is more important,
My 2K career, my career player is he's so trash. I got to play on rookie because I spend so much time away from doing any of that. I sit down and I get frustrated. I'm like, I don't want to be frustrated when it's gaming time. Like when I get an opportunity, I'm a father, husband, I'm a YouTuber and all of that and all the stuff I do behind the scenes. When I finally get a chance to relax, I don't want to be frustrated because I can't hit the green on my 3-pointers. Like that's not what I'm gonna do. So I get in arcade mode, and all I want to do is see if I can break records. So I get it having that time to actually do it. But man, I salute you for your work ethic and staying consistent on it. Ladies and gentlemen, is there any more questions for Weaver Beats? Here we go. Ooh, are you ready for this one? Shout out to Avedon Smith. Got to find that sweet spot between creating what you love and what people are looking for. I'm gonna keep at it, bro. My issue is I do too much.
That's what he's saying is definitely true. Like you want to, like, especially with something like YouTube, like you have to do something that you actually enjoy, and it has to be something that people actually want to see. Like, because if it's one or the other, then it's not going to work, because if you like, some people just make video game content and it's just like them playing a video game and they're not saying anything. It's just like no one wants to see that. That's not interesting, unless you're like a speedrunner or something like that.
Well, how do you
so go ahead.
I'm sorry. Go ahehead.
No, I don't even know what I was going to say, actually.
How do you gauge what people want to see? That's an interesting point.
I think views and likes and stuff like that are pretty good.
From your own stuff or from other content that you see?
I guess my own stuff, because then like you see what your audience wants to see through that, Man, Swift Dreamer asked the question: do you ever worry about coming off as a contrarian when you're just actually telling your true thoughts? Well, I don't worry about it, but it's definitely happened. I've heard some people say that, but then I've heard other people kind of come back at them and say like, no, I mean, he'll speak positively of things when it happens. So I guess I just don't really worry about it too much, because it's like, I guess if you keep doing what you're doing, like the truth will present itself eventually, because, more people will see it, the word will spread, etc.
Have you gotten any responses? And you don't have to, obviously give us what happened behind the scenes, but have you had anybody who like hit you behind the scenes like, bro, my lawyer's going to be in your inbox in the morning based upon anything that you said? Anything that got a little bit serious where you were like even debating taking down content?
Okay, so let's see. There was one time where I said, you know who Nico is? He's a guy that does like the MIDI packs, and he's like, need like a piano melody? I got you. That guy.
Yeah. He's reached out to me for that that big plug-in.
Yeah. So I did what was it? I reviewed his MIDI pack, and I talked about like one of the business practices they have. I can't remember it exactly, but it was something like they would change the price. Like they would have like a sale. It was like a fake sale thing.
Mm-hmm.
And like I what did I call it? I can't remember what there was like a legal term for it, but I said that this is most likely some sort of I can't remember what it's called, but I used like a legal term for it, and like he basically went in my inbox and he was like, "Yo, the video you did was cool, but I just didn't like that you said this one part." And he's like, "I was talking to my lawyer about it and stuff like this." I was just like, he's like, "I was wondering if you can cut that part out," and I was just like, I was like, I think I only had like maybe like 10,000 subscribers or less than that at the time, so I was kind of just like, you know what? If that's the only part you had a problem with in that video, I think I might just, I'll just, I don't know enough about this to like, I don't know, to like stand here on this ground. So I'm just gonna. I didn't tell him that. Obviously, that's what I was thinking in my head.
The exhale that you gave in response to it, that says a whole lot more than anything else that you could ever say after that. He said, "Could you take out that one part?" He said, "I want to say no, but it's. I think it. So with you,
there's actually one more too. I just thought of one more. Sorry,
I had a question about that one, but go ahead.
So I got a copyright strike from Kyle Beats, but this one is more of, I believe this one was an error. Okay, so like what happened is I did like a few videos talking about the drip plugin. One of them was a video about like a free drip plugin alternative that I made, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so he hired this company to take down like people pirating the plugin or promoting piracy of the plugin. And like I have a feeling that this company, like I'm pretty sure they're not based in America, but basically I don't think they could read English very well, because they went on YouTube and they were just taking down shit without even looking at what it is or anything. But basically they copyright strike my video that said free drip plugin alternative. That's all it said. It said alternative right there in the title. So I got a copyright strike from them. And then I basically had to, like dispute it, like as in like,
because on what grounds?
If you dispute it, then like they basically, it's just like, okay, well, if the ball's in their court now they have to go to a judge, and like they have to file like a lawsuit or whatever against you. You know what I mean? They have to get like a.
Yeah, but on what grounds could they copyright strike that? Because
they didn't. That's what I'm saying. They didn't really have the grounds to do it. Like it was like, and then I talked to Kyle in the DMs, and he said it was a mistake. Like they didn't, like they shouldn't have done that and stuff like that. But I was actually kind of afraid, because like I was just like, oh shit. So that I could actually get like if they're actually serious about this and this isn't a mistake, they could actually take me to court for this. And I was just kind of like worried in my head. I was like, oh shit, dude, how much money is this going to cost if they really like try to like reverse the claim or whatever, like, and bring it back on me again.
Yeah.
But it ended up like I ended up like doing that, and then YouTube like let the strike go.
So you said you were in contact with Kyle.
Yeah.
Is it a reaction that did you get a reaction that you thought you were going to get when you first initially had those conversations, or was it kind of like, this is all fair game?
From Kyle?
Yeah, he
actually told me in the
bro.
DMs that it looks like it was a mistake, and that it seems like it was because I had a link to something in the description, and obviously the link was to an alternative that I made, like it was like an Ableton rack or whatever.
Right. No, I'm talking about just in general. If you guys have had any conversations about the content that you do, because you don't hold any punches on a drip plugin. You don't hold any punches on like has there ever been like bro, like why are you going so hard at me?
No, I mean, no, he hasn't said anything like that in my DMs, but on the reaction video he did to my music production YouTubers are frauds video, he actually he called me his BFF, and he said I made a bunch of videos hating on the drip plugin, which is really funny because I wouldn't describe it that way, but
right,
you're
not BFFs. You're not. That's not what you.
No, we're not BFFs, but I thought that was pretty funny that you described it that way.
What would you say is the best way for somebody to react to getting that criticism for you?
Okay, with which criticism? To me criticizing his plugin?
No, I'm just saying in general. Like, what would be to you? What would be if you were on the receiving end, right? How would you react to it? First of all, and two, like, what do you think is like the way? Like, what's the cool way to react when you see your stuff in a Weaver Beats video and a bunch of folks are in the comments co-signing? What do you think is like a cool reaction to all of that?
I mean, it depends on what they're saying. If what they're saying has merit, like if it has merit, then like you should try to address it and like change for the better. Because if like criticism is just about like pointing out how things could be better, You know, like, I mean, it really depends though, because if what they're saying doesn't have merit, then maybe like at a certain, it depends on the level of it too. Like it might be, if you're like a lot bigger than it, then it's probably better not to just respond at all. But like, it depends on whether what they're saying has merit.
Right.
I guess that's the most important part.
And then how would you react if you want to receive it and somebody was as good about their commentary as you are, and they were getting you tit for tat, and they were touching buttons that you were like, damn it, you're saying the inside stuff outside. How would you react to it? And I got a question here from the community, and we can start wrapping it up. How would you react to the criticism yourself?
It's hard to say. I haven't never really been in that like spot, but I guess like, I don't know. I just feel like to rectify it, like, you know, like if they're like criticizing something, then just like, you know, change whatever you're doing wrong. But like if I mean, are we talking about like roasting? Or are we talking about like criticism?
Just in general, the content. I mean, I think you kind of answered that. It was just more so about, you know, how to touch buttons. And I can tell by the people who react in a way that's like, they don't just kind of like, you know, like Kyle B's kind of just shrugged it off.
Yeah.
But there's certain folks who look at it and they're like, this guy's trying to go to war on me. Like they take it a lot more serious. And I wondered, for you, if there was somebody touching those buttons that you sometimes touch, maybe you don't do it on purpose, right? You're not looking to do that. You're just kind of like giving your opinion, and sometimes the truth hurts. But in response, how would you respond?
I don't know, man. It really just depends on the specific situation, I guess. There was one time where someone did make like a video about me. It was like way before I even did these like commentary types of videos. But it was kind of like the video they made was kind of like psychotic. Like it was like made like no sense. Like it was just a pure like hate video. He had like pictures of my family in it and shit like that. It was pretty fucking weird. Like it wasn't really, I kind of just like, if it's something like that, I feel like you just laugh at it because it's like, this is psycho, you know what I mean? But if there's like some actual merit to what they're saying and it's like legitimate criticisms, then like, you know, you can learn from it or whatever. I mean, the worst thing to do is like just to be sensitive to it, you know? No one wants to see someone like pout or like, I don't know, just freak out over something. I mean, if they do, they want to see it because it's like, oh, there's a car crash. Let's
yeah, like today's stream. Like today's stream kind of went in that direction. Based upon what you heard, do you feel like I could have handled that a different way, or did you? What is your point of view? Because I'm pretty sure, I don't want to give it away because I'm pretty sure there's going to be some content.
Okay, let's see. My perspective of things that happen. Okay, so there's a lot to break down here. I think you kind of talked over busy a bit, but I also think he was just talking about business the whole time. Like it's just like his name should really be Business Work Beats. Because like everything for him is just about business, and like it was kind of revealing how it seemed like he wanted 100% of like the market share for the producer like tutorial space. That was kind of weird. I don't know why he said that, because it's like clearly you're never going to get 100%. Like that's like, maybe he was just talking about that's what he aspires to get, like, so it's like he's got a constant hunger for that. But I think you handled it pretty well. I'm really curious what you're saying when you muted it.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think there's certain things that the things that were said online were for an online conversation, because there were people who had theories, and I think you might have even echoed some of it, that the whole thing was a ploy for attention, or that we planned the whole thing. And anybody who knows me in real life, like, I don't play like that.
Yeah, I don't think you would. Like, if anything, if I did say that, like, I'm pretty sure I meant like busy specifically, because I could see him doing that, but I couldn't see you doing that. Just because, like, I feel like you're like a bit more. I think if you were doing that, you're like an incredibly good actor. You know what I mean? Because you're getting a lot. It seems like you're getting more emotional and like, you know, raising your voice sometimes and stuff like that. And it doesn't really seem like someone who's, you know, faking it.
I would be psychotic if this whole thing was an acting gig. This is why I can't understand how actors do their job. Raising your blood pressure for the sake of the art. That's not my art.
Yeah.
So, somebody asked, well, I don't want to bounce topics, but you're absolutely right. I definitely could have handled the talking over a lot better, and that's something that I think that I gotta improve upon in those heated conversations. I just think that I let my emotions get the best of me in that situation because it was finally an opportunity to put to bed what has been silence on my side. And I shouldn't say put to bed, but at least get clarity, right? Get some clarity on some things that I haven't spoke about for a year. And for a year straight, every live stream, somebody came in there, had something to say, and I took the high road. I kept taking the high road. And not that I took the low road today. I just said, you know what? We're on this topic. And Weaver Beats is a great segue into it. And in the process, a lot of things got said. But I am happy with the way, I'm content with the way that the offline conversation happened because I started seeing, I had to pull myself back and be like, okay, there are things being said because there's an audience listening. So let's mute that up.
Yeah.
I get it.
Yeah.
I get it for anybody. Anybody would not want to be in a situation where they feel like, you know, they're made looking weak or whatever the case may be. I'm not assuming that's what it is for them. But I understand it. But I feel like when it went offline, that's when you get to the real nitty gritty. But I do think what was public needed to be public, so that now moving forward, there's more clarity about who's contributing energy to what. And I've made the commitment, and I'm glad I'm talking to you now. Not because I'm hoping to side your side your unbiased opinion, anyways, but because I it's important it's important to me that what's the word? Not context, but that I'm able to speak from my own narrative.
Yeah.
So, but man, yo, I appreciate you, Weaver. I'm gonna try to see if I can get Darnell on the phone. If you ever need anything from me, if you ever need Darnell, you know what I'm saying? Whatever, Weaver, I appreciate you being something that sometimes friends can't be.
Yeah.
And man, keep it going. You got anything you want to plug to the people, or any words you want to leave with them?
Nah, just check out my YouTube channel.
And what is that YouTube channel, by the way?
Weaver Beats. Hold on, I'll put it in the chat.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and pin that. Weaver Beats for president. Weaver Beats for president.
I don't know about that. I feel like you can't be a president without being corrupt. There's too many other strings, and I don't know. Let's not talk about politics.
I'm scared of what corrupt Weaver looks like. Because you very convincing. I'm scared of what corrupt Weaver looks like. I need Lambo Weaver. We need a character for Lambo Weaver.
It's funny because like on my stream, there was a joke where it's like if I got a certain amount of subscribers or something, I would get the second Lambo, and then like the second Lambo, because obviously I have one already.
Yes,
and
yes.
Then like we actually edited it on the stream, like we did like a green screen where there was like I was in a garage and there was just like a Lamborghini like pulling up behind me and then reversing every so often. So that was like that's maybe like a year or two ago.
So you got to bring that person back so we can bring back Sus Bunny.
I feel like I've heard that on your channel, but I can't remember who that is.
Yeah. The Sus Bunny is literally the ClickFunnels king.
Oh.
You never heard of Sus Bunny? I sold 1 million beats in 2.5 seconds. Have you ever done that, you broke boys? Sus Bunny. I went quadruple platinum. Drake needs me. That's Sus Bunny. So you're going to have me bring it back to skits. Bro, it's... last thing I'll say about this, because you did bring up the skits, and I will tell you this. I stopped doing the skits because life started kicking my ass. And I couldn't find funny in how I was living and where things were going with my business. Like, my business took a hit because of some bad decisions that I made, and for not, as Mont Dog says, plugging my shit. Like putting my stuff out there and letting people know that I have products. I just was irresponsible about that. And because of that, I just could not find the sense of humor. And so I think now in having these conversations, I'm starting to find it. And when we get back to doing the skits and all of that stuff that you guys enjoy so much, I just want you to take a second and thank my guy Weaver Beast, because he may be the exact reason why I come back and do those on a regular basis. I was having fun with those, but it's not so fun when you really getting your ass handed to you.
Hell yeah, man. That's awesome to hear.
Man, well, thank you, Weaver, and we'll be looking forward to talking to you soon. If you need anything, bro, at all or whatever, bro, just hit me up. Thank you again for being on the stream.
No problem, man. Thank you for having me on.
Of course. Weaver Beats, ladies and gentlemen. Weaver Beats. How about we do this? We spent a lot of time on this stream. I would like to hear from some of you guys. You are the most important thing here. You are the most important thing here. And without you in this space, this conversation probably be a lot shorter. We know how content is. Can I invite some of you to jump in a Zoom call with me? Would you guys be open to that? I want to get your feedback. And I'm asking, can't control people, but I'm asking, be respectful. We offline got to a place where we were able to at least get to a place of understanding. I don't want to do anything that instigates or taps or puts that in a different place. So if you come in here with some mess, I'm going to have to block you. And I don't want to do that. I'd love to have a grown folks conversation because it's a grown folks platform. But if you want to jump into Zoom, come talk to me. And I'm going to let as many of y'all in as you want to come in because we want to hear your perspective. Be respectful, please. Be respectful on this platform. That's it. All right, so I'm going to leave it open. I see a few of you that are joining. Let me actually make it visible here on the screen. I'll just say this for straight up. Like, it's super dope. Matter of fact, I'm going to wait till some other folks get in here, but I was going to say if there's anybody in here that's looking to stay for at least the majority, I'd love to make you a co-host. For at least... Ellard, what's going on? Are you talking to me? What's going on, man? Or Avedon. Whoever want to speak first, go ahead. I'm going to ahead and make the screen public for y'all so you can see everything that's going on.
So, what's going on, my brother?
What's going on, man? How you doing?
Doing good. I caught the end and I had to scroll back and I see I missed the show tonight.
It was a lot more than even I thought I was signing up for today. I thought I was going to talk about a few of these videos that I think are really dope from our friend Weaver Beats, and instead there was a much needed conversation that has been going on for quite some time, or just a dialogue that should have happened. Maybe it should have happened offline, but I'm not mad at it happening online either.
I'm glad. I'm gonna catch the replay. I'm glad y'all was able to speak though. At least there's some level of things that were said. Now it's like it can't be. It's on record now. What was said, and real recognize real. That's just the case. Real is gonna recognize real.
Right.
Moving forward though, I would say focus more on you. Focus more on your content and everything. I think going back and forth what we were saying earlier, and as someone who's been doing YouTube for a few years myself, I could say the biggest trap is trying to have your hands in so many different things. As somebody who's multifaceted myself, I have so many different things I can do. I can go to podcasts, I can go to music, I can go to video, I can go in so many different areas.
Right.
But it's like you said, when you're doing too much, you kind of like lose the interest because the people who are sold on you, they're sold on you. But for someone who doesn't know you, it could be a little bit much to take in.
Let me ask you this.
To take. ahead.
how are you able to decipher the things that stay and the things that need to go away when your interests are so varied?
So what I had to learn is I had to start writing things down.
Mm-hmm.
And one of my biggest weaknesses for a long time, I would keep everything in here. I would try to think about everything instead of actually writing it down. When I started writing it down, it became a lot more real to me. And I had to ask myself, who does this serve? And when I started to write it down, it showed me that there's a lot of things that I like,
Right.
but it's not serviceable. And I'm like, me not putting it on YouTube is not gonna make me stop liking it. I'm gonna like it regardless. And it goes back to the point, what is the point of me uploading this video? Because if it's just about me liking it, I could just do that in private.
This is true.
But if I'm gonna put the effort in making a video, editing a video, and then making a thumbnail, doing all that work, then I should at least service the person that I'm doing. It's almost like going to your favorite restaurant and you have a dish in mind that you want to get, but they keep serving you everything else.
That's a good analogy. That's a really good analogy.
It's like, dog, I love it here, but please give me what I want.
Yeah, it's like you go to Taco Bell and you like, man, all I want is a Mexican pizza and a cheese
exactly
quesadilla.
I just had that half hour ago.
I just want to make, and they say, but we got these nacho fries, fam. Like, I'm pretty sure they're delicious, but this is what I came here for. And that's a great point, man. I appreciate you sharing that perspective. I want to hear from some other folks in there too, because I know it's some new faces and whatnot that are in here. Avedon, you know I love you like a brother, and I appreciate you, man. Appreciate you being so unbiased about it. Anyone else? You are open. This is a matter of fact. I should open up the whole Zoom, shouldn't I? I should open up the whole thing and stop my video. Okay, I don't know if that's working. Hold on. What's going on, Aaron? I just see you right now. Who? Anybody that wants to speak, you are more than welcome to. You got the stage. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. Why y'all quiet? Is this something I did?
I'm with the baby boy. That's why I'm sorry, man.
Okay, you good. It's probably late. Okay, I'm sorry. It is late where you're at.
No, you're good, man. I didn't know what the video was gonna be when I didn't know what the stream was gonna be when I logged on, but I'm usually lurking in the background. I didn't know who the hell was gonna be doing anything, but I wanted to be here regardless, and show up and say it. And if I can say something, and I wanted to be here for you. You've been there for me, and I wanted to show up for you. I didn't know who the subject was until we got into it, but I wanted to be here for you, and it was nice to have Weaver on, and then that was a nice change of pace, change of direction, and me and my son, we sat down and enjoyed your company, man. Regardless of what was going on, we're glad we can be here with you, man.
Aaron, could you give me one thing that I know, because you're actually a friend of mine. You're actually a good friend of mine, and you're somebody that I love being able to get. We send our voice notes and we kind of update what's going on in our lives. Aaron Barber will be like, "Hey Curtis, I sent you." I'm trying to situate the screen. Aaron Barber, like, I sent you a new melody loop that I know you're gonna have fun with. And he is just, if you don't know Aaron is just a genius musician that I feel grateful to even have the opportunity to know and work with. And so, with that being said, Aaron, man, can you give us a little? I know everything I said wasn't holy today, but I'm still a God-fearing man. Give me some biblical context, or just something that I can look at and say, maybe this is a different way to pivot situations like this. I don't get off on being tough guy. That's not. I don't get off on that. I get off on being able to truly affect people's lives in a positive way. but I ain't no pushover. So, Aaron, what is some context that you can give to the situation, knowing what you do and your background? Can you give me just some word? Give me a word real quick, Aaron.
Absolutely. For one, safety. The horses are prepared for battle. Safety is of the Lord. We're ready for a fight when one comes. But ultimately we depend on God. And the devil knows the word of God. His enemies know, God's enemies know the word of God, and they're gonna act like they're preachers of the word. That's the way it is. And sometimes we have to name names and point things out. And shoot, we like to come from a place of peace and turn the other cheek. But when it comes time to name the names, man, sometimes we have to do it, and we have to be prepared for battle. And in this instance, you were prepared for battle. The sheep know his voice, and another shepherd will they not follow. I'm butchering, I'm paraphrasing that, but we know the shepherd's voice, and we know what we heard today was not of God. If you believe, if you don't believe, hey, we respect you, and we're your friend. We love you. We love having you with us. And even we know the word of God, and that was not the word of God. It was twisted. It's word was added unto and taken away. Verses were blatantly changed by busy works. And it just, you loving God, you hate evil, and what you heard was twisted. And it's natural that when you love God, you're gonna stand up for it. You're gonna stand up for yourself, man. You were prepared for battle. That's what it was. Man. You went to battle.
And I truly did. I didn't come here for that. I came here for the Weaver Beats reaction. I can't, but I'm glad that it happened. I felt like I got a message specifically, like a very vivid message from God. And I always wondered, like, what does the voice of God sound like? And I felt like the voice told me, be quiet, because your normal reaction is to do what you did today. And although there was probably some words and whatnot, that this is me growing, for those of you that want the smoke and all that, this is me showing you I'm growing. I want to do things differently because I want life to be a different way. I don't feel like you operate from a happy space if you're able to pop off like that at any given notice. So with that said, it's probably words, and I definitely would have allowed more opportunity for him to be able to speak his piece, but it's not the energy I want moving forward. But I do appreciate the reminder, bro. A reminder, because I know a message ain't for everybody, but if the show was for me, so I appreciate you, Aaron.
Thanks for having me, man.
Man, of course, bro, and I look forward to talking to you soon. Anybody else in here?
Yo, what's good, bro?
HGC, what's the deal, bro?
Man, I first off, because I got a couple things I want to touch on. But first off, I do want to apologize. I was going crazy in the chat, low key. when bro came in and somebody, I think it was Courtney, said he posted on the community tab, I kind of went crazy, bro, because through my mind it just felt like, you have one person over here, right? You trying to actively find peace, and then you have someone just like pushing that away. That just hit me the wrong way, bro, and I'm sure it hit you the wrong way as well. So
yeah I mean, but we're human beings, and I think that's the thing that we don't, maybe I know I'm disconnected from it sometimes when I look at folks that make content and they make it look so good, and their presentation and their delivery is crisp and everything. And I'm not saying that about him, just in general. And you get in a space where you're like, they can't do no wrong because you never see them do any wrong. And so you kind of lose the human perspective on it. And today was a real human perspective for a lot of people that probably felt like they didn't see that side from me. And to be real, I think I for sure felt like a robot at some point last year. I feel like I had to be, because I'm not an editor. And I got to a place where I was doing like all of these crazy production edits, and I had to be a robot. And sometimes that translated into content, and it made people not want to connect with what's going on. It might have still came out pretty decent, but I'm seeing now how that can be a negative. And today I think was important for a lot of reasons, because there's a lot of folks that got to see I think beyond the words, you see my heart, and that's all I can ever ask.
100%.
That's all I can ever ask.
100%.
Man,
You know,
appreciate it. Uh-huh.
but at the same time, it's funny you say that, but like you mentioned, like when you were talking about like before all of that happened, you were talking about, you know, Weaver Beats and, you know, how people, you know, gravitated towards your content. I feel like that's why most of us are here. Because that authenticity, you do not find that everywhere, especially nowadays on the internet. You do not find that everywhere.
Why you think that is?
Because people are so scared of protecting their image. That's why, and not to go back to you know who, but I mean, you said it. That's why the mic needed to come off.
Yeah.
That's really why the mic needed to come off. You feel me? Like it wasn't operating, at least in my eyes, he wasn't operating from a place of authenticity.
But you know what though? And I hear what you're saying. I think that also, to be fair, it applies to me as well. Because I think having the opportunity to finally say something after I felt I was being obedient to a message I got from God to be quiet and to focus on me. And I was like asking God, like, yo, I'm not saying you wrong, but God, like, I feel like I'm out here getting slandered and I'm not saying nothing.
Facts.
And it kept going. Even when I was focused on flocation and I was in my own bag, I'm still getting slandered. That's what I felt, right? And so today was a combination. I'm not making no excuse for it. I stand on whatever I said, and if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But today was honestly a combination of pivoting from that silence, because I think it was put on my heart to do that. And two, it's a lot going on with the woman that means the most to me in the whole world, which is my mom. And she needs my strength, I feel. And I need to be the best version of myself for her because of the diagnosis that she got. And maybe that's just me once again getting in my place where I'm, you know, I don't know, whatever. That's how I feel. And I feel like in that, I feel like I have to also, I can't be strong for her if I can't be strong for me. And I felt like today needed to be a moment to have some uncomfortable conversations.
Yeah, that's real. That's real. Now, but prayers to you and yours, man. And I think it's stuff like that where it's like, how do I say this? Let me just say this. We see, you know, the people who are in the streams day in, day out, the people who are on your content day in, day out. We know you. Abadan said this. We know you. You got us.
Appreciate that.
You feel me? And you're not losing that. So like, whatever audience he wants to bring and try and add to that, no, quality over quantity.
Absolutely.
And I mean that. So, you know, I'm a man, that's all I really.
No, you good. You good. HCC, I hate to keep doing this to you because, you know, I'm not an ageist, but could you remind people how old you are, HCC?
I'm 17, gang. If you don't know me, I'm 17. Yeah.
Bro, I wish I had an ounce of your wisdom at 17. I wish. I truly wish. I would be in a different space, and that's why I want to pour all I can into whatever you got going on. That you see a value, because I see the potential with you, bro. So I appreciate you chiming in.
I appreciate that, bro. Hey, much love. All of y'all, man. Much love.
Much love. All right. I see there's a few people in here. I want to make sure I'm not ignoring what's going on in the Zoom. But anybody, it's an open forum. I would love to hear your perspective on it so we can finally kind of bury the hatchet and move forward. Because believe you me, I got content I want to make. I got content that is not this, that I really want. I'm finding a love again for content. There's a YouTuber named Hindsight. I don't know if you ever heard of him. He makes like these really like just aesthetically beautiful videos, but they're talking head videos. And they look kind of like how I'm setting this up right here. But seeing him get excited for making his content, and I didn't know he wasn't excited, makes me get excited. And so, yeah, I just say that to say, like, I want to get back to that. But anyone else in here that wants to kind of give some perspective?
Yeah, I'd like to chime in.
Sure. Hey, Tyra. What's good?
What's up?
How you doing?
Good, and yourself?
I'm all right. It's been a long day.
I see that. We all see that clearly.
What's on your mind, though, sis?
Yeah, but based upon this observation that I've seen just now, we need to do a better job of checking on our people because I don't think your boy has I don't think he's mentally healthy right now. And as creatives, our people are checking out. I mean, look at Twitch.
Yeah. Yeah, the DJ
Cool.
Twitch, right? Yeah.
Who saw that coming?
Yeah.
That was one of the happiest dudes that I had ever seen on the planet.
Right, right.
And one of our proud creatives, and now he's not here no more. So I'm getting the impression that you and Busy are not going to be on the best speaking terms. But if you could, maybe you can reach out to someone that is on, better terms with him to reach out and ask him to go seek out some help. Because honestly, it seemed like he needs some help. I mean, that was some Kanye West type stuff. They both need some help, and we're losing our people. Our folks are checking out like, they're dropping like flies.
I'll tell you this, sis, because, and thank you, Law, for this super chat. I appreciate that. You spoke a lot of truth in that, and let me give you an example of my heart. And I know that this could completely change the perspective on people who were like, nah, you were in the right, you did what you did. I know when it's heavy on my heart when things should be different. If he reached out and said, I need help, what do you think I would do?
Well, we all believe that you try to assist them as best as you can.
No matter how much slander I've seen on the internet, I feel like, especially if God says, this is your duty, this is what you need to do, I'm going to show up. And I've done that my entire life. Because I understand there's a perspective of what's said on the internet, and there's a real perspective that is outside of that. Right? It's almost like I had a teacher that said money is not just the root of all evil, it's the magnifying glass into who we really are. And I feel like the internet is now becoming the new magnifying glass. It just gives you air and opportunity to kind of get out those demons and those things. And this is not me throwing shots. I'm just speaking in generalities right now. And I'm trying to be very careful about that because I do feel like we got to a place that grown men can get to when there's not an audience involved. And I want to keep it there, at least on my end. So with that said, I would, if someone has the vulnerability, and it's not easy to ask for help. I'm dealing with that right now, right? It's not easy to ask for help, especially when people are used to going to you the strong friend. You the one that they go to it for advice. It's not easy. And y'all know a lot of y'all can relate to that. But the strong friends need to be checked on too, because everybody's up here trying to like pull, use them as an outlet. But I'll do that, even for somebody who slanders my name, because I know, beyond all of the judging eyes out here, I know the one that really matters. And I know that certain challenges are brought to challenge you specifically. And some people are like, I can't do that. Forget turning the other cheek and all that. This person said this. I have to do that because I can't heal unless I have the ability to do it for myself. So if he, after all of that stride and all of that, I made this money off of you, if he called tomorrow and said, I'm dead ass wrong, I need help, I'm going through some shit, that vulnerability is enough for me. I would be an asshole to continue any kind of dialogue or conversation about that. And that's not my heart. I can't be that way. Anyone else wanted to chime in to what's going on? I've said a lot this stream. And I don't and I don't know if I want to take it down. I'm getting to a place where I'm like, I don't know. I just don't want something to be used as, I don't want to be the driving of destruction of anything. Because maybe some things were said that don't need to be off online, but maybe it is. I don't know. I gotta pray on it. Blake, were you gonna share something, man?
Yeah, what's going on, Curtis? How you doing, brother?
Doing well. How are you doing, Blake?
Pretty good, man. I gotta say, wow, I got into the stream and I got right in the middle of all that. I had no idea what was going on. And then I realized what was going on. And what I realized is it had to happen, man. It had to happen. This has been going on for quite a while. And not to take over the room here, but I really feel like both you guys as creators, you both have your own audiences. You guys also had your partnerships in a sense, but this whole him slandering you and all this other stuff, man, it's getting out of hand. you know, and I think what happened today or tonight had to happen.
Right, right. I appreciate you
know,
giving perspective on that.
Yeah, definitely, man. I mean, me personally, I love your content because I started from a place in producing where I didn't know where to go next. I didn't know how to make these beats, arrange them, or nothing. I've seen you since Flocation day one, and I've seen what it's become up to this time, and it's still amazing. But I can also see that the internet itself is evolving, and we're getting into a time and place where one person could say something on a live or whatever, and it can really mess up your not your success, but your channel. You know,
Yeah.
it could give a bad rep because people love to talk, man. And anyway, where I'm getting at is it does kind of matter what other people say, but we can't control that.
Yeah.
And at the same time, there's only so much you can do as an individual. I'm sure. I'm not entirely sure.
No, that's facts. That's facts, and it's another reason why I think that you control what you can control, but recognize that it's all out of your control.
Amen.
If that makes
Absolutely.
sense, right? Like
it makes perfect sense.
Somebody right now has already downloaded everything that they need from this stream. They got the clickbait moments, but guess what? When you ask to be in some kind of influence, that's what bill you must pay. Is that people have the opportunity to take whatever and run their own narratives. But if anything, I think it's just important that people see action and not words. And
Amen.
It's crazy because I almost didn't do this stream. I was getting ready to edit a video and start doing more long form, and something told me, I'm gonna share this link again with the chat really quick. Something told me go live and do this video instead. I literally have a video where I responded back to what Weaver Beats said. I literally have a video for that. It's ready. I have to edit it, but it's ready. And I'm not going to drop it because of the stream. That's how fresh off the that's how fresh of an idea it was. But I think everything happens for a reason. And no matter what you're here for, I'm glad you had an opportunity to see the real of any situation. Like, no matter who you agreed with, that doesn't really matter to me. What matters is that now that it's all out in the open, perspectives are out in the open, there's no more mystery about it. And when there's no more mystery, it loses steam. And people can get back to focusing on the things that actually matter. But I think that's the one thing I can take from it for sure.
No, absolutely. And you know what? I'm not like trying to sound biased or anything, but I mean, just the way that he responded, you asked a simple question and dude just kept stepping around it, getting philosophical, bringing the Bible in it. It's like, bro, just say, hey man, you know what? I messed up, whatever it is. There's a lot of ego in that. And there's sometimes some people, they just don't want to drop that image. Like you can see right through it. You can read between the lines. You know, people are trying to maintain an ego online because they would ruin their imagery if they didn't seem as tough or anything, right?
Right.
So, what was said, mic on or off, I hope it was resolved in a good manner. But I mean, honestly, I just want to see you keep pumping out amazing content.
Thank you,
and
bro.
what I mean by that is your beats is why we're here, but we're also here for the fellowship that you bring on to us, like as the producer community. You've done so much to change the game. Dude, you have even talked to Spectrasonics and put them in their place peacefully. That was crazy.
Man. and you know what, Blake?
Anyway.
Like, I hate, you know me, like I'm so like, it's weird because I'm like, I'm an outrovert with introvert tendencies. So like when I hear stuff like that, there's a part of me that's like, I don't feel like I put them in their place. I feel like I asked a question that a lot of folks weren't asking and it took off. And because of that, it gave me an opportunity to get down to the nitty gritty and they changed the terms of service. But Blake, I'm gonna tell you like this, bro. I am so next decision minded. I hardly take time to sit down and really like I have a list of things, and I got this from a Tony Robbins thing called priming. It's like a priming thing that you do. It's a priming exercise you do every morning, right? It just really pumps you up for the day. It's the reason I got energy today. I take a cold shower and I do the priming. One of the things that he asks you to do is take 3 moments from your life that made you genuinely happy. And the first time I did it, I couldn't think of I couldn't think of all three. I only like one. And not because I haven't had my happy moments, because I don't think about them enough. So I took one day where I just wrote down all the things that, like a good 20 or 25 things that I was like, it gives me goosebumps just to read the words inside of my phone. And today was the first day that I started reading off of it. And so when you tell me things like that, bro, I'm being reminded of things that I've accomplished. And I never even harp on those. Like, you never even see, like, I did the video, probably talked about it one location, Blake, and then that was it. So
Yeah.
it's just not what my heart is.
But listen, you really got to look back at what you've done. How long have you done this, Kurt? A very long time.
Since 2003.
It's not narcissism. It's a long time, my man. But it's no narcissism in it. There's nothing like that. It's just looking back and thinking, dude, you started from, we've seen videos that you've done years ago with you and your wife in a kitchen or in a living room, making, beat reviews. Working at, what was it, Blimpie or Schlotsky's? And
no, that was Quiznos. That was Quiznos. That was before the YouTube day, but that was Quiznos, bro. That's crazy.
Okay, so the Quiznos, my bad. But you started from a place in which we are all at, or we have been to, that we're trying to reach the same, I guess you could say, spotlight that, Curtis King TV's at today.
Right.
But you've shown that you have started from the bottom and now you're here. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
It's just really hard because the internet has definitely changed. And really quick, I want to end things off with, I don't know what's going on with YouTube. I have seen a lot of deplatforming happening with me online. It's nothing crazy. I'm not saying nothing crazy about it.
Mm-hmm.
But I will still continue to support your channel, your courses, Patreon, and all that too, brher. I really appreciate you letting me talk. Thank you so much.
Of course, Blake, and I'll double check that, because I'm sure we had no reason to block. So we'll figure it out if there's something that we can do. But YouTube is being really, really aggressive about the deplatforming, especially as information is out there and the bots are not so accurate sometimes, right?
Yeah, I saw that with Weaver Beats tonight. He said something about that just 20 minutes ago, and it is crazy, man.
Right.
Like, I mean, I've lost my Facebook and it doesn't matter. Anyway, this isn't about me. Kurt, keep doing your thing. You're
Appreciate
the man.
you.
Thank you so much. God
Appreciate
bless.
you. God bless. Anyone else here in the Zoom? We're going to end it out here probably in the next, I'll say the top of the hour, and we'll be out of here about 18 more minutes.
I have a question.
Yes. Who am I speaking with? Let me see real quick.
Oh, I'm Valencia. Sorry, I didn't know if my mic was on.
No, your mic is on. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing well.
I'm a big fan. I've kind of been a silent subscriber for like the last year and a half since I found your channel, because I get nervous to comment and like leave messages, but you said something about the internet being a magnifying glass. So I always think of like, I don't want to like the wrong tweet or anything and stuff. And then I was like, I have to call in because one of the questions have been on my mind for a long time, and it has to do with tonight. How are you comfortable being creative and also being hurt by creatives that you are friends with in the door? Like, because with me, when I create, I get God's love and a peace and nothing around me and everything. But at the same time, I don't want to create things that people can use to hurt me or that I might be hurting others with, like, and stuff. And I know it has to hurt that your friend is hurt, like talking bad about you, like from a musician level and also from a friend level and a humanity level, like, because it's just from the brain to physically being here on earth.
It's not easy. Well, it is not easy. And I think that some people have been brought up in environments where tough skin was a priority from childhood, right? You get your whoopings, or you almost break a leg and they say walk it off. I was brought up in a strict environment, but there was a lot of balance when I was with my mom and a lot of balance with my dad. So my mom is super, super affectionate, and my pops, he's more like strict and stern. And so what happens is that when you come up, I feel like in a sense, when you come up in environments where you got a super strict parent, it turns you into a people pleaser, right? Because you want to do things the right way before you get punished. And so I think that in a sense,
I said amen.
You know what I mean? So and this is something I had to have kind of like mirrored back to me in some content, because I was like in denial of it. But it is true. That strict environment makes you want to do things that don't break things. And I think that in that environment, I'm not supposed to be here with a thick skin. That wasn't part of my story. I've gone through a lot of pain, and for some people, they go through pain and they make a choice of whether it develops a callous and tougher skin, or if they go through pain and start to develop general opinions about humans, or they start to become, sort of sour themselves. And I think I kind of did a combination of both at times. And I got to a place with content creation where it was really the first time that people were saying things about me. Like, I got homies that they are ruthless. They are heartless when it comes to clowning and roasting, right? I take that. I went to LAUSD. They ain't no better. I'm respect to whatever school anybody went to. Ain't no better roasters than LAUSD. And I came up in that. But the thing is, when I became a content creator, these folks that are saying these things are not my friends. My friend could say some crazy stuff about me, right? About somebody I love, and I know that at the end of the day, if I'm in a situation, they love me. I know their heart. Even if they say something wild, even if they say something out of anger. I've had my best friend in the whole world, my guy Keaton. We didn't even ready to fight and throw blows over playing NBA Live and talking too much shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, but that's if we fight, and no matter if one of us get beat up, we're going to be mad, but we're going to get right back to being friends. I came up in that, so it's not like I have the thin skin, but when it came to content creation, it was a bunch of people that I was like, why? What did I say to you to make you, like, did I put something, what did I put out there for you to say that about me? And so, so to answer your question, it is a challenge when you put yourself out here, because I think it's a part of the reason also too why my channel hasn't been more successful. I think that there was a part of me that wanted a larger audience, more viewership, and then another part of me that didn't want it because I didn't want to increase the hate and not be ready to take it.
Yeah, that's a big fear of mine, but also because it's like I don't mind making a fool of myself at bowling or anything, because that's not something naturally I've always done or anything. But I've been writing and creating music and writing books and having the whole lyric video concepts in my head before even having the song complete. Yeah, and that's something that like naturally came to me, and I had to humble myself or show humility last year and learning how to relearn piano and learning producing, because like I might be a good songwriter, but I'm not a producer. But having like, it was like a last boyfriend, the way he was so harsh on my music and always comparing me to musicians I'm not like, it makes me scared, because it's like I can never tell if somebody's laughing at me like genuinely because I'm being funny right now, or if they're laughing at me because they think it's a joke. And I just know one time I walked in on him and his friends laughing at my songs, and that was like a different type of laugh. And I'm just like, okay, well, this is not bowling. Like, you guys are like, that's my art. So it also felt like they were laughing at what God has been giving me the message. Like, just like, you're laughing at the work that God told me that I need to physically put out.
Can I give you?
So does that, like, because NBA, that's nobody's born with a controller in their hand, but it's like if you naturally know how to play basketball or even great with video games, so it probably hurts a little bit more if somebody's like on your head about it.
Can I give you a perspective? And this I'm not saying this is gonna work for everybody, but I relate to that 1,000%. You're entitled to whatever feelings that you feel, because it's so crazy that people tell us to reveal ourselves in our art form. We give the most vulnerable parts of who we are and what makes us who we are in our art, and then we're told in the same breath, stop taking it so to heart. Stop putting your heart on your shoulder. It's going to sound really crazy, and I'm going to make a point here that I want to make sure that I kind of give you more perspective on your question. I compare what we do as artists to a stripper. Sounds crazy. But think about this. Think about this. A stripper goes up on stage and reveals every single thing that she may be insecure about in a room full of people who are judging her on the very things that she's most insecure about. And she's revealing herself. And I look at it like we're so exposed, and that's why it hurts so much when people say things about us. Now, I'll say this to you. It took me a long time, probably longer than it should, to develop what they call a thicker skin. But it's based in not me not caring. It's not that. That's not it. Like Gary Vee, it's not about that. For me, it's knowing that there is no positive without the negative. Mm-hmm. And if I don't allow for people to trash the thing that means the most to me, I'm not allowing for the blessing of what's going to happen when the good stuff happens. Also, last thing I'll say, if I find any moments of happiness, if you find any moments of happiness with your music, any moment after all of that stuff happens, and that stuff can be very traumatic, I understand. But if you find a moment of happiness, it's important to, at some point, try to get yourself mentally to a space to say, this would not have been possible had it not been for this as a driving force. This ultimately led, right? There's a saying by Tony Robbins, life is always happening for you and not to you. And it took me a long time to digest that, because some people have done some really, really dirty things in this industry. It's part of the reason I don't like the music industry to begin with. Have done some really dirty things that have even affected my livelihood, just living, right? Put me in very vulnerable situations. But had they not did that, would I not be so passionate as I am today for independent artists and music producers? Why do I care so much? Why do I have so many videos? Is it because I'm trying to put y'all in the funnel? No, because I actually have been through it.
Yeah. Wait, excuse me. Curtis, you can hear me, right?
Yes. How you doing? Who am I speaking with?
Oh, yeah. I just trying to make sure. I don't want to cut y'all off.
You good.
I kind of did want to kind of join the conversation. It's like related so much so to what you said, especially, I heard her what's her name? Valerie?
Valencia. That's crazy. That's my twin's name.
Oh, Valencia. My bad.
Yeah.
But
no, you're fine. It's my twin's name, so I'm used to it.
Right. I was receiving the exact same thing, not only starting off, but even now, I just hear, why is your hi-hats? Why do they sound so clicky? What? Yeah. Oh, you're taking it to heart and stuff like that. When I'm just breaking down, I'm like, oh, bro, do you is there anything that you want that's do
you like anything?
Yeah.
What do you like?
Exactly. And then they would, and now it's kind of I got into a point in my life where I'm just where they're like, hey, can you make this that sounds like, and I would just be like, no,
yeah,
I'm making what I want to make, because look at, I used to be, just like when you mentioned the stripper thing, I relate to that 100%, and then because you're scared of what the world is going to bring to you, versus what God blessed you with, you feel me? And
facts.
What God blessed you with, look for an example, look at artists, look at Tyler, the Creator, look at Cassidy, Cassidy, especially, when somebody says, oh, you got effed up by that one artist, by this, you got trashed. His, every artist, I guess you can say, they have somewhat of an ego, and it takes quite a while to build that. But if you kind of build that surface, not oh, I'm the best in the world, I'm better than every single artist, it should kind of just be more hey, if I want to succeed this, if I want to beat this person who's calling me out, anybody can beat anybody, and Cassidy, his just the way he was making beats and everybody was trashing it. He didn't give a fuck. Excuse me, my language.
I remember that. I made videos about it because I was like, there's gonna come a day where he actually starts to catch some, because it wasn't so quote unquote bad that it deserved the lashing that it got.
It really wasn't.
You know what I'm saying? But they made it that way. And because it's his name and because of whatever clicks that, and that's such a, and we talked about this the other day, that's such a dangerous thing about living in the now, in this time period on the internet. And I want to make sure we get to other folks with Valencia. I mean, you brought such a great topic that I think a lot of people resonate, and I appreciate you, sis.
I really thank you.
I appreciate your vulnerability. That's not easy.
78 gigabyte folder that I'm trying to get, they're completed songs, 78 gigabytes. And that's not even the 500 external for other music and ideas. And it's I feel like I'm blocking other people's messages, because some of the gospel songs and country songs is the In Vogue album I wrote. It's that's for them. That's why it's not as personal to me. But at the same time, it's I'm not releasing it because I'm scared to walk into another room and being oh, you actually didn't know what you're doing. I went from so confident that I knew I was doing to being that's the first time somebody told me I didn't know what I was doing. Now I'm have I always been doing this wrong?
No, you know what? You know what I always think of, and I want to make sure we leave a little opportunity, because some folks have been really, really patient in here, and I appreciate everybody that's in here. I think one of the scariest thoughts that I ever had when I started off making music is, what if I held it to myself all these years, and then by the time I actually do release it, say I share it in a group of friends, and they say, yo, this is actually not that bad. This is actually really good. Like this, why didn't you push this more? And to feel like wasted potential is probably something that a lot of us think about, and what drives a lot of us to put stuff out there. But I feel like whatever you see on the other end of success for doing this thing that you chose called music, it doesn't come without the other stuff.
It doesn't.
It's the price that we pay. It's the toll. It's like you can't get across certain bridges in the U.S. without paying the toll. There's no way to get past that. And if you choose to turn around, that's your right. And I don't think that anybody should pass judgment on that. I think that it's getting us closer to who we're ultimately supposed to be.
Yes.
There have been times where I said no to something that I know deep down inside I was scared of. And then I look back and said, I'm actually doing it now. Like I'm actually in the process of doing one of the things that I thought in the past, like, I don't know if I'd ever have a series where people want to come on Zoom and talk, and maybe they wouldn't even be interested in this. This is probably one of the biggest streams that we've had ever. And I was going to hold this to myself, sis. So I say that not to say, I say that sometimes choosing to quit earlier, if that's what your heart says, is the best decision that you could make. The founder, okay, there's a CEO. I'm gonna give you one example, and I want to get to some other perspectives. There's a CEO that had a dream, right? He had a dream to create this game that's kind of like done. Hold on, can I get this story off? 'Cause I know you chiming in, but I can't.
My bad.
I can't focus on both. Can I get this off real quick? Just real quick.
My bad.
There's a CEO who lost my train of thought. So the CEO had dreams of making a Dungeons and Dragon style game, right? And he got investors that invested millions of dollars. I think he had a budget of up to $25 million that they were going to put into this startup. And it actually didn't find as much success as he thought, but it was enough to satisfy the investors. As he kept developing it, he had a light bulb moment that says, I need to stop right here. Because some people will keep going because they're like, damn, I already spent $7 million. I might as well finish to the end and see what it's going to be. He had a light bulb moment that said, I need to quit now. Do you know that this game, he developed a tool within this game that ended up becoming the company that we know as Slack?
Wow.
He traded in something that meant the world to him. This was his music. It meant the world to him. And he was holding back the bigger blessing that he would have never seen had he held on to this thing. It's almost like that picture of, like, you see like the meme where it's like Jesus and it's a little girl holding the teddy bear in her hands, a small, and then Jesus has like a bigger teddy bear. I feel like in a lot of ways, if our heart is so strong on it, like, I'm not saying give up at all. If that's not your story, that's not your story. But I share that to say, sometimes the thing that is blocking our blessings is not having the ability to quit sooner and do what we were put here to do. And I'm not saying music is not that. I'm just saying maybe there's a different version. Maybe it's not the path that you've seen other artists go. Maybe it's a way where, look at me. I'm a music producer that went through the industry, got a few placements, and said, I don't want any more parts of this. I want to start a YouTube channel. In 2013, that sounded psychotic. That sounded like, wait a minute. Hip Hop DX just said you have one of the top 25 albums of the year, one of the biggest platforms, and you're going to quit pursuing this to do YouTube? Yes. And I did it for the next 10 years of my life, and it changed my life. But I never would have done that had I not quit as soon as I did. So don't be afraid to pivot. Don't be shy about the way that you paint it. Don't say like, oh, I'm not quitting. I'm just like, you know what I'm saying? Don't be ashamed of that, because you're entitled to that. And anybody who passes judgment on your decision to quit something, it's not their journey to begin with. It's not their journey. It's all you. So I say that to say, I'm glad, Valencia, that you finally decided to share your voice and your story with us. And I just want to make sure that you know. I'm sorry, what'd you say?
Oh no, I was just saying thank you so much.
Of course. And I just want to make sure you know, like, this community is a big bear hug of support for whatever you have going on, because we don't judge just Sonics here, right? We judge human beings and the things that they do, right? Not even say judge. Judge is the wrong word. We take you in your wholeness, right? Everything that you're into. So I appreciate you just being transparent, because I'm sure there's a lot of folks that probably got a word based upon you being as transparent as you are. You connecting dots. You helping somebody else out here that probably didn't even know that was coming based upon how this stream started. So thank you
so much. It really means a lot to me. And I heard 4 alignment words that are a huge part of my life that you said, and connotations of things I just been going through. And even the bald-headed one, sorry, the Zoom guy, he called me Valerie. That's my
forget it.
It's all
but
good.
me Valerie even was a sign. So I just thank you so much, because I'm that person that reads the liner notes, and like music is just my language. And I just sometimes I'm like, oh, let me just dump this whole thing out and disappear as quitting. But I heard so many great key points that I'm gonna have to come back and get the transcript. But I thank you so much for listening and your patience and your time. Sorry to everybody else.
No, you're good. We needed your perspective. This is a book I absolutely want you to check out. Anybody in here, if you're in a place where you're trying to figure out what's my next pivot, I read this book in December. I needed this book. This lady, Annie Duke, was, I believe, pursuing the traditional college experience, and something happened to her health where she wasn't able to continue college. She had this dream, I believe, of I want to say she was going to play the violin, and that was her thing, but she had some kind of injury that didn't allow her to do that. Would you know, I don't want to give the book away, but would you know she walked away from that and decided to go back home where her brother lived, and her brother was like this poker player. He taught her the ropes of the game. She ended up winning a few championships of poker. I don't know what they're called, but she won multiple championships. It says that as a former professional poker player, Duke won more than $4 million in tournament poker before retiring in 2012. Imagine if she never made a decision to pivot from school, or if the decision wasn't made for her. Sometimes, especially if you believe in a higher power, sometimes things will happen to you that disable your ability to continue what you think that you're supposed to be doing. And life just got to put your back against the wall. Read that book. Read that book so that you can see if there's something that needs tweaking. Because I guarantee if it's something that doesn't match up with your personality, I don't always think the solution is to force your way to be somebody else. Imagine if somebody told Stephen A. Smith before he started becoming a sports analyst, you talk too much. You debate too much. You should become a nicer person. He wouldn't be who he is today. So, yeah, I appreciate you. Yeah, I want to make sure we hear from some other folks, man. I know you've been chiming in, and I appreciate your perspective, bro. But I want to make sure there's some other folks who probably feel a little bit scared to even say something because they feel they don't get a chance to say. Can we get a little some other perspective real quick?
Yeah, I just wanted to like add to like, you know, when you mentioned the book and stuff like that. Is she still here? Valencia still here?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Now, I mean, I feel like one of the best ways, you know, you can get the book and stuff like that. A lot of people, you know how like a lot of people like to call out, you know, spirit animals, zodiac signs and stuff. It's cool. You know, they wanna like know more about themselves and whatnot. But you know, a lot of people might call BS on what I'm about to say next. But the same way how 90% of us in here believes in God, believes in a higher power. You know, in the Bible perspective, it would talk about Greek language, Hebrew language, and stuff like that. I figure out when you look from your first name to your middle name to your last name up in Hebrew, it should tell you everything you have to know because, you know.
I want to make sure we drive that point home because, like I said, bro, I want to make sure we talk to other folks in here. You're making some valid points, but I think we've been in here for 4 hours. I've been in here for 4 hours. I'm getting tired. I'm getting tired, bro. I'm gonna be honest with you. I love what you're saying, and I think some of that is probably better suited for an offline conversation. But I want to make sure that the other folks in here that I invited get an opportunity. So if you could just drive that home, it would be greatly appreciated.
Yeah, also look up your birthday in the Bible. I did that recently. That's why I'm saying it's crazy you're saying this right now. Because I just looked up what my birthday would be in the Bible, and it said that's your path in life. And it's to do with what's going on right now.
Right.
Thank you. Freaking Baha, I'll just message you.
Fire. Glad to see connection happening. I'm sorry, who was that?
Yo, it's just
Swift.
it's Swift over here.
Talk to me, Swift.
Well, yeah, I mean, I had like some burning thoughts just to piggyback off of what Valencia and freaking Bald Head was saying a little bit, but and then also wanted to chime in a little bit at the main topic at hand. And it was just like I felt like if you have an idea that you want to like bring out to the world and create that, you should, just put it out and create it. And if anything, however people respond to it, it's like I feel like it's the universe giving you instructions on how to progress and move forward. And I also think about like how Tyler the Creator, how he fearlessly creates, and like, if it's a bad idea, or if something doesn't work out, it don't work out, but he still tries it. And I feel like, you given that idea for a reason. So, try it out and put it out in the world and let it respond how it's going to respond. And also when it comes to, wanting to be something, I feel like, people can give you a reaction that you weren't quite looking for, but at the end of the day, it doesn't matter where you are as long as you know where you want to be. I feel like if you keep that in mind, it don't matter if people call you trash, this is bad or whatever. If you can like look through the positive, look through the lesson for that,
facts,
and keep in mind where you want to be, then it doesn't matter how you're looked at currently, because then that could be the story later on. And I wanted to just touch on like the what happened earlier. I caught kind of. Go ahead. I was
gonna say, before you get in, can you mind if I just reset the? I feel like we on Clubhouse. Can I just reset the room real quick for those who are walking into this and they're like, "Yo, there's no way that you talked about a producer that exposed you for the last five hours. That's crazy." That's not what happened. What was supposed to happen was that I have set schedules for myself to do very short streams. I want to increase the replay value. I'm actually taking this YouTube channel, trying to take it to another level, and I want to make sure that I'm making it a good viewing experience and a digestible one, because I do a lot of content. That being said, it's supposed to be an hour and a half. In the midst of me talking about this video, this amazing video by Weaver Beast, and I'll make sure I link it here in the description, we went off on a tangent, and we got to talking about other things that are sort of related to the conversation. I'll look back and see exactly where it pivoted, but I felt the need to say some things specifically about this ongoing situation that has been occurring over the last 2 years with BusyWorks Beats. And in the midst of me saying or speaking my truth, someone notified me that he was tagging me in post on YouTube. I didn't see it. I was here with you guys. And as I was getting tagged, I started talking about, man, stop the internet stuff and call me. And then it dawned on me, you got his number too. So I called him while we're on the stream. And I felt like all of the petty stuff, and I'm guilty of it as well, it needed to come to a head. Or at least we needed transparency. And I feel like what better time to do it than the top of the year? Things got heated. Things got left and right. Some things probably should have been left off the internet. But be it as it is, an honest dialogue was had. And I think that it was, since that dirty laundry was already put in public, the conversation probably needed to be public. I'm not the one to ultimately judge that. I feel like if God wanted that to happen, that's what he wanted to happen. And I have to trust that. So
bro,
with that said, and I want to make sure Swift Dreamer, I'm sorry I cut your point off, but with that said, that is what we're now kind of like. This is kind of like the post game show. After all of that stuff that happened, now we're talking about the post game, and Swift Dreamer was going to give his perspective on exactly what he saw, what he heard, and I'm sure some more information. What's going on, Swift? Talk to me.
Yeah, nah. Just real quick, I think the reset was needed. Well, not necessarily needed, but it was very fitting before I started my point. But I just kind of wanted to also touch that what Tyra mentioned earlier. It was kind of how my feelings was at the end of it, because again, when I came into the stream, I came in when it was starting to, when it was near the end, where it was going a bit of back and forth, and then it seems like he was trying to have Busy be a little bit more receptive to what we were saying, to kind of just quash the beef, but things went how it went. But it was just disappointing, in the sense how things just transpired at the end of it, and just kind of realizing the history between you guys, like just from like how you guys started, and like there was kind of like a very good camaraderie from the beginning years, and then how that kind of fell into a point where you guys didn't speak, and then it was kind of nice for you guys to come back, because I had my initial thoughts on like Busy, and I feel like a lot of people touched on some of those things, so I was like, it kind of didn't make any sense to kind of touch on my thoughts on how he handled himself tonight. But it's just like disappointing from that, because how Tyra mentioned, and how Valencia even mentioned, like how you guys were like friends, and like you guys hung out off stream or whatever. I'm not sure, like I'm not saying you guys were best friends or anything, but like just seeing that kind of friendship grow though, and then just for like something, it would seem pretty petty at the end of the day. I don't know, I can't speak on like everything, but like it's just disappointing on that end. And
not to cut you off, bro, but it wasn't petty. I don't mean to cut you off, but Curtis, bro, I salute you. And the reason why I say that, bro, is from the last stream you and Busy had, bro, and from your energy, because I actually joined your live chat after y'all live discussion, bro. And no cap, I could tell from your body energy and everything, just how you was, bro. You weren't happy, bro, with that conversation, bro. Like I
wasn't happy. Yeah, well, just for clarity, for those who don't know, after we had our last, I once again, I reached out to him first. I was angry, but it seems like that's the recurring theme, in that instead of playing this out on the internet, I have your number. So if it's
facts,
and the thing is, it's not just him. Like Av McCree, we've had some issues online where some things got said, and I'm like, the internet is a rabbit hole, and the moment that we get to talking crazy on here, that's in the Library of Congress. Like, that stays forever. Right. That's not going anywhere. So instead of me being able to have an archive that my son one day can go through and read and see, how can you say to tell me to do certain things and you operate it like this? I think about those things, and conversations with my pops makes me feel responsible about those things.
And I'm glad you just brought that point up, bro. So the only thing I could say I was truly disappointed in you despite me bigging you up, was and honestly, I feel like you justified for it. But at the end of the day, as far as the bigger picture of what you trying to promote, bro, and I get it and I love it, is that, bro, when you got to speaking on that man personal stuff, bro, and the reason why I say that is because, bro, from the outside looking in, like I'm just looking at this from a viewer point, but I'm looking at the deep part, bro. And like you said it earlier in the live stream, you said, bro, I don't know what it is about you and me, bro, but I could tell it's something much deeper going on with you, bro. And I could tell that too, because from y'all last video, y'all kind of hit on it then, but he elaborated more on it too. And he was like, he going through personal stuff, and then how he came at you too, along with what y'all what he was talking about, bro. How you kind of made himself like a god, a god in this atmosphere of You know what I'm saying?
And I think
well,
and I think just if I'm trying to take my emotions out of the situation, which when you're directly the one that's the recipient of a lot of the stuff, it's sometimes hard to do that. It's really challenging, right?
Facts, bro.
Just being as transparent as possible.
I'm proud of you today because from that last stream, bro, I feel like from the last conversation, bro, what you did today, you should have did that.
I should have did that. But you know what I was concerned about is there's a level of respectability that I expect, but there's also a level of ego within that respectability, in that you think everybody is supposed to operate as you do, and that they all speak. So let me just say this one last thing on this. I think that you're 1,000% right. The moment that people who are like catching strays got involved, it's never justifiable, and I was dead ass wrong. And I apologize to him on that. I have after we muted the mic, I did that because I knew we were having a real conversation
I
after
knew
that.
I'm glad because I'm glad you just said that. I'm glad you just verified that, bro. Because you ain't got to really elaborate what was said offline because the simple fact of that you got back on here and said that you trying to, you know what I'm saying. You felt like y'all came to a common ground after what was done offline, and then on top of that, you noticing that part of his energy was coming from. You know what I'm saying? His viewers, his views,
But you know what, Prince?
Watching this.
You know what, Prince? This is something I noticed. You got to take what was said in front of the audience on his end, and it's a fair statement I feel like I can make, with a grain of salt, because we know that some of it is for show, some of it is to save face, some of it is, and I think both of us have some of that to a certain ability, right? Maybe it's the language with me, maybe it's I don't know, whatever. But I did notice there was a break in the character that I thought that was being presented to me. I don't say that disrespectfully. I'm trying to make sure. There was a break when I said what I said, and it became, then we started realizing that right there that gets you out of pocket is exactly how I feel when you're trying to forget dragging my name. If you say DeJuan Howard, like DeJuan, that's my government name. If you say that I'm whatever, I can take that. That's why I'm on the internet. But I feel like when you're trying to go on the offensive, which is what I believed, you're going on the offensive to make sure that I don't make any money.
And be sarcastic with it too.
And be sarcastic about it. When you want me to make any money in this space because you feel like you should own 100% of it,
Or not only that.
Well, let me say that.
He wanted you to be on the team. He's saying that basically, if you ain't under his umbrella, bro, you can't eat. No, bro, that's not how that works.
And I want to bring this all to a close on that because I know I'm being really long winded. But this is what I also want to say: the moment that happens, that to me, right or wrong, becomes personal. Because this is what I do every single day. I could have any job in the world. I happen to have the job that I love, that I chose, and it worked. But to have somebody that was not a part of the picture when I started go on the offensive, and they have a platform, a large platform to actually do damage. And then there's things that I feel like were being done. He admitted to these things, like making slap experts. Like I was trying to figure out who was making fake slap experts pages, and I wasn't getting angry. I was just like, that comes with the internet. And to come out to find out that this is the person that's doing it, you're really going on the offensive to try to destroy. And you cannot, on my side, see that is a personal situation. Whether or not you did it to hurt me, which I understand hurting me. You felt like you were sided. That's all fine. You're entitled to that. We're men. But the moment that you are affecting, and that's my problem. I'm not even hard selling. Like I'm not the funnel guy. I share when I have something new, and I get back to the content of giving value. But that's a double-edged sword. So when you get a person that's not even selling, and he says, me having conversations like this has made 100,000 off of you. I haven't made that 100,000 as swiftly. I've made it in a year, right? I've been definitely there a few times, but not because of one segment. And I look at that and I'm like, that is personal, and you can't say that is all business, especially when nobody is attacking you. So I asked, hey, we need to get to a resolve because now it's just a show.
Yeah,
so
when I want to say respectfully,
real quick, when I wasn't given that resolve, it became personal because I'm like, we're still playing a game.
Because he doing to you that he did the last conversation. He dancing around the topics, bro. And you hit on it.
And my thing too, like,
my bad, bro.
No, it's all good. I just wanted to clarify on my end for when I brought up the parts that were petty, I was kind of going from like the beginning when, you know, the spats that first happened. And I will say there's a lot of things that I didn't know, and some things that are just coming to light. It's like, especially like making fake websites and stuff. Like, I didn't know how foul it got, but like I didn't want to, like, you know, minimize anyone's feelings about how, you know, things how things have came to be. You know what I'm saying? Like, I knew it came very like heated a little bit, and then it kind of came back to being more of a place where we could squash it. But like I felt like in the grand scheme of things, like without some of the knowing some of the fouler stuff, but even then I still kind of feel like this is like, you know, if we look at it at the end, okay, maybe not at the end of the day, it's still not all petty, but like, you know, it's still it didn't have to come to this. And I'm not saying like, oh, it's Curtis's fault, or like, you know, he has much bear or much bear to blame for this, or whatever, how you want to word that. But
I'll take accountability. I have, that's the one thing that I talked to my wife about this. Like, tell me when I'm dead ass wrong, because I don't want to knowingly hurt anybody.
Hey,
and that's the thing. You wasn't. I wouldn't say that you was necessarily wrong.
We're not wrong. Accountability, bro. Like that's where I'm confused on, because I'm not gonna lie, bro. After the last conversation that y'all had, I thought it was over with. The fact that this man really been trolling you, bro, it didn't really got out of pocket, bro. Yeah. And I can, like, bro, you got every right at this moment to be like in your feelings now and ready to really buck up, bro, because you for real, bro, you really went on the high road, even to the point where, bro, it had you looking crazy. Like, bro, to your viewers, we looking like, bro, nah, bro, you need to stick up for yourself. Like, nah, not like, bro, this shit ain't right, bro. Like, and then you hit another good point on this character that he wanted to dance around is, bro, you out here promote on the YouTube one character that you just all nice businessman, but bro, and deep down, bro, you snaky, bro, and it's crazy. You doing the same stuff that you out here promoting, that you trying to save the community on, bro. And I don't understand that why he can't see that. Like, honestly, Curtis, bro, you need to leave this live up, because, bro, I hope he one of them people who really self-reflect and really be looking at themselves.
I pray, bro, too, because you know because Prince, you know I'm in that space. You know that I at least I hope that you see that on my face, because I know how important that is for my own growth. As bad
and
as
I ain't big Ron, because bro, I don't think
that. I don't think you are.
I said that.
I don't think you are. I don't think you are.
I think that.
The reason what come from. Oh, go ahead. Yeah, you know what though? Hold on, bro.
You good?
Part of the reason though, let's bring this into air, because bro, part of the reason too, I feel like while Busy doing what he doing, bro, honestly,
trying to come up.
No, it ain't that, because, bro, he already there, bro. You already go. But the stuff that's really solidify you in this industry, in this space that we in, bro, he don't got them plats yet, bro. He don't got that platform. And then you got people who getting this stuff and who got a bigger name to him, far as on that grand screen. They give him the credit, but they don't give him the credit. They like kind of diss him, like, you feel me? Like, they laugh it off, like, yeah, bro, you know, I learned early on Busy where it be, haha. Like, nah, bro. Like, nah, put some respect on that man's name, bro. Like,
I feel you. And I feel like partly too is his channel kind of went through the eps and flows too. And, you know, but go ahead, Curtis.
But that's his own fault, bro. I ain't gonna stunt. Like I said, I hope Curtis lead his live up, because he, even then, bro, if he watch himself from the root of they be, bro, up until this point, bro, he would blow my mind if he can't see where he is totally wrong, and where even why his channel got hurt by this shit, bro. You assassinated your character. We knew you as this one person, and then all of a sudden, bro, you going 360, acting like somebody else, bro, that we know you not.
Well, he had a pattern. I'll say that.
I'll tell you this, because I want to give Valencia an opportunity, because she said she's getting ready to duck out, and I think she said some she said some things that were like kind of like balancing the room out, because I hear what you're saying, right. Prince. I think for 1,000%, There's a lot of things that he's saying that are justified. I try my best not to speak on anybody else's business because I don't like my business being spoken on, right? And that's why I kind of stray away from some of the topics about how things are viewed. I just feel like the investment in time that it requires for me to know whether these things are true or not is a disservice to the things that I should be doing to begin with, right? I should be on here doing the work that makes y'all even give a damn about what a Curtis King is. I was on MySpace at one point in time with 10 people listening to my music. I'm not owed none of this. I'm nobody. But I was blessed with an opportunity to be in this space and to work my way in this space. And I won't have anybody discredit or act like they gave me anything, because even if you give the wrong person something, they can't do anything with it. At some point, you must give that. And that was something that was very challenging for that conversation. And I don't want to, like I said, I don't want to go back on my word that I had in private with him. I'll just say, since we're having the transparency, there's things that are out of alignment. If I am somebody that needs to have a watchdog, as he says, if I see something that's hurting the producer community, I'm going to call it out. That's your right. But if I am someone that is capable of doing that you have to go hunt their website and see when they took down, he told me I took down the #1 DIY charting screenshot. I'm like, how do you know that unless you're checking on a consistent basis?
That's a fact.
So just like Eller said, hurt people. That's what I'm saying.
That's facts. And I was gonna say one last thing on that is, in the midst of all this tearing down my character, why, when you go to the testimonials, I just today went to the website, and I am front and center on the testimonials. Why would you want somebody that is doing doing business that you can't trust to be a cosign of your business? Somebody that you accuse of stealing from you.
Because, bro, you not really realizing that, honestly, despite everything, bro, you got to be flattered by this, bro. Because like you said, bro, your channel compared to his is smaller. And the fact that this man wanted to do business with you, bro, this, that, and the third, bro, it's something you to go, bro. Don't let that, at the end of the day, don't let that, bro, steal your joy, bro, and stop you from doing you and doing what you love to do, bro, and spreading this good vibe in the community, bro.
And I'll be honest with you, because you said something, Prince, and I'm sorry whoever I cut off. I'll be honest with you, I did let it at times do that. I did let it at times.
I know, bro. I know,
did,
bro.
because
I
was like, that's not my energy.
My God work, bro. And I feel like God was meant for all of this to happen. Because, bro, even like you said, you didn't even want to do this. And the fact that you did it, bro, and it's crazy, bro. I still give Busy respect at the end of the day for the simple fact that, bro, he made a post talking about, should I go live about it? And instead of him doing like he did the last time, bro, he really called, you know what I'm saying? You called him, bro, and he answered that phone, and y'all was able to do what
absolutely. You got to give the respect for that. And I think I haven't always been able to be like I'm still working on a temper. I've had a temper for a long time, and that's something that I think a lot of perspectives you don't get on YouTube because you only get the smiling version. Valencia, can I hear from you before we want to keep you up?
My bad, bro. I told you, bro, I had some good stuff.
No,
to
you
talk
good.
about,
I appreciate your energy.
I'm sorry.
I'm glad that you and I got to talk. Say it again.
I didn't want to keep you up, but I just want to say, like, I came into this live thinking I was going to catch some tea or something, or find out why I shouldn't like somebody, or I'm like low-key getting a vibration that I'm downplaying or listening to in the background that I shouldn't. But instead of the messy rapping that came with this live is actually had a gift underneath it, because so many of us got information and words from you. And the idea of you even quitting because somebody could have hate would be just so hurtful to me. Like, that's just something I'm up here asking you about. And I would be like, dang, I'd be blown, because I didn't find you through music. I found you through motivational speaking. That's why when you were saying Tony Robbins, I was like, it was because of that Tony Robbins video. So it's just like crazy to me. Everybody in here is connected and stuff. There's no bots up here talking and interrupting us right now.
Right.
It's a higher thing and whatnot. And it's like in Adam and Eve, the snake talks through the ear. So it's like, of course, they're going to put thoughts and words in your head to make you not want to listen to you or anybody, or even have such a powerful testimony or anger that they would say about you that would play in the background of people's heads when they hear you. But if your word is like what you are and stuff and everything, they'll see through your actions because you are your word and everything. So I've never seen no hatred in my heart, even somebody being angry and stuff, like you're allowed to be angry and you talk to God about that and stuff. And when people go personal, business is personal. It's like you have a different relationship, but it is personal and stuff. The relationship you have with a friend that also coincides with business, that is 2 relationships within itself, really 3 if you have God involved in it. But it's crazy because this is, I'm like, oh, you know, I like joked and said this like Terry Lewis talking about Jimmy Jam, but it's like also a great message. Unfortunately, it's like unfortunately Jackson's had to break up during the Victory album so we could get Thriller, but they also went on tour together. So I hate that this is happening right now to both of you, that somebody has so much anger in their heart and somebody is also hurting and stuff. And when you said, if I'm doing something wrong, let me know, that is not fair. Like, it's like you said a word directly from my Bible app today and everything, because you don't want to be hurting nobody because you don't have a heart of hatred to hurt somebody or anything, and that person doesn't even want you to do well right now, like for your generations to come, saying 100% should go to that person, or you should craft yourself to their mold. They're okay with you doing good because good is underneath them, but if you're doing well, you can do good and well beyond your own and stuff. They wouldn't even wish you well in the hospital. They think it's good enough you're in the hospital. But I don't want you to quit or give up from this, and I honestly, like, all of the love you were getting from everybody in the chat and in the comments, I was just like, this is really what you should be doing, and this is amazing. Like, finding out you did music, I was like, what? God, you're playing it. But I'm just like, right now, this live, like, this is what I really needed to hear. Like, this was the tea. Like, God was like, listen, and everything. And I had to write down so many things that everybody was saying. And I'm just so grateful to listen to this chat. So I hope you don't go to bed defeated, because you literally just.
No. If I go to bed defeated, it's because I haven't been standing on my feet for the last 5 years. 5 hours, I should say. I'm like, I know after this, I'll tell you this. After this, I'm going to be
victorious now, bro.
Yeah, Curtis, you deserve this.
Look, I'm gonna tell you like this. I appreciate it, and I hear you. But I remember Gary Vee says something that really resonated with me last month. I heard him say it for the first time, and he said, if you put extra emphasis on the positive, it's gonna make the hurt of the negative that much more powerful.
Yeah.
So I have to be able to sit here and be grateful for not only what y'all are saying, but for what the other people are saying who don't agree, because they're going to help me grow as well. Y'all are going to remind me that, you know what? Don't be apologetic for telling your truth.
Nah, bro.
But they're going to remind me, though, 2023, they're going to remind me, though, that everything ain't for the public. Everything don't need to be said in a certain way. And it makes me have to say, could it be more effective of a conversation had I let him talk?
Bro, no, bro.
No, he was trolling.
No, bro, no. This is another thing. This was my other point. I'm glad you brought it up. I'm glad, because I didn't want to forget. No, bro. You did this with Weaver Beats, bro. No, bro, because you got to understand bro, you need, after this, bro, go back and look at y'all last rebuttal, bro. You got to understand, bro. He was doing the same thing then on his platform, bro, and it got worse today. Like, you trying to end this all. You trying to end the bullshit, stop the trolling, and bro, really be man to man. Like, I ain't coming on no games. This ain't for the views or nothing, bro. I'm having a heart to heart, bro. And unfortunately, it got to be a heart to heart online, because this shit has been online.
Everything else has been online. Like, this is the only thing that is. I remember Malcolm X said it one time. He said, and these are the kind of speeches you don't ever get to hear from Malcolm X. You know, they always show the things that they deem as hateful or whatever. But he says something I thought was human advice. And he said, you cannot speak Spanish to a man that speaks Russian. Mm-hmm. He speaks a certain language that you have to speak to him for him to understand. And as straightforward as possible. But what he's saying is that the folks that were his biggest adversaries in that time in the 60s, who were racist, they understood a language of violence. And that's the only thing that translated to, oh, that's what you're saying. It wasn't peace that did it for them. For some people that worked, for a lot of people that work. But for some people who are only speaking a language of war, violence, they only understand when you speak in that same language to them. Now, I know some people have an issue with that because they're like, oh, man, don't let people change you and pull you in a lower frequency. I get that, but I think also, too, we got to have moments, learnable moments to grow from. And
true, bro.
Y'all are reminding me.
That's what this was. It was a moment of truth, bro.
And Curtis, I would like to chime in on, the quote that you said about Malcolm X. He also said another one, and it's really resonating on what's happening to you right now, and what's basically happened to all of us now, in the media nowadays, especially on the fact that he said that the media is meant, it's almost been dying to and this is even before social media came out. He said the media is designed to make the good look like the bad and the bad look like the good.
Yeah, and nowadays people are more interested in the salacious and the entertainment and not the truth. And that is so frustrating for people who live in truth. And I'm not saying that to say that other people are not. That's not my place to judge. All I can say is that I don't know any other way to operate. And you see that not through the words that I say. You see that through my flaws. You see that through my moments of anger where somebody said, damn, I think Nightmare said, he said, serious Kurt is not, is a little bit scary. That's because I come here with energy. Like I get to finally work on music and I get to kick it with folks that we haven't met in person, but y'all are extended family and friends. Cause I just look at it like we have such these similar interests, and you came here because of me talking about topics not just in music, but outside of music. That is the thread that connects all of us. That's why I'm able to throw a Zoom link in here. Think about this. I'm able to throw a Zoom link in here in a room full of what was 200, 300 strangers. And we're able to have a perspective that I'm sitting here listening and I'm learning from every single person that has spoken. Like I forget how rare it is, but I also understand that nowadays attention is the biggest currency. And the people who have the attention, the people who are able to control that attention, ultimately control the narrative. And for somebody like myself, I got a little bit of control issues. Right? It's mostly with myself. That's why I don't like smoking. I don't like being under the influence and not being able to control like my balance and all this other stuff. That's just me. And it translates sometimes, like the conversation I had. Like now I'm, as I start to kind of replay some of the conversation, me being adamant about keeping my name out of his mouth is not going to stop him from having conversations offline. So it's naive for me to even suggest that when that is part of somebody's plan to do it. So with that said, though, I still felt like I needed people to understand. I needed the people to understand who are the watchers, the onlookers who are fanning this on. I don't want to play those games.
Facts.
Not me. Not me.
Yeah.
Not me.
That's a fact, bro.
You was not wrong for that. I feel like,
bro.
And that's why I didn't want to harp on some of the things that Busy did that was just wrong, because it was so easy to harp on some of those things where he was just way off of. And I feel like you wanted to kind of keep it more of a balanced type of conversation.
Just grown man talk. Just grown folks talk. That's all I wanted, was an opportunity for us to take off the internet personas, because we all have them. If you make videos, I don't care how authentic you are. Some people are closer to their true self when they're on camera, but when you're on camera and you're announcing who you are, that's not something you do to your wife. That's not something you do to the people who know who you are. They know who you are. Yep. So when you get in this internet space, that's part of what you have to do, right? And you find ways to personalize it, customize it, and make it more you. But what we're not going to do, we're not going to have a video where it's me yelling at the top of my lungs, looking like crazy. Somebody else who looking at two individuals that happen to be black, not being able to get along. So now the stereotype goes on that y'all can't get along. The stereotype gets along that we can't have enough of you in here. And this looks so bad.
It does.
For me sometimes. For me as well. Because it's like, be that as it may, whatever his business is his business. That looks bad for me when I have sponsors who are like, I don't know if you want to be aligned with that. But you know what I love about that, though? Good. I'm glad the transparency is there, because we have to stop faking like it is. I think of people like polarizing people like Andrew Tate. Hate him, love him, doesn't matter. He's him. And the reason why so many people have an opinion about him is because he has the audacity to be him.
Yeah, he true. Same thing with Kodak Black, bro. People don't like pure truth.
Yes.
I ain't talking about the word truth. See, let's get a clarity on that.
Yeah.
I'm talking about pure truth, as in the purity of God, since God been thrown in here a lot, of cleansing your soul, cleansing your body. Pure truth, bro.
And if you're gonna hate me for a reason, if you're gonna hate me for a reason, if I have any kind of, once again, control, hate me for the truth.
Yep, facts.
But Curtis.
But I know that's not how life goes. That's idealistic thinking that way. That's not how life goes.
Actually,
and people, and this year 2023 too, bro, for all creators, bro, on the internet, we got to start having more accountability, because that's the other big topic I can get from this. And you being fair, Curtis, because you know what I'm saying, you want to be mutual, but shit, I say it for you, bro. It's about the accountability. The fact that man just couldn't, like, that's what disappointed me too with him, bro. Is the fact that man just couldn't answer a simple question. I would have respected if he would have even told you no. At least,
for sure. At that point,
you not playing games with Curtis, bro. That's how I'm looking at it. At least
you
not playing games with you.
Because it's up. You're making it very clear. We're not. That's why. And now I'm kind of understanding. Rewinding my mind, I was interrupting because I started feeling like we were getting into a pitch. And I told him that. I told him. I said no, bro. You're a masterful orator.
Mm-hmm.
You know how to present something. This is part of what makes him a great salesman, and that's not a shot. That's something that he has a successful business. But that orator skill can teeter on manipulation when we don't stick to the yes or no facts.
Yep.
And I wanted to make sure we stayed on that, because that's what frustrated me in our private conversations. And I've told him this, and I'm not trying to, like I said, I'm not bringing nobody down. I'm not trying to go back. I don't want to go back at it. But I'll say this. I told him, I said,
it ain't that, bro. It's just that's how it looks.
That's how it looks.
Exactly.
And that inability to just say straight up how it is, I have no choice but to feel like it's something deeper below the surface. That we're not in a, he's not in a position, he's not ready to say it, but I have to feel that way, because there's nothing that I can look at. Even the list of things that he said, I have never met anyone that had that reaction for something like that. Because when you look at it on paper, you did something, Curtis, that hurt my feelings and made me feel like you bit the hand that helped you.
Facts.
Say that. Say
Facts,
that, but don't make me feel like I'm less than something, and that I'm underneath your umbrella. Like, there was a lot of things that I know are in the name of trolling that just weren't necessary. When somebody's talking to you as a man, as a human being, and I feel like that
too,
sincere as possible. So
yes, and if you bite the hand that feeds you, you're also trying to make it hard for the person that feeds you to eat as well. Like, how are they supposed to use the spoon?
But see, that's the narrative right there. That's why Curtis got to keep saying what he's saying.
Of course.
It ain't no biting the hand that fed you, bro. It is as simple as this. Busy, like seeing what Curtis was on, like what he did, reach out, bro. Curtis respected Busy for what he'd been done to the game, and he looked at it as an opportunity to him. In the midst of that, bro, Busy got in his feelings because Curtis trying to move forward, bro. It's like it don't even get no deeper than how it then really got, bro.
Yeah, no, that's flat out perspective. Can I?
Yeah, I wanted to bring up like that. Courtney and Tyra, they wanted to speak, and I definitely was interested to see what they wanted to say. Don't want to put them on the spot. Nothing.
See, look, Swift Dreamer, you taking my job. I was getting ready to do the same thing. I was like, this is why I big up. That's why I say, like, I don't say sis as a demeaning term. I know everybody has, like, right now we're in a time where identity means everything to folks, right? But when I say sis, I genuinely mean, like, I look at y'all as, not that you need any protection, but in this space where it's male dominated, I just feel like a responsibility, because I feel like so many stories I hear, like even Lady D talking about in that video that I did, talking about how the males in this space shoulder you out or try to, taint your name so that you're not able to be in a position to help yourself because you wouldn't say, yes to that. I understand it to a certain degree, not mansplain it, but I understand it to a certain degree. So I love when y'all bring y'all energy in here, because my audience is like 91% male and 9% female. I increased it by 2 percentage points last year, and I'm very proud of that. But I want to make sure, you know what I'm saying? I want to make sure,
I didn't want to say anything.
And I want to make sure that y'all understand, like, y'all, your perspective is so important. So please, I would like to leave the forum open for any of you that have some opinions that you want to share, a perspective that maybe we're not tapping into.
Yeah, I mean,
Courtney, go ahead.
Oh, am I on?
Yes, you on, Courtney. How you doing?
I'm doing fine. I'm gonna be kind of laggy because it is about like 11 o'clock over here.
Oh, okay, my bad.
It's okay. It's okay. I'm just sitting here monitoring the chat and stuff like that.
I was supposed to end this at 18 minutes an hour ago, so you good. Go ahead. but speak your mind, sis. What's on your mind?
I never spoken on this, but I mean when I say when people like that really boils my blood, and I try not to like shift my demeanor so much, but I'm gonna be really blunt. You were not wrong on anything. Not even the reaction that you feel guilty about, like, you know, that you displayed. Like that was real anger I seen. Like I have never seen you raise your voice like that ever. And I can tell that was genuinely like frustration, anger. You was trying to get him to understand. And it's just like at this point, as soon as I heard I knew it was gonna be something like really like some bull. I'm sorry if I cuss a few times, but it really got under my skin. So to tap on what Prince was saying about keeping the video up, I think the internet would be the internet. Like they're gonna download whatever. Mm-hmm. And I just see three scenarios. Like people are just gonna see his character, like regardless whether somebody downloaded, whether you choose to keep it up. And then quite frankly, I was just thinking, so if he keep it up, the whole, like everybody can see like who he really is, like unedited, uncut. And then I was also thinking like, if you do take it down and he continued the BS and stuff like that, that is illegal. Like really, you can literally get like legal stuff like against him, because he was like, oh, what kind of damage? It's called slander when you're actually speaking it through video by definition of the dictionary.
I haven't heard. I'll tell you this. I'm sorry, I don't mean to overtalk you, but I was going to say I haven't heard the word allegedly in any of his videos that were quote unquote exposing me.
Yes,
that's
slander. Slandering is a spoken mechanism used to taint someone's reputation by the dictionary terminology and definition. And then he also like posted, like you mentioned the Twitter post, that's libel. That's libel, like that's libel on defamation as well. So he's committing two different type of defamations that can actually get those videos removed. You can even DM CA like these videos to get them like removed from the platform and stuff. Like if you actually go to their website and send a complaint, I believe you can actually get like these fake websites to get it, like to get them removed and stuff. Like he can get penalized for that, because he was like questioning you like you don't know what you're talking about. Like you, like I've seen two different defamations, both slander and libel, done from his Twitter, his like YouTube little community tab or whatever. Him just generally speaking on you. He was like, how is that damaging you? Well, I remember busting my ass through college for 3 years to get a damn business degree. Mm-hmm. Obviously his income, because you're trying to defame his character, make him trying to seem like, oh, he's a shyster that fakes his plays and his money and stuff. Realizing that if your yes man or sheep who runs behind him, they're gonna run with that, like, or any new potentially new people who come across your page, they can literally affect your income.
Absolutely.
That can affect your reputation. So while he was trying to be like the smart arse, that can actually like, you know, damage your business. That can damage your business.
It's crazy because, sis, in the midst of my business already going through its own down spiral, the end of 2021, I wouldn't be able to see what damage was being done by him because it was already hit. It was already hit by the post wave of the pandemic. it was already hit by the fact that I went from not selling at all, right? No running ads. Like, I don't even plug my content. I don't plug my products. After like a few weeks, I stopped promoting them, right? So with me not doing that, it's irresponsible. And because of that, that is hurting my bottom line. Now, anything extra on top may just be the tipping point. And I'll tell you this is how I know God is involved. And this is not to say that God ain't involved on his side, but it's how I know God is involved. I went through that. And I've seen times that I thought that I would never see being on this side of being full-time as a musician and a content creator. I've seen the most viral post I've ever done a few times on Instagram. And I didn't look at myself as somebody that would create the stuff that I did, but that happened in the midst of almost the worst time in my life. And here I am now, still going at it, still figuring out my way. In no means do I have it all figured out. No, I don't. But I tell you this, we plan and God laughs. And I really feel like I'm sitting up here trying to plan. Like, sis, I was getting ready to edit a video for the next 4 or 5 hours, release it tomorrow. Who knows? Maybe they had like 2,000 something views and that was it. I did something today that might have sparked a void that is in the community and an opportunity to do something that serves people in a way that I never would have thought of. I got all of this upgraded camera equipment. I didn't think I was going to get it to have a phone call on live stream, but something about that for some reason made folks highly engaged in what's going on. So I feel like we cannot judge the message when we know who the messenger is.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just at a place now where it's like, as uncomfortable as things were, Avedon, have a good night. As uncomfortable as things might have gotten, I feel like it's all necessary. And I do truly feel like life is happening for you and not to you. And this is a prime example today. Yeah, I think that you really hit the nail on the head, sis. And I truly appreciate your perspective, because there's an old Curtis. There's a young, scrappy, you know what I'm saying? Like emotional, temper having Curtis that wants to clap back and make sure I clear my name and anything. And somebody has the audacity to even say it, that there's a older Curtis, the father Curtis, the husband Curtis, the one that's responsible for ensuring that I do not put myself in a situation where my business is at any more risk. I've took my family through enough over the last 2 years. I've taken enough risk. And I wish I could promise them that I'm not going to take more risk, but that's part of the nature of the business that we do anytime we show up and make content. So I feel like I'm being led. I feel like no matter what the results of that conversation is, I want to believe that it's going to be positive. But if it's not, that's not my issue to deal with anymore, because I said everything that would needed to be said. It is no longer any mystery about how I feel. It's been documented. Now, when I make this new content, you know where my heart is at, and you know the kind of person I am. And if you dislike that at this point, you're disliking the right person, and I'm glad for that. If you like it, you're liking the right person. And I appreciate you for whatever that is. Tyra, you speak your mind real quick for us?
Yeah, sure. I wanted to revert back to a previous stream that you had that was called Agent Hip Hop. And in that stream, yourself and the community spoke about taking responsibility for cultivating a more positive environment in how we choose to communicate with each other. Mm-hmm. Because I noticed within hip hop that there's always some type of beef. And we don't necessarily always need beef in order to flourish. We don't need that as a tactic to grab everybody's attention to make record sales or to just become successful as a whole. And also, one thing I did want to mention is what you spoke about too, is that, I view both yourself and Busy Work Beats as a, how can I say it? As a maybe like an epitome of Black excellence. And it did kind of hurt my heart a little bit to see you two go at it like battling rams. I really didn't take pride in that, but but also at the same time, when it comes to crazy behavior with some people, you do have to slap them down and put them in their place. So with that being said, I would kind of like it if we can find a way to move forward to where we can create an atmosphere in which we can communicate with each other without being harmful and hurtful. I'm with you. And I think whether it was
at the forefront of my body language or at the forefront of my mind, that energy existed in me and it had to go somewhere, right? I've been hitting the gym every other day, and I would love for it to be not wasted, but like released from my soul through meditation, which I do every day. I would love for it to be released from my soul from running on the treadmill, but that was something different. And I felt like in the same way that at some point in time I'm going to have to tell my son, especially being that he's on the spectrum, that he's a black male, and he's probably going to be really, really big for his age. And people are going to treat him with expectations based upon how he looks. That you're always a work in progress. Even at 37, I'm getting ready to turn 38. And at some point in time, although it is in your nature to be, you know what I'm saying, to have a good heart and to be respectable, it is also your responsibility to stand up for yourself. It is your responsibility to say something when there's something that is wrong, especially when you've taken the high road and you've done what you're supposed to do. It is no shame in telling the truth and your truth, right? And if that truth needs to get more clarity, that's the point of having a conversation. So I'm with you, Tyra. I am not happy that it had to be played out like that. But I think because everything else was so public, perhaps that was the only formula to really, really move forward and resolve it.
Yeah, I'm just glad that we're speaking about it instead of, seeing something and not saying something. And this is the second time in the live stream that we've spoken about how we choose to communicate with each other. And I think, it is a damaging part of our culture that should definitely change. We can get our point across and we can talk and have, resolutions or remedies about how we need to, resolve our problems without, being in a boxing match.
You're right. You're
and
right.
It's like when you compare hip hop to all of these other categories of music, do you see rock bands doing the crazy stuff that we see in hip hop?
Not quite the same way. Not without a doubt. Not you got to make a valid point. You make a valid point.
Country singers doing this crazy stuff.
and I guess it is a shame that's what brought in all the eyes. But you know what? There's no justification. You're right. You're absolutely right. And I also understand that, I'm not responsible for how it happens. Whatever it is, I've been trying to figure out, reading and researching and doing everything that I know to figure this YouTube thing out and pivot after being on YouTube for almost 10 years. And I hate that it had to be through something like this, but it opened my eyes to a lot. And I think that there's a part of me that needs to stop censoring myself, obviously with some care for the way that YouTube is set up so I don't get demonetized and out of here and shoot myself in the foot. But I think that we need more contrast, and I'm here for it. I'm here for it. And Tyra, I appreciate you holding us to the fire because you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. And I'm sure there's going to be things that I don't think I'd want to even go back to this live stream. But if I do, I'm sure there's going to be things that I see that are like, all right, you're not quite there, bro. You're not quite there. You're far off over here. You're close here, but you're far off over here. And I'm absolutely a work in progress. I just don't have any shame of working that out in front of people because it really matters to me to see some change in what I got going on. So I appreciate every single one of you. I'm sorry if we weren't able to hear from you, but I think just your synergy, your honesty, I think even the things that we may not necessarily agree on, it's all important. I stay pretty stoic about all of that stuff. It's all important. You're important. Your time is important. And although it's a long stream, I'm going to get back to squeezing these down and getting back to it because when I go like this, my family gets another version of me that's drained. And when I go talk to my wife, she's going to look at me and I'm pretty sure I'm going to look exhausted. And I have first and foremost a responsibility to abide by what God wants me to do. And then it's my family, right? Well, myself, I have to make sure I take care of myself so I can take care of them, and then my family. And it's important. So shout out to every single one of you. This has been absolutely top 10 of one of the weirdest roller coaster streams I've ever been on. So I appreciate every single one of you. Valencia, say it again. I'm sorry.
Man.
Amen, man.
And let's get back to it. 2023, bro. This is what you need. The cleansing.
2023.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say, Tyra, she said something about Black excellence and also about how thing got out. I think too with other musicians, and Black excellence is such a really hard spot to be in because we're already excellent by existence, and Black is excellence, and it's the background and blueprint to so many things. But it's also like we're not even having discourse fair. Like it's no more diss battles. It's like catching somebody off guard or seeing them in person or trying to fight them. So that's why country gets the stereotype, even though I went to a Ringo Starr concert and it was fighting. But I think that is also what's holding back Black excellence, because we can be excellent and also fight. Like when Tupac and Biggie was doing it, I think it was equal. When DJ Quick and MC8 was doing it, it was equal. So it's like now that it's not equal and there's somebody exposing you knowing you don't have the intent to expose them, that is not equal. So it's hurtful and everything, but I thank you for healing with this chat and stuff. And you can be drained because you got to replenish. But I thank you because Tyra really said that. And I was just
Tyra said a whole word. Yeah, and I think even on the topic of Black excellence, like that holds us to a responsibility, because we feel like we hold our entire culture on our backs by every decision we make. And I don't think every single race holds that same weight. I know they don't hold the same weight, or it's not the same kind of weight. And I think it puts us in a place where sometimes it almost like, I understand it and I'm 1,000% behind it, but I think sometimes it almost dehumanizes those very human moments. But as Tyra, you putting me up to the fire makes me remember and understand you still got growing to do. And I'm grateful for you, sis, for putting that to the fire, because it's a reminder these are the areas to focus in on next. And Tyra, you in my Patreon, telling you, I appreciate you so much being in there, because sometimes you just say things exactly how they need to be said, because I have a way of coloring words so that they're respectable. So Tyra, I appreciate you so much, sis. Did she bounce? Oh, she might have bounced. She went to bed. All right. Well, love to y'all.
Thank you, Tyra, in spirit.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I look forward to doing more streams like this. I truly hope you guys found value in this, and I will see you. I mean, the way this is looking, maybe tomorrow. I don't know. I got to see how I'm feeling. I got some editing to do. Much love to you. Please, hopefully you take some things from this. Love thy neighbor is one of them that comes to mind. But absolutely, but absolutely speak your truth, speak your peace, and let the chips fall where they fall. But much love to you. Y'all have a good one, and God bless. All right, thank you.
God bless. Good night.
Yes, sir.
Right. Guys, have a good night, man.
You too. Peace.
Night, guys. Good dreams. Good night.